Lost Girl. Written by Arthur Pierce. Narrated by Timothy Burke. Chapter 1. The crisp autumn air bit at my cheeks as I huffed and puffed my way down the winding streets of Oceanview Cove. Leaves in vibrant shades of red, orange, and gold danced around my feet, carried by the sea breeze. It was hard to believe that just over 2 months ago, I'd been embroiled in a murder investigation that had turned my quiet retirement upside down. Now, here I was, a newly minted private investigator, trying to outrun my own wheezing breath. "Come on, old man," Ginger's voice called from ahead. My feline partner trotted along the sidewalk with infuriating ease, his orange tail held high like a banner of triumph. "You're not going to let a cat outpace you, are you?" I gritted my teeth, forcing my legs to keep moving. "I thought cats were supposed to be lazy," I gasped out between breaths. Ginger's whiskers twitched in what I'd come to recognize as his version of a smirk. "And I thought librarians were supposed to be quiet, yet here we are." I would have rolled my eyes if I had the energy to spare. After our harrowing boat chase to catch Maggie at the end of our last case, I'd realized that being a private investigator might occasionally require more physical exertion than shelving books. And so, this torturous new routine was born. We rounded a corner, the familiar sight of the docks coming into view. The salty tang of the sea filled my nostrils, mixing with the earthier sense of fall. Fishing boats bobbed gently in the harbor, their faded paint and sun-bleached ropes telling silent stories of countless voyages. Robert Reeves, the gruff fisherman we'd mistakenly pegged as a killer in our last case, was busy coiling ropes on the deck of his boat. His weather-beaten face was creased with concentration, his calloused hands moving with practiced efficiency. He looked up as we approached, his bushy eyebrows rising in surprise. "Well, I'll be," he called out, a rare smile cracking his usually stern features. "If it isn't our local Sherlock Holmes and his feline Watson, what's got you two out here at this ungodly hour?" I raised a hand in a weak wave, too winded to respond. Ginger, naturally, had no such issues. "Training Robert," he meowed cheerfully. "Gotta keep the old man in shape. You never know when we might need to chase down another murderous baker." Robert, of course, heard nothing but a series of meows. He chuckled, shaking his head. "Your cat is sure talkative this morning, Jim. Keep at it. You're looking like you might not keel over immediately." I managed a wheezing laugh, giving Robert a thumbs up as we continued our run. As we left the docks behind, I couldn't help but marvel at how much he had changed. Just a few months ago, Robert had been a gruff, suspicious character in our investigation. Now he was a friend, one of the few people in town who knew the full story of what had happened with Maggie and Peter. Our path took us through the town center, where early risers were already bustling about their day. The quaint storefronts were adorned with autumn decorations, pumpkins, wreaths of golden leaves, and the occasional early Christmas ornament. As we passed the town square, I spotted a familiar figure surrounded by a swirl of colorful scarves. Emma, our resident astrologer, was arranging crystals on a small folding table, no doubt preparing for a day of reading fortunes for curious townsfolk. Her silver hair was woven into intricate braids, each one tipped with a different colored bead that clinked softly as she moved. "Jim! Ginger!" she called out, waving enthusiastically. "The stars told me I'd see you today." I waved back, wondering if the stars had also mentioned I'd be a sweaty, panting mess when she did. "Morning, Emma!" I managed to call out between gasps for air. Emma's eyes twinkled with amusement. "You know, Jim, I have a wonderful crystal that's excellent for stamina. Perhaps you'd like to—" "No time for crystals," Ginger interrupted with a meow. We've got miles to go before breakfast." Emma, of course, heard only a cat's meow, but she smiled indulgently at Ginger. I shot Ginger a grateful look before turning back to Emma. "Maybe another time," I panted. "Got to keep moving." Emma nodded sagely. Of course. The stars wait for no one after all. Do stop by later, though. I sense an interesting alignment in your future." As we continued on our way, leaving Emma chuckling behind us, I couldn't help but shake my head. "You know," I muttered to Ginger once we were out of earshot, "sometimes I think you enjoy this torture." Ginger's tail swished mischievously. "What gave it away? Was it the spring in my step or the joy in my meow?" We turned onto Main Street, and I felt a familiar pang in my chest as we approached Maggie's Bakery. The cheerful storefront that had once filled the street with the aroma of fresh bread and sweet pastries now stood dark and empty, a reminder of the tragedy that its owner had caused. The for sale sign in the window flapped listlessly in the breeze, and I couldn't help but think of the lives that had been destroyed. Maggie, whose greed and desperation had led her to murder, was now serving a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Peter and Ryan, whose lives had been cut short. And all the townsfolk who had lost a beloved local business and had their sense of security shattered. "Stop wool gathering, old man," Ginger's voice cut through my somber thoughts. "You can't change the past, but you can make sure you don't collapse in the present. Come on, we're almost home." I shook off my melancholy, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Ginger was right, as usual. The past was the past, and dwelling on it wouldn't do anyone any good. As we approached my house, our house now, I suppose, since Ginger had firmly established himself as my roommate as well as my partner, I spotted two familiar figures walking in the opposite direction. Aaron Robinson and his daughter Lily, current residents at the B&B, were bundled up against the autumn chill in warm jackets and scarves as they headed towards the beach. Aaron nodded politely as we approached. He had a friendly face with laugh lines around his eyes, and his salt and pepper hair was neatly trimmed. "Morning, Mr. Butterfield," he said with a warm smile. "Beautiful day for a run, isn't it?" I managed a wheezing chuckle. "Beautiful for someone, I'm sure," I gasped out, still catching my breath. Lily gave a small wave. She was a skinny teenager with long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and a smattering of freckles dusted her nose. "Hi, Mr. Butterfield," she said, her eyes darting curiously between me and Ginger. "Hi, Ginger." "Off to the beach again?" I asked, remembering their earlier enthusiasm for shell hunting. Aaron nodded. "That's right. Lily's determined to find the perfect shell before we head home." "We're leaving in a couple of days," Lily chimed in, a note of excitement in her voice. "Dad promised we'd go shell hunting every morning until then." Ginger, who had been sitting quietly at my feet, let out a soft meow. To the Robinsons, it sounded like a normal cat noise, but I understood his meaning clearly. "Shell hunting again? These humans are persistent creatures." I stifled a laugh, covering it with a cough. "Well, I hope you two have a wonderful time. The beaches here are quite something, even in the colder months." "We've certainly enjoyed our stay," Aaron said, smiling down at his daughter. "It was nice seeing you again, Jim. Take care." As they continued on their way towards the beach, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Their easy banter reminded me of times with my own daughter, Sarah, before life had gotten so complicated. "Looks like Oceanview Cove has worked its charm on them," Ginger observed as we watched them go, "despite the house's complicated past." I nodded, remembering the controversy that had surrounded the fate of Peter's house after his death. In the end, the contract he'd signed with the developer had been honored, and the place had been converted into a quaint bed and breakfast. It was strange to think of tourists staying in the house where so much tragedy had occurred, but I suppose that was the nature of progress. "Speaking of houses," I said, glancing across the street at Ryan's former home, "has there been any movement over there?" Ginger's ears twitched.
"Not much. Ryan's son came by a few weeks back, packed up some personal items. Place has been empty since then."
I frowned, feeling a pang of sadness for Ryan. Despite his role in Peter's death, he had been a victim too, manipulated by Maggie's schemes. His house stood as a silent testament to the ripple effects of one person's actions. Lost in thought, I barely noticed that we'd reached my front porch until I nearly tripped up the steps. I collapsed onto the wooden bench, my legs feeling like jelly and my lungs burning. "Oh, sweet mercy," I gasped, wiping sweat from my brow. "I think I'm dying." Ginger hopped up beside me, looking annoyingly unruffled.
"Nonsense," he said briskly. "You're getting better every day. Just a month ago, you wouldn't have made it halfway through that run without needing CPR.
I shot him a baleful glare. "Your encouragement is overwhelming." Ginger's whiskers twitched.
"Someone's got to keep you motivated, old man. Now, come on, up you get. You need a shower and then breakfast. I'm starving."
I groaned, letting my head fall back against the bench. 5 more minutes."
"Not a chance,"
Ginger said, headbutting my arm insistently.
"I can hear your stomach growling from here, and you know how I get when I'm hungry."
With another groan, I hauled myself to my feet and stumbled into the house. The familiar scent of home, a mix of old books and sea air, enveloped me as I made my way to the bathroom. As I stood under the hot spray of the shower, letting it soothe my aching muscles, I couldn't help but marvel at the strange turn my life had taken. Just over 2 months ago, I'd been a lonely widower, retiring to a quiet seaside town to live out my golden years in peace. Now, I was a private investigator with a talking cat for a partner, solving mysteries and chasing down criminals. Life, it seemed, had a funny way of upending your expectations. Clean and refreshed, I emerged from the bathroom to find Ginger waiting impatiently by the kitchen door.
"Finally,"
he meowed.
"I thought you'd drowned in there. Now, about that breakfast."
I chuckled, making my way to the kitchen. All right. What'll it be today? Tuna? Salmon?" Ginger's eyes lit up.
"Salmon, definitely. And don't skimp on the portions. I need to keep up my strength for all this detective work, you know."
As I prepared our breakfast, salmon for Ginger, scrambled eggs and toast for myself, I couldn't help but reflect on how domestic this all felt. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be making breakfast for a talking cat who was also my business partner, I'd have thought they were insane. We ate in comfortable silence, Ginger attacking his salmon with gusto, while I sipped my coffee and perused the morning paper. The Oceanview Gazette had changed since Ryan's passing, with a new editor bringing a slightly different tone to the local news. Still, the content remained typically mundane. A report on the upcoming fall festival, a feature on a local artist, a small piece about a minor fender bender on Main Street. The familiar rhythm of small-town life continued, even as the paper itself evolved.
"Anything interesting?"
Ginger asked, licking his whiskers clean. I shook my head. "Nothing much. Seems like it's been quiet around here lately." Ginger stretched lazily.
"Don't sound so disappointed. After everything that happened with Maggie, I think we could use a bit of quiet."
I had to admit he had a point. Still, a small part of me missed the excitement of a real case. The minor mysteries we'd been solving lately, while satisfying in their own way, didn't quite scratch that investigative itch. After breakfast, we made our way to the office. The walk took us through the heart of town, past shopkeepers opening up for the day. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. Our office, a small room above a local bookshop, was modest but functional. As we climbed the narrow staircase, the familiar creak of the third step from the top greeted us like an old friend. I unlocked the door, the familiar sight of our nameplate bringing a smile to my face. The Oceanview Cove Investigators, Jim Butterfield and Ginger, private detectives. The office itself was a cozy space, filled with an eclectic mix of furniture that somehow worked together. An old desk dominated one corner, its surface covered with an organized chaos of case files and notes, with an outdated laptop perched precariously atop the paper stacks. A comfortable armchair, perfect for reading or interviewing clients, sat opposite the desk. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with a mix of reference books, local histories, and, I had to admit, a fair number of mystery novels. Ginger's contribution to the decor was a plush cat bed placed strategically near the window, offering him a perfect view of the street below. He claimed it was for surveillance purposes, but I suspected he just enjoyed sunbathing. A small kitchenette occupied one corner, complete with a coffee maker that had quickly become the most used appliance in the office. The walls were adorned with a mix of local artwork and maps of Oceanview Cove and the surrounding area.
Home sweet home,
Ginger purred, trotting in and immediately curling up in his bed. I settled behind the desk, pulling out the morning paper and starting up the coffee maker. "So," I said, as the rich aroma of brewing coffee filled the air, "what thrilling mysteries do you think await us today? Another missing cat? Perhaps a misplaced set of dentures?" Ginger cracked open one eye.
"Mock all you want, old man. Those mundane cases paid for this office. Besides, you never know when a big case might walk through the door."
In the 2 months since we'd opened the agency, we'd handled a variety of small cases. Lost pets, minor thefts, even a dispute over property lines that had nearly come to blows between two retirees. Nothing as dramatic as our first case, but enough to keep us busy and pay the bills. As the morning wore on, I found myself alternating between paperwork, reading the newspaper, and staring out the window at the bustling street below. Ginger dozed in his bed, occasionally offering a snarky comment or an observation about a passerby. It was nearing noon when a tentative knock at the door broke the quiet routine of our morning. Ginger's ears perked up, and he stretched languidly before hopping onto the desk.
"Smiley,"
he meowed.
"I was starting to think we'd have to rename ourselves the Oceanview Cove Nap Takers."
I shushed him with a gentle wave of my hand, calling out, "Come in!" Chapter 2. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar face that made me both smile and inwardly groan. Mrs. Abernathy, our most frequent client, shuffled into the office. Her white hair was tucked neatly under a floral headscarf, and her eyes, magnified by thick glasses, darted around the room before settling on me.
"Mr. Butterfield," she said,
her voice quavering with worry.
It's happened again."
I stood, gesturing for her to take a seat. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Abernathy. What seems to be the trouble?" She sank into the chair, clutching her oversized handbag to her chest.
"It's Mr. Whiskers. He's gone missing again."
Beside me, I heard Ginger let out a soft snort.
"Mr. Whiskers,"
he muttered under his breath.
"More like Mr. Wanderlust. That cat's got more escape plans than a prison convict."
I shot Ginger a warning glance before turning back to Mrs. Abernathy. "I see. And when did you last see Mr. Whiskers?" Mrs. Abernathy's brow furrowed in concentration.
"Well, let me think. I gave him his breakfast this morning, tuna, his favorite. And then I went to water my petunias. When I came back inside, he was gone."
I nodded, jotting down notes, even though I could probably recite Mr. Whiskers' escape routine by heart at this point. This was, after all, the 5th time in 2 months that we'd been called to find the adventurous feline. Don't worry, Mrs. Abernathy, I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. We'll find Mr. Whiskers and bring him home safe and sound.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Butterfield, she said, her face lighting up with relief. You're a godsend, you really are. I don't know what I'd do without you and your clever cat.
Ginger preened at the compliment, his tail swishing with satisfaction.
At least someone appreciates my talents, he meowed.
We're happy to help, Mrs. Abernathy. Now, why don't you head home and we'll meet you there to start our search? Who knows, maybe Mr. Whiskers will have found his way back before we even arrive. Mrs. Abernathy nodded, though her worried expression suggested she didn't share my optimism.
Oh, I do hope so, Mr. Butterfield, but Mr. Whiskers is quite the adventurer. I fear he might be halfway to California by now.
After Mrs. Abernathy left, I turned to Ginger with a sigh. Well, partner, looks like we're on cat-finding duty again. Ginger stretched languidly.
Joy of joys, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Another thrilling case of where in the world is Mr. Whiskers? I can hardly contain my excitement.
I chuckled as I grabbed my coat. Come on, you grump. Maybe this time Mr. Whiskers will have gotten himself into some real trouble and we'll have a proper mystery on our hands.
Don't get my hopes up,
Ginger retorted, then hopped down from the desk and followed me out the door. The walk to Mrs. Abernathy's house was short, taking us through a quiet residential area of Oceanview Cove. The late autumn chill nipped at our heels, while the aroma of pumpkin spice and cinnamon wafted from open windows, hinting at the approaching holiday season. As we walked, I couldn't help but reflect on the last 2 months of our detective career. We'd tackled an assortment of minor mysteries, but despite the satisfaction of helping the townsfolk, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. There had been nothing that really got my detective juices flowing. Nothing like the Maggie case that had started it all. We arrived at Mrs. Abernathy's house, a quaint cottage that seemed to embody the essence of cozy living. The exterior was painted a soft yellow, with white trim around the windows and doors. A wraparound porch, complete with a gently swaying rocking chair, invited visitors to sit and stay a while. The front yard was a riot of color, with late-blooming flowers stubbornly holding on despite the encroaching autumn chill. A winding stone path, lined with carefully tended shrubs, led up to the front door. Mrs. Abernathy was waiting for us on the porch, wringing her hands anxiously.
Oh, Mr. Butterfield, I'm so glad you're here, she said as we approached. I've looked everywhere, and there's no sign of Mr. Whiskers.
I put on my most reassuring smile. Don't worry, Mrs. Abernathy. We'll find him. Now, why don't you show us where you last saw him? As Mrs. Abernathy led us into the house, Ginger's nose twitched.
I can smell him, he muttered. He's definitely been here recently.
The interior of Mrs. Abernathy's home was just as charming as the outside. The walls were adorned with floral wallpaper, giving the impression of being in a perpetual garden. Doilies covered every surface, and the air was thick with the scent of lavender and freshly baked cookies. Family photos lined the walls, telling the story of a life well lived. We followed Mrs. Abernathy to the kitchen, where a half-eaten bowl of tuna sat on the floor. The kitchen was a cozy space, with cheerful yellow curtains framing a window that overlooked a well-tended vegetable garden. An ancient but well-cared-for stove dominated one wall, while a collection of mismatched teacups hung from hooks above the sink.
This is where I fed him this morning, she explained. When I came back from watering the petunias, both Mr. Whiskers and most of the tuna were gone.
I nodded, scanning the room for any signs of the missing cat. And you're sure all the doors and windows were closed? Mrs. Abernathy nodded vigorously.
Oh, yes, I always make sure of that. Mr. Whiskers is quite the escape artist, you know.
Don't we know it? Ginger muttered.
We began our search, combing through every room of the house. Ginger led the way, his nose to the ground as he followed Mr. Whisker's scent. I trailed behind, checking all of Mr. Whisker's usual hiding spots. Under beds, in closets, even in the clawfoot bathtub that looked like it had been there since the house was built. As we searched, Mrs. Abernathy hovered nearby, offering a running commentary on Mr. Whisker's habits and preferences.
"He does love to hide in small spaces,"
she said as I peered under a bookshelf filled with well-worn romance novels.
"And he's ever so fond of heights. Once I found him on top of the refrigerator."
Just as I was beginning to think we'd have to expand our search to the neighborhood, Ginger's ears perked up.
"I hear something,"
he said, his tail twitching with excitement. "What is it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice low so as not to alarm Mrs. Abernathy. Ginger cocked his head, listening intently.
"It's coming from up there."
He nodded towards the ceiling. I frowned, looking up. There didn't seem to be anything unusual about the ceiling, just a small attic hatch that... Oh, wait a minute. "Mrs. Abernathy," I said, turning to the anxious lady, "do you ever use your attic?" She blinked in surprise.
"Why, no, I haven't been up there in years. It's all dusty and full of old junk."
I nodded, a theory forming in my mind. "And how do you usually secure the attic hatch?"
"With this old latch," she said,
pointing to a rusty mechanism.
"But I haven't touched it in ages."
I walked over to examine the hatch more closely. Sure enough, the latch was slightly askew, leaving a small gap. Fresh scratches marked the area around the opening. Below the hatch was a closet, its door slightly ajar. "I think," I said slowly, "that we may have found Mr. Whisker's secret escape route." Mrs. Abernathy gasped.
"You don't mean—"
I nodded, gesturing to the gap. "I'm afraid so. It seems Mr. Whiskers discovered this loose hatch and used the shelves in the closet as a ladder to reach it." With a bit of maneuvering, I climbed onto a chair and managed to widen the gap in the hatch enough to peer inside. A cloud of dust billowed out as I did so, making me cough and sneeze. "Mr. Whiskers!" I called up into the darkness. "Are you up there?" A faint meow answered me, followed by Ginger's translation.
He says, and I quote, "Go away, I'm on vacation."
I couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm afraid vacation's over, Mr. Whiskers. It's time to come home." There was a moment of silence, then another meow. Ginger listened intently, his ears twitching. "What's he saying now?" I asked. Ginger rolled his eyes.
"He's being dramatic. Something about the accommodations not being up to his standards. I think he's angling for a better dinner than usual."
I turned to Mrs. Abernathy with a smile. "I think Mr. Whiskers might be hoping for a special dinner to coax him down. Maybe something a bit fancier than his usual fare." Mrs. Abernathy's face lit up.
"Oh, of course. I have some lovely salmon in the fridge. Do you think he'd like that?"
"I'm sure he would," I said, trying not to laugh at the thought of a cat demanding gourmet meals. With the promise of a feast secured, I set about trying to coax Mr. Whiskers down from the attic. It was at this most inopportune moment, as I was balancing precariously on a chair, that my phone began to ring. I recognized the ringtone immediately. It was Sarah, my daughter. With a groan, I fumbled for my phone with my free hand, managing to hit the reject call button. I'd have to call her back later, once this cat crisis was resolved. "Mr. Whiskers!" I called up into the attic. "Your gourmet dinner awaits. Why don't you come down and join us?" Another meow echoed from above, followed by the sound of paws scampering across creaky floorboards. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes appeared at the edge of the attic opening. "That's it," I encouraged. "Come on down." Mr. Whiskers poked his head out, surveying the scene below with regal disdain. Then, with a grace that belied his portly figure, he leapt from the attic opening and landed squarely on my head. I yelped in surprise, losing my balance on the chair. For a moment, the world tilted crazily as I flailed, trying to regain my footing. Then, with a spectacular lack of dignity, I toppled over, landing in an ungainly heap on the floor. Mr. Whiskers, of course, had already leapt clear and was now sitting on the back of the sofa, grooming himself as if nothing had happened.
"Mr. Butterfield!"
Mrs. Abernathy cried, rushing to my side.
"Are you all right?"
I groaned, sitting up slowly. Nothing seemed to be broken, except perhaps my pride. "I'm fine, Mrs. Abernathy, just a bit bruised." Ginger, who had watched the whole spectacle with undisguised amusement, sauntered over.
"Well,"
he meowed,
"that was quite the performance. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10. You lost points for the landing, but the flailing was top-notch."
I shot him a glare as I got to my feet, dusting myself off. "I'm glad you found it entertaining." Mrs. Abernathy, meanwhile, had scooped Mr. Whiskers into her arms and was cooing over him.
"Oh, you naughty, naughty boy. What am I going to do with you?"
Ginger, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes.
"I have a few suggestions," he muttered, "but I don't think she'd appreciate them."
With Mr. Whiskers safely returned and Mrs. Abernathy profusely thanking us, we prepared to take our leave. As always, I tried to refuse payment for such a simple task, but Mrs. Abernathy insisted on pressing a small sum into my hand.
"It's not much," she said, "but please take it. You've done so much for me and Mr. Whiskers."
I accepted graciously, knowing that even these small payments helped keep our fledgling agency afloat. As we walked back to the office, I couldn't help but worry about our financial situation. If we didn't get a real case soon, one that paid more than just a token amount, we might not be able to keep the office much longer.
"You're thinking too loud," Ginger said as we climbed the stairs to our office. "I can practically hear the gears grinding in that head of yours."
I sighed, unlocking the door. "Just wondering how long we can keep this up on lost cat cases and minor disputes. These small cases barely cover our expenses. If we don't land something bigger soon—" Ginger hopped onto the desk, fixing me with his green-eyed stare.
"Didn't I tell you a big case would come any day now? Have a little faith, old man."
"Faith doesn't pay the bills," I muttered, sinking into my chair. "We need a real case, something that makes use of our skills." Ginger's tail swished.
"Our skills? You mean your penchant for getting into trouble and my ability to bail you out?"
I chuckled despite myself. "Something like that." Just then, my phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Sarah asking if everything was okay. Guilt washed over me as I remembered rejecting her call earlier. I dialed her number and she picked up on the second ring.
"Dad, is everything all right? You never reject my calls."
"Everything's fine, sweetheart," I assured her. "I was just in the middle of a case when you called earlier."
"A case?"
Sarah's voice perked up with interest.
"What kind of case?"
I hesitated, not wanting to admit that our big case of the day had been rescuing a cat from an attic. "Oh, you know, the usual detective stuff. Very hush-hush."
"Dad,"
Sarah said, her tone skeptical,
"you're not very good at lying. What's really going on? Is the agency doing okay?"
I sighed, running a hand through my thinning hair. "We're doing fine, Sarah, really. Just not as many big cases as I'd hoped for." There was a pause on the other end of the line.
"You know,"
Sarah said slowly,
"when you first told me about starting a detective agency with Ginger, I thought you'd gone completely round the bend."
I chuckled, remembering her reaction. She'd been skeptical, to say the least, worried that I was having some kind of late-life crisis.
"But,"
Sarah continued,
"I have to say, Dad, there's a spark in your voice I haven't heard in a long time. not since before we lost Mom. So even if the cases aren't as exciting as you'd hoped, I'm glad you found something that brings you joy again."
I felt a lump form in my throat.
"Thanks, sweetheart. That means a lot." "So," Sarah said, her tone lightening, "tell me about your latest case. And don't try to fob me off with that hush-hush nonsense. I want details."
I laughed, settling back in my chair. "All right, you got me. We were rescuing Mrs. Abernathy's cat. Again."
"Again?" Sarah chuckled. "That cat should be paying you a retainer at this point."
"Tell me about it," I agreed. This time he'd managed to get into the attic. I ended up with a lap full of cat and a bruised backside for my troubles. Sarah's laughter echoed through the phone.
"Oh, Dad, only you could make cat rescuing sound like a dangerous case."
We chatted for a while longer, Sarah filling me in on her life. Her eldest, Jack, had just started middle school and was going through a phase where he thought he was too cool to hug his mom goodbye.
"But he still does it when no one's looking," Sarah confided with a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Her youngest, Emily, was apparently going through a princess phase.
"Everything has to be pink and sparkly," Sarah sighed. "I found her trying to bedazzle the dog's collar yesterday."
I chuckled, picturing my granddaughter's antics. "Sounds like you've got your hands full."
"You have no idea," Sarah replied. "Oh, and Tom's been promoted at work. It's great, but he's working longer hours. We're still trying to find our new rhythm."
"That's wonderful news about Tom," I said, feeling a swell of pride for my son-in-law. "But make sure he doesn't work too hard. You two need to make time for each other." Sarah laughed.
"Look who's talking, Mr. I started a detective agency in my retirement. But don't worry, we're managing. How about you, Dad? Are you eating properly, getting enough rest?"
I rolled my eyes, even though she couldn't see me. "I'm fine, Sarah. Ginger makes sure I'm well-fed and well-rested."
"Good," Sarah said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "I'm glad you have him looking out for you. Speaking of which, how is my favorite feline detective?"
I glanced at Ginger, who was pretending not to listen to my conversation. "He's his usual charming self, currently giving me the cold shoulder for implying he's my caretaker." Sarah laughed.
"Give him a scratch behind the ears for me. And Dad, I know you're hoping for bigger cases, but please be careful. I worry about you sometimes."
"I know, sweetheart," I said softly. "But I promise, I'm being careful. Ginger wouldn't let me do anything too dangerous anyway." We chatted for a few more minutes before saying our goodbyes. By the time we hung up, the warm glow of the setting sun was filtering through the office windows. "Well," I said to Ginger, "I suppose that's it for today. Ready to head home?" Ginger stretched lazily.
"I thought you'd never ask. I'm starving."
I chuckled, standing up and reaching for my coat. "You're always starving. Come on, you glutton, let's go home." Just as I was about to turn off the lights, there was a knock at the door. Ginger and I exchanged glances.
"A client? At this hour?"
Ginger meowed, his tail twitching with curiosity. I shrugged, moving towards the door. "Only one way to find out." Taking a deep breath, I called out, "Come in." Chapter 3. The door swung open, and I found myself face to face with an unexpected visitor. It was Aaron Robinson, the tourist we'd seen on our morning run. The cheerful demeanor I'd witnessed then was gone, replaced by a mask of worry and exhaustion. His salt and pepper hair was disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. "Mr. Butterfield?" he asked, his voice tight with anxiety. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." I stood, offering him a warm smile. "Not at all, Mr. Robinson. Please, come in and have a seat. How can I help you?" As Aaron settled into one of the chairs across from my desk, I couldn't help but notice how his shoulders slumped, as if the weight of the world rested upon them. Up close, I could see the worry lines etched deeply into his face, his eyes red-rimmed from what I suspected was a combination of stress and tears. The cheerful tourist I'd seen this morning was gone, replaced by a man on the brink of despair. "It's my daughter, Lily," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. She's missing." I felt a chill run down my spine, remembering the cheerful girl I'd seen with him that morning. Beside me, I could feel Ginger tensing, his tail swishing with sudden alertness. "Missing?" I repeated, my mind already racing. I glanced at Ginger, who was staring intently at Aaron, his ears perked forward.
"Well, this just got interesting," Ginger meowed softly, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and concern. "A missing person case? Now that's more like it."
I gave Ginger a quick look, silently urging him to be more sensitive. Turning back to Aaron, I asked, "When did you last see her?" Aaron ran a hand through his hair, his distress evident. "This morning, at the beach. We went together, but she wanted to stay a bit longer. Said she'd meet me back at the B&B for lunch, but she never showed up." He paused, swallowing hard. "I've looked everywhere. The beach, the town square, the shops along Main Street. I've asked everyone I could find. Shopkeepers, passers-by, even some local kids. Nobody's seen her since this morning. It's like she just vanished." As Aaron spoke, I could feel the familiar tingle of a case starting to take shape. This was exactly the kind of mystery I'd been hoping for, though I felt a pang of guilt for finding excitement in someone else's misfortune. I nodded, my detective instincts kicking in. "And you've contacted the police?" Aaron's expression darkened. "I tried. They said it's too soon, that she probably just lost track of time exploring the town. The officer I spoke to suggested I wait until morning before filing a report." He clenched his fists, frustration evident in his voice. "But you don't understand. Lily, she's not like that. She's responsible, always lets me know where she is. Something's wrong. I can feel it." I felt a surge of frustration at the mention of the police's inaction. Sheriff Miller's incompetence never ceased to amaze me. How could he dismiss a missing teen so easily? It was painfully reminiscent of his mishandling of the Maggie case. I made a mental note to have a word with him about his department's priorities. In a small town like Oceanview Cove, a missing teenager should be taken seriously from the get-go.
"Typical,"
Ginger muttered, echoing my thoughts.
"Looks like it's up to us to do the real detective work around here."
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, seeing my own concern reflected in his green eyes. We both knew all too well how quickly things could go wrong in our seemingly peaceful town. "Mr. Robinson," I said, leaning forward, "I want you to know that we take this very seriously. My partner and I will do everything in our power to find your daughter." Aaron's eyes flickered to Ginger, a hint of confusion crossing his face before he returned his gaze to me. "Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to Lily. She's all I have left." The raw emotion in his voice struck a chord within me. I knew all too well the fear of losing someone you love. "We'll find her, Mr. Robinson," I assured him, my voice firm with conviction. "Now, why don't you tell me everything you can about Lily? Every detail could be important." As Aaron began to describe Lily, I found myself thinking back to our encounter this morning. The girl I'd seen had seemed happy, carefree. What could have happened to make her disappear? "Lily's 15, about 5'4". She has brown eyes and long brown hair that she usually wears in a ponytail. When I last saw her, she was wearing a dark red jacket and khaki pants." Aaron's voice softened slightly. "She has a spray of freckles across her nose. She hates them, but I think they're adorable. Oh, and she had her backpack with her. It's light blue and pink. She takes that thing everywhere. As Aaron spoke, I jotted down notes, even though I remembered seeing Lily that morning. It was always good to have a thorough description, just in case my memory failed me. "Does she have her phone with her?" I asked, thinking about potential ways to track her. Aaron nodded, his eyes filled with worry. "Yes, but she's not answering. I've been calling and texting nonstop. At first, it would ring a few times before going to voicemail, but now it goes straight to voicemail." He paused, swallowing hard. "That's not like her at all. She always keeps her phone charged and on her. Even if she's busy, she at least sends a quick text to let me know she's okay." I nodded. "What about friends? Did she meet anyone here in town?" Aaron shook his head, his brow furrowed in thought. "We've been here for a few days now. Lily's always been a bit shy, so she hasn't really made any friends." He paused, then added, "But she was really excited about exploring the town. Said something about wanting to see all the historic sites. She's always been fascinated by history, especially anything with a bit of mystery to it." I made a mental note of this. Lily's interest in the town's history could be a lead to follow up on. A history buff, eh?" Ginger mused. "Maybe she stumbled onto something she shouldn't have. This quaint little town's hiding more skeletons than a graveyard, if you ask me." "Mr. Robinson," I said gently, focusing on Aaron's worried face, "I have to ask, is there any reason Lily might have run away? Any problems at home or school?" Aaron's face fell, his shoulders sagging. "Things haven't been easy since her mother passed away last year. Cancer," he added, his voice catching. He took a deep breath before continuing. "Lily's been withdrawn. She puts on a brave face, but I know she's hurting. Her grades have slipped a bit, and she's been spending more time alone in her room." He ran a hand through his hair, looking lost. "This trip was supposed to help us reconnect, get away from everything for a while. I thought a change of scenery might help her open up. She seemed excited about it, really. That's why I can't believe she'd just disappear like this." I felt a pang of empathy. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Robinson. I know how difficult that can be. I lost my wife, Martha, to cancer just over a year ago as well." Aaron looked up, surprise and a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Butterfield. It's not an easy road, is it? My wife, Claire, she fought so hard. Sometimes I still expect to see her when I come home." I nodded, feeling the familiar ache in my chest. "I understand completely. There are days when I reach for the phone to call Martha, only to remember she's not there. If you don't mind me asking, how has Lily been coping?" Aaron sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's been tough. Some days are better than others. She was always closer to her mother, you know. I feel like I'm fumbling in the dark sometimes, trying to be both parents." "I can only imagine," I said softly. "My daughter, Sarah, she was already grown with a family of her own when we lost Martha, but it still hit her hard. We keep going, though, don't we, for those who need us?" "That we do," Aaron agreed, his voice thick with emotion. "Lily, she's all I have left now. She's the reason I get up every morning." A moment of understanding passed between us, the shared experience of loss creating a connection. Then Aaron straightened, a determined look settling on his face. "Mr. Butterfield, I want you to know that money is no object in finding Lily. Whatever your fee is, I'll pay it. Double it even." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small notebook, tearing out a page with a quick motion. He scribbled furiously before sliding the paper across the desk to me. I glanced down and felt my eyebrows shoot up in surprise. The amount written was staggering, enough to cover our office rent for half a year. "Mr. Robinson," I started, "this is far too much. We can't possibly—" "Please," Aaron interrupted, his voice firm. "I know it might seem excessive, but I want you to understand how serious I am about this." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "We're comfortable, Mr. Butterfield. I've been fortunate in my career. But none of that matters without Lily. She's the most precious thing in my life. I'd give everything I have to see her safe. This," he gestured at the paper, "it's nothing compared to what she means to me." I looked at the written amount, then back at Aaron's pleading face. It was more than we'd ever been offered for a case. Much more than all our previous cases combined, in fact. For a moment, I thought about how it could solve all our financial worries, pay for the office rent, and maybe even allow us to upgrade some of our equipment. But then I pushed that thought aside. This wasn't about money. It was about finding a missing girl. And something told me this case might be the challenge we'd been waiting for.
"Well, it's certainly a generous offer," Ginger meowed softly. "And we are going to find his daughter anyway. Might as well ensure we can keep the lights on while we do it."
Ginger had a point. We did need the money, and it wouldn't change how hard we worked to find Lily. "All right, Mr. Robinson," I said finally. "We'll take the case. But I want you to know that we'd do everything in our power to find Lily, regardless of the fee." Relief washed over Aaron's face. "Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. You have no idea what this means to me." We spent the next hour going over every detail of Lily's disappearance. Aaron provided me with a recent photo of Lily, which showed a pretty teenager with a mischievous smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I couldn't help but notice the sadness lurking behind her expression, the look of someone carrying a heavy burden. As our meeting drew to a close, I walked Aaron to the door. The sun had set while we talked, and a cool breeze carried the scent of the sea through the open window. We exchanged phone numbers, making sure we had multiple ways to reach each other. "We'll start our investigation immediately, Mr. Robinson. I promise we'll do everything we can to find Lily." Aaron nodded, shaking my hand firmly. "Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Please call me Aaron, and please call me if you find out anything, no matter how small." "Of course, Aaron. We'll keep you updated every step of the way. And please call me Jim. No need for formalities in a situation like this." "Thank you, Jim," Aaron replied with a sad smile, the worry still evident in his eyes. "I appreciate that." As the door closed behind Aaron, I turned to find Ginger watching me intently from his perch on the desk. The room seemed quieter now, the ticking of the old clock on the wall suddenly more noticeable.
"Well,"
he said, his tail swishing thoughtfully,
"looks like we've got ourselves a real case, old man."
I nodded, my mind already racing with possibilities. "We certainly do, Ginger, and we can't afford to waste any time. Every minute Lily's missing is another minute she could be in danger." Ginger hopped down from the desk, stretching languidly.
"So, where do we start? The beach?"
"Good thinking," I agreed. "That's the last place Aaron saw her. We'll start there and work our way through town. Maybe someone saw something they didn't realize was important." As we prepared to head out, I couldn't shake the feeling that this case was going to be more than just a missing teenager. There was something about the way Aaron had mentioned Lily's interest in the town's history. It tickled something in the back of my mind, a half-remembered detail from one of our previous cases.
"You know,"
Ginger said as we walked towards the door, his tail swishing thoughtfully,
"I can't help but wonder if there's more to this than meets the eye. A teenage girl suddenly disappearing in a small town like this? It doesn't add up, especially one who's supposedly responsible and close to her father. Something's off here, Jim."
I nodded, appreciating Ginger's instincts. "You're right. We need to keep our eyes open for anything unusual. This could be connected to something bigger. Remember how intertwined everything was with the Maggie case? Small towns have a way of hiding big secrets."
"Maybe this is the big case you've been hoping for,"
Ginger mused, a hint of excitement in his voice. As we stepped out into the cool evening air, the weight of our new responsibility settled over me. Somewhere out there, a scared teenager needed our help, and I was determined not to let her down. "Come on, Ginger," I said, putting on my coat. "We've got work to do." Chapter 4. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon as Ginger and I made our way to the beach. A full moon hung low in the sky, its pale light filtering through wisps of fog that had begun to roll in from the ocean. The air was crisp with the chill of late autumn, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and the faint, musty scent of decaying leaves. Oceanview Cove's beach stretched before us, a silvery expanse under the moonlight. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore provided a constant backdrop to the eerie silence of the deserted beach. During summer days, this place would be alive with the laughter of children and the chatter of sunbathers. But now it stood empty and still, like a stage awaiting its actors. As we stepped onto the sand, the grains shifting beneath my feet, I felt the weight of our new case settle more firmly on my shoulders. Somewhere out there, Lily Robinson was missing, possibly in danger. My mind raced with possibilities, each more ominous than the last. Had she simply wandered off, losing track of time, or was there something more sinister at play? In a town like Oceanview Cove, where we'd already uncovered one deadly secret, I couldn't help but wonder what other darkness might be lurking beneath the surface. "All right, Ginger," I said, my voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. "Let's see what we can find." Ginger trotted ahead, his nose to the ground and his tail held high. The moonlight glinted off his orange fur, giving him an almost ethereal appearance against the dark sand. "You take the high road, I'll take the low road," he meowed, his whiskers twitching with concentration. "Just don't get too caught up chasing ghost crabs, partner. We've got a job to do." Ginger glanced back at me, his green eyes twinkling with amusement. "Ghost crabs, eh? And here I thought we were looking for a missing girl, not auditioning for a seafood-themed horror movie." We made our way down the beach, our eyes scanning for anything out of the ordinary. The sand was a mess of footprints, some fresh, others partially washed away by the tide. Discerning Lily's tracks from the countless others seemed an impossible task. "It's like trying to read a book where all the pages have been jumbled up," I muttered, squinting at the confusing array of impressions in the sand. Ginger looked up from his own investigation, his green eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "Welcome to detective work, old man. It's not always as glamorous as your mystery novels make it out to be." As we continued our search, the moonlight cast long shadows across the beach, transforming familiar objects into eerie, distorted shapes. A piece of driftwood became a crouching figure, a clump of seaweed a discarded piece of clothing. Each time my heart would leap, thinking we'd found a clue, only to be disappointed. The tide was coming in, slowly erasing the day's evidence with each lapping wave. I couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. If Lily had left any trace of her presence here, it was being washed away with each passing minute. "Ginger," I said, my voice barely audible over the sound of the waves, "do you think we're too late? What if we're missing something crucial?" My feline partner paused in his investigation of a half-buried soda can. "We're doing our best, Jim. Sometimes the clues aren't obvious. We just have to keep our eyes and noses open." As we neared the public restrooms, a small weather-beaten building that looked even more forlorn in the moonlight, Ginger suddenly froze, his ears perked forward and his tail stiff. "What is it?" I asked, instantly alert. "I smell her," he replied, his nose twitching rapidly. "Lily's scent. It's the same one I picked up when we saw her and Aaron this morning. It's faint, but it's definitely here. Follow me." He led me around the back of the building, where a small window was propped open, presumably for ventilation. Ginger leaped onto a nearby trash can, bringing himself level with the window.
"There," he said, nodding toward something just inside. "Behind the toilet. Do you see it?"
I peered through the grimy window, squinting in the dim light. At first, I saw nothing but shadows, but then a flash of color caught my eye. Wedged behind one of the toilets was a piece of fabric. A beach towel by the looks of it. "Good eye, Ginger," I said, impressed once again by my feline partner's keen senses. "But how do we know it's Lily's?" Ginger's whiskers twitched.
"I can smell her scent on it. It's the same one I picked up this morning. Plus, it's light blue and pink. Didn't Erin say her backpack had similar colors?"
I nodded, remembering Erin's description. "You're right. It might be from the same collection. But how did it end up behind the toilet?"
"That,"
Ginger said, hopping down from the trash can,
"is the question, isn't it? Let's grab it and show it to Erin. Maybe he can confirm if it's hers."
After a bit of maneuvering and some choice words about the state of public restrooms, I managed to retrieve the towel. It was damp and sandy, but the light blue and pink pattern was unmistakable. "Well," I said, carefully folding the towel and tucking it into my coat, "this is our first real clue, but I can't help feeling it raises more questions than it answers." Ginger nodded sagely.
"Welcome to the wonderful world of detective work, Jim. It's all questions and precious few answers, at least at first."
As we made our way back up the beach, the fog had thickened considerably, turning the moonlit sand into a ghostly landscape. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and I pulled my coat tighter around me. "We should stop by the Salty Breeze," I suggested, thinking of the warm, inviting atmosphere of the local bar. "Sean might have heard something, and we could use his help spreading the word." Ginger agreed, and we set off towards town. As we walked, I found my mind racing, trying to piece together the scant information we had. A missing girl, a hidden towel, and a whole lot of unanswered questions. What had Lily been doing on the beach all day? Was she meeting someone? And why hide her towel instead of taking it with her? The more I thought about it, the more puzzling it became.
"I can almost see the smoke coming out of your ears,"
Ginger observed, interrupting my thoughts.
"What's bothering you?"
I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "I can't help it, Ginger. This is our first big case, and I feel like we're already behind. What if we can't find her? What if something's happened to her?" Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully.
"One step at a time, old man. We've only just started investigating. Besides, worrying about what might have happened won't help us find her any faster."
His calm demeanor surprised me. "How can you be so relaxed about this?" I asked, a hint of frustration creeping into my voice. Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming in the gathering darkness.
"Because I know we'll solve it," he said simply. "We're a team, Jim. You got the experience and the human intuition, and I've got the senses and the street smarts. Between the two of us, we'll figure this out."
His confidence was reassuring, and I felt some of the tension ease from my shoulders. "You're right," I admitted. "Thanks, partner." The walk to the Salty Breeze didn't take long, and soon we found ourselves standing outside the familiar wooden door. The warm glow of light spilling from the windows was inviting, and the sound of laughter and conversation drifted out into the night. As we entered, the rich aroma of beer and fried food enveloped us, along with the warmth of the crowded room. The Salty Breeze was busy tonight, filled with locals unwinding after a long day. In one corner, a group of fishermen were engaged in an animated discussion, their hands gesticulating wildly as they recounted the day's catch. The worn wooden bar was lined with patrons, some hunched over their drinks in quiet contemplation, others engaged in friendly banter with each other. The soft glow of Edison bulbs hanging from the ceiling cast a warm amber light over the scene, giving everything a cozy, almost nostalgic feel. A cheer went up as we stepped further into this familiar haunt, several patrons raising their glasses in our direction. "If it isn't Oceanview Cove's finest," someone called out, "the detectives who cracked the Maggie case." I felt my face flush with embarrassment, still not used to the local celebrity status we'd acquired since solving that case. Ginger, on the other hand, seemed to preen under the attention, his tail held high as he sauntered towards the bar. Behind the bar, as always, stood Sean O'Connell. His silver hair was neatly combed back, and his lined face creased into a warm smile as he spotted us.
"Jim, my friend,"
Sean called out as we approached.
"And Ginger, too, of course. What brings you two in on this fine evening? The usual?"
I shook my head, settling onto a bar stool as Ginger hopped up beside me. "Not tonight, Sean. We're here on business, I'm afraid. Though Ginger wouldn't say no to a saucer of cream, I'm sure."
"Coming right up,"
Sean said with a wink, reaching for a small dish.
"About time," Ginger meowed. "I was beginning to think all my hard work would go unrewarded. Though I suppose I shouldn't complain. At least I'm not the one who had to squeeze through that filthy bathroom window."
As Sean set the saucer of cream in front of Ginger, he turned his attention back to me.
"So, business is it? What kind of trouble have you stumbled into this time?"
I leaned in, lowering my voice. "We've got a missing person case, Sean. A teenage girl named Lily Robinson. She's staying at the B&B with her father. Have you seen or heard anything?" Sean's jovial expression turned serious.
"Missing, you say? That's not something we hear often in Oceanview Cove. Can't say I've seen her myself, but then again, I don't get out of the bar much these days."
He paused, his brow furrowed in thought.
"Though, now that you mention it, I did overhear a couple of the local retirees talking about a girl they saw at the beach this morning. Said she was asking a lot of questions about local legends and such."
I nodded, filing away this information. "Anything else you can remember? Any detail could be important. Did they mention what kind of legend she was asking about?"
"I'm afraid not. Nothing specific comes to mind."
Sean shook his head.
"But I'll keep my ears open. You can count on that. Any other details about the girl that might help?"
I described Lily briefly, mentioning her age, appearance, and the clothes she was last seen wearing. Sean listened intently, nodding.
"I'll make sure to let the regulars know to keep an eye out. This town looks after its own, visitors included."
"Thanks, Sean," I said gratefully. "We appreciate it. By the way, how have you been? It's been a while since we've had a chance to really catch up." Sean's face lit up at the question.
"Oh, can't complain, Jim. The bar's been doing well. Seems solving that Maggie case has made us something of a tourist attraction."
He chuckled, shaking his head.
"But the real excitement's been at home. My oldest granddaughter just started high school, if you can believe it. And the youngest, little Timmy, he's just started walking. Keeping us on our toes, that one."
I smiled, enjoying this glimpse into Sean's life outside the bar. "They grow up so fast, don't they? Sounds like you've got your hands full. How's your daughter handling it all?"
"Hannah's doing great."
Sean beamed with pride.
"She's juggling work and the kids like a pro. Makes me wonder where she got all that energy from. Certainly not from her old man."
We shared a laugh at that.
"And how about you, Jim?" Sean asked. "How's retirement treating you? Well, if you can call running a detective agency retirement."
I chuckled. "It's certainly not what I expected. Never a dull moment in Oceanview Cove, it seems. But I'm enjoying it. Gives me purpose, you know." Sean nodded understandingly.
"That it does. It's good to see you so invested in something. You've really taken to this detective work, haven't you?"
"I have," I admitted, "though sometimes I wonder if I'm in over my head, especially with cases like this one."
"Ah, you're selling yourself short," Sean said, waving a hand dismissively. "From what I've seen, you've got a real knack for it. Just trust your instincts."
I smiled, appreciating Sean's vote of confidence. But as I glanced at Ginger, who had finished his cream and was now listening intently to our conversation, I was reminded of the urgency of our mission. "Speaking of instincts," I said, "we should probably get going. We need to get this towel back to Aaron, see if he can confirm it's Lily's." Sean nodded, his expression turning serious again.
Of course. Don't let me keep you. And Jim, let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. This town might be small, but we stick together when it counts."
I stood up, a grateful smile on my face. "Thanks, Sean. We'll keep you posted. And hey, let's grab a proper drink soon. Catch up properly when we're not in the middle of a case."
"I'll hold you to that,"
Sean grinned, giving me a friendly pat on the shoulder.
"Now, go on. Get out of here. You've got a girl to find."
As Ginger and I headed for the door, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the support of friends like Sean. In a town like Oceanview Cove, it was comforting to know we weren't in this alone. Chapter 5. The streets of Oceanview Cove were quiet as Ginger and I made our way through our familiar neighborhood. Warm light spilled from the windows of a few houses, hinting at late-night conversations, or perhaps fellow insomniacs catching up on their reading. Despite the lateness of the hour, there was a comforting sense of tranquility about the place. A reminder of why I'd chosen to retire here in the first place. Of course, I mused with a wry smile, I hadn't counted on becoming an amateur detective in my golden years. As we turned onto our street, Peter's old house, now the Oceanview Cove Bed and Breakfast, came into view. It was strange to see it like this, transformed from the scene of our first big case into a quaint inn. The grand Victorian structure still stood proud, its white paint gleaming in the moonlight, but there were subtle changes that caught my eye. Before I could knock, the door swung open. Aaron stood there. His salt and pepper hair was still disheveled, and dark circles shadowed his eyes, which were filled with desperate hope.
"Jim,"
he said, his voice hoarse.
"Did you find her? Do you have any news?"
I felt my heart sink at the raw pain in his voice. "May we come in, Aaron? We have something to discuss." He stepped back, allowing us to enter. The hallway was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the last time I'd been here. The dark, heavy furnishings that Peter had favored had been replaced with light, airy pieces that opened up the space. Floral wallpaper and a plush rug underfoot created a cozy atmosphere that would have been comforting under different circumstances. As we walked through the house, I couldn't help but notice how quiet it was. "Are you the only guests here?" I asked, curious. Aaron nodded.
"I rented out the entire B&B for our stay. I wanted Lily to have some peace and quiet."
I raised an eyebrow, impressed. Renting out an entire B&B, even a small one like this, couldn't be cheap. It was becoming clear that Aaron had significant financial means at his disposal. I thought back to the substantial sum he had offered for finding Lily, an amount I had initially protested as too much. Now it seemed more in line with his apparent wealth. Aaron led us into what had once been Peter's study, now converted into a cozy sitting room. A cheerful fire crackled in the fireplace, at odds with the somber mood. Overstuffed armchairs and a floral print sofa were arranged around a coffee table, upon which sat a half-empty mug of what smelled like strong coffee and a laptop open to a social media page. Lily's, I presumed. In the last 2 months, Ginger had taken it upon himself to teach me more about technology and social media.
In the modern world,
he'd insisted,
understanding these things could be crucial to solving cases.
I had to admit he was right. The digital footprints people left behind often held vital clues. Still, I couldn't help but feel a bit out of my depth. Just last week, Sarah had called me to tell me that little Emily, barely 5, had figured out how to search for cartoons on YouTube all by herself. At this rate, my granddaughter would be teaching me how to hack into government databases before I mastered the art of the selfie.
"Please sit,"
Aaron said, gesturing to the chairs. He remained standing, too restless to settle.
What did you find?
I lowered myself into one of the armchairs, and Ginger hopped up onto the arm of the chair. We found this at the beach, I said, carefully unfolding the beach towel we'd discovered. It was hidden behind a toilet in the public restrooms. We were hoping you could confirm if it belongs to Lily. Aaron's eyes widened as he saw the towel. He reached out with trembling hands, taking it from me.
Yes,
he whispered, his voice thick with emotion.
Yes, this is Lily's. She had it for years. It was a gift from her mother.
He clutched the towel to his chest, his knuckles white. For a moment, I thought he might break down, but he took a deep breath, visibly steeling himself.
Where exactly did you find this?
He asked, his voice steadier now. I explained about our search of the beach and how Ginger had picked up Lily's scent near the restrooms. As I spoke, I couldn't help but notice Aaron's gaze continually drifting to the window, as if hoping to see Lily walking up the path at any moment. Aaron, I said gently, has Lily been acting differently lately? Anything out of the ordinary? He tore his gaze from the window, focusing back on me.
I'm not sure.
Maybe? He ran a hand through his hair, making it stand up even more.
She's been quiet, but that's not unusual. Lily's always been introspective, especially since her mother passed. But...
He trailed off, his brow furrowing in concentration.
Now that you mention it, she has been staying up late. I've caught her a few times just standing by the window, staring out at the ocean. When I asked her about it, she said she was just thinking.
Thinking about what? I prompted. Aaron shook his head.
She wouldn't say. Just gave me that smile of hers, the one that doesn't quite reach her eyes, and said it was nothing important.
I glanced at the open laptop on the nearby table. I couldn't help but notice Lily's social media account is open on your laptop. Has she posted anything unusual lately? Aaron looked surprised, then a bit sheepish.
Oh, I don't have her password or anything, but I've been checking her public posts, hoping for any clues. Recently, she's been reposting a lot from various history groups. Nothing specific to Oceanview Cove, just general historical facts and trivia. And then there's the music.
He trailed off, looking troubled. I prompted him to continue.
She's been sharing these new metal bands she's discovered. Really heavy stuff, not at all what she used to listen to before her mom passed. I think it's her way of dealing with the grief, but it's so different from the Lily I know.
Ginger, who had been quietly observing, let out a soft meow.
Heavy metal? Well, that's one way to drown out your sorrows. Though personally, I prefer the soothing sounds of a can opener.
I raised an eyebrow, surprised. Remembering Lily's casual, almost preppy style from our encounter this morning, I couldn't quite picture her head-banging to heavy metal. That does seem like quite a change. Has she talked to you about this new interest in music? Aaron shook his head.
Not really. When I asked, she just said it helped her feel, I don't know, stronger maybe? Like she could face anything. I didn't push it. I figured if it was helping her cope, who was I to judge?
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, who gave a small nod. Aaron, I said carefully, would it be all right if we had a look at Lily's room? There might be something there that could give us a clue about where she's gone. Aaron nodded, standing up.
Of course, I'll show you the way.
We made our way upstairs, the wood creaking softly under our feet. The upstairs hallway welcomed us with the warm glow of antique wall sconces, their soft light illuminating floral wallpaper, and the air carried a faint scent of old books. Lily's room was easy to spot. A bright yellow sticky note adorned the door, her name written in looping handwriting that hinted at a creative spirit. Aaron hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the vintage brass doorknob before finally turning it and pushing the door open with a gentle creak. The room beyond was a study in organized chaos, a snapshot of teenage life frozen in time. It was cozy, as B&B rooms often are, but Lily had transformed it into her personal haven during her short stay. A leather suitcase lay open on the braided rug, clothes spilling out as if she'd been searching for something in a hurry. The wrought iron bed frame held a double mattress, unmade, with a handmade patchwork quilt bunched up at the foot, its colorful squares at odds with the muted tones of the room. Aaron moved to the bed, picking up a well-worn teddy bear that sat among the rumpled pillows. His eyes misted over as he held it. "Mr. Snuggles," he said softly. "Lily's had him since she was 3. I can't believe she still brings him everywhere." He gently set the bear back down, then moved to the dresser. A collection of seashells was arranged neatly on top. "She's always loved the ocean," Aaron explained, his voice thick with emotion. "Every time we'd visit the beach, she'd come back with pockets full of shells. Said each one had a story to tell." Next to the shells stood a small, ornate music box. Aaron opened it, and a gentle melody filled the room. "This was her mother's," he said quietly. "Lily started carrying it with her everywhere after we lost Claire." His eyes then fell on a stack of books on the nightstand. "She's always been a voracious reader," Aaron commented, picking up the top book. "Lately, she's been into historical fiction, said it helps her escape to different times and places." As Aaron spoke, my eye caught on something poking out from under the bed. Kneeling down, with no small amount of creaking from my joints, I reached out and pulled it free. It was a leather-bound journal, its cover worn smooth with use. Aaron's eyes widened in recognition. "That's Lily's journal. She's been writing in it constantly since we arrived, but she never showed me what was inside." "This could be crucial," I said, holding up the journal. "It might give us some insight into her state of mind, maybe even where she's gone." Aaron nodded slowly, his expression conflicted. I've always respected her privacy, but given the circumstances—" He trailed off, clearly torn. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Ginger huffed, sensing Aaron's reluctance. "The girl's missing. I think she'd forgive a little snooping if it means we find her." I nodded, both to Ginger and to Aaron. "I know it's not easy, but right now finding Lily is the most important thing. Shall we take a look together?" Aaron hesitated for a moment longer, then nodded. "You're right. Let's see what we can find." We settled on the edge of the bed, the journal open between us. The first few pages were filled with fairly typical teenage musings. Complaints about school, thoughts on friends, song lyrics. But as we flipped further in, the entries began to change. Lily's neat handwriting gave way to hurried scrawls, and the margins were filled with sketches. "I've never seen her draw like this before," Aaron murmured, tracing a finger over one of the sketches. "She's always been more into words than pictures." As we turned another page, a slip of paper fell out. I picked it up, recognizing it as a receipt. It was from Harborside Books, a small independent bookstore situated right below our detective agency office. The item purchased was listed simply as map. "Another lead," I said, tucking the receipt into my pocket. "We'll have to check out this bookstore tomorrow." Aaron nodded, his eyes still fixed on the journal. Do you think this will help us find her?" "It's a start," I assured him. "Every piece of information brings us closer to understanding what happened. Would it be all right if I take the journal with me? I'd like to show the drawings to the bookstore owner tomorrow. They might recognize something." Aaron hesitated, then nodded. "Of course, anything that might help find Lily." "For now, though, I think we all need to get some rest. It's late, and we'll need our energy for tomorrow," I added. Then, trying to inject some hope into my voice, I said, "And who knows? Maybe Lily will come home on her own by morning." Aaron's eyes brightened slightly at the thought. "You're right. Maybe she will. He clung to that possibility, clearly needing something to hold on to. Try to get some sleep, Aaron, I said gently. We'll start fresh in the morning. I'll come by first thing and we'll plan our next steps. He nodded, his eyes already starting to droop. Thank you, Jim, for everything. And please, promise me you'll wake me if there's any news at all. You have my word, I said solemnly. The walk back to our house was quiet, both Ginger and I lost in our thoughts. The weight of Lily's journal seemed to grow heavier in my pocket with each step. As we reached our front door, Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming in the moonlight.
Well, old man, looks like we've got our work cut out for us tomorrow.
I nodded, suppressing a yawn as I fumbled with my keys. That we do, partner, that we do. We stepped inside, the familiar scent of home washing over us. Despite the gravity of the situation, I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief at being back in our own space. The living room, with its well-worn armchair and overflowing bookshelves, seemed to welcome us back, offering a moment of comfort amidst the uncertainty of the case. I moved to the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water and refilling Ginger's bowl. As I leaned against the counter, I found myself staring at the calendar on the wall, wondering how long it would take to solve this mystery and bring Lily home safely.
You're thinking too loud again,
Ginger observed, padding into the kitchen.
Try to turn that brain of yours off for a few hours, Jim. We can't help Lily if we're too exhausted to think straight.
I smiled wryly at my feline partner's wisdom. You're right, as usual. Get some rest, Ginger. Something tells me we're going to need all our wits about us in the morning. Ginger was already making his way to his favorite sleeping spot on the windowsill.
You'll have to tell me twice. Good night, Jim.
Good night, Ginger, I replied, my voice already thick with approaching sleep. As I settled into bed, my mind was still racing with thoughts of Lily, the journal, and what tomorrow might bring. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting soft shadows across the room. I found myself staring at the ceiling, piecing together the events of the day, trying to make sense of it all. But exhaustion soon won out, and I drifted off into a fitful sleep, the challenges of the new day waiting just beyond the horizon. My last conscious thought was a silent promise to Lily, wherever she might be, that we would find her and bring her home. Chapter 6. The insistent squawking of a particularly enthusiastic seagull roused me from my sleep. I blinked groggily, the events of the previous night flooding back as consciousness returned. Lily Robinson was still missing, and we had a mystery to solve. I rolled over, my joints protesting the movement, to find Ginger perched on the nightstand, his green eyes fixed on me with an expression that could only be described as impatient.
Good morning, sleepyhead, he meowed. I was beginning to think I'd have to knock over that glass of water to get you moving.
I glanced at the precariously placed glass, then back at Ginger. You wouldn't dare. His whiskers twitched in a smirk.
Try me.
As if to prove his point, Ginger's tail swished dangerously close to the glass. He fixed me with a challenging stare, slowly raising his paw. All right, I conceded, sitting up quickly. I'm awake. No need for feline waterworks. Ginger lowered his paw, looking entirely too pleased with himself.
Works every time, he purred.
With a groan, I hauled myself out of bed, shuffling towards the bathroom. The face that greeted me in the mirror looked as tired as I felt. Eyes puffy from lack of sleep, stubble dotting my chin, and hair sticking up at odd angles. I splashed some cold water on my face, hoping it would help shake off the lingering fog of sleep.
You know,
Ginger called from the bedroom,
if you don't hurry, I might just have to test my water-spilling skills on your slippers. I hear they're much more absorbent than the nightstand.
You're a menace, you know that?
I prefer the term motivational expert, came the smug reply.
As I went through my morning routine, my mind wandered to Lily. Where was she now? Was she safe? The weight of responsibility settled heavily on my shoulders. I found myself moving on autopilot, mechanically brushing my teeth and combing my thinning hair while scenarios, each more worrying than the last, played out in my imagination. Dressed and somewhat more awake, I made my way to the kitchen, Ginger trotting at my heels. The familiar scent of coffee filled the air as I set about preparing breakfast. Scrambled eggs for me, a can of tuna for my feline partner.
Any calls?
Ginger asked as I placed his bowl on the floor. I checked my phone, a spark of hope quickly extinguished. Nothing from Aaron. I guess Lily hasn't come home yet. Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully as he delicately picked at his tuna.
Not surprising. If it were that easy, we wouldn't have much of a case, would we?
I sighed, taking a sip of my coffee. I suppose not. Still, I can't help but hope for a simple solution.
Simple solutions are for simple minds, Ginger quipped. And whatever else you might be, Jim, you're not simple-minded.
I chuckled, oddly comforted by Ginger's backhanded compliment. We finished our breakfast in companionable silence, both lost in thought about the day ahead. As we stepped out of the house, a brisk breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and salt water. The rising sun bathed the quiet streets in a soft golden glow, its warm light accentuating the charming details of the quaint storefronts. Oceanview Cove was gradually awakening. Shopkeepers flipped their closed signs to open. Dedicated locals power-walked along the sidewalks, and the rhythmic sound of the tide blended with the occasional squawk of a gull overhead. Our first stop of the day was Harborside Books, the quaint bookstore situated just below our office. As we approached, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Lily had visited this place just a few days ago, before her disappearance. She had been so close to us, literally right under our noses, and we hadn't even known it. The storefront was a charming mishmash of old and new. Large bay windows showcased an eclectic array of books, everything from the latest bestsellers to ancient-looking tomes bound in faded leather. A hand-painted sign hung above the door, the words Harborside Books spelled out in flowing script. Beneath it, in smaller letters, Where Every Book Tells a Story. A small bell tinkled as we pushed open the door, announcing our arrival. The interior of the shop was a bibliophile's dream. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with volumes of all shapes and sizes, cozy reading nooks tucked into corners, and the unmistakable scent of old paper and leather that all good bookstores seem to possess. For a moment, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. It reminded me of my old library back when I first started working there, before computers and e-readers had taken over, when the card catalog was still king, and the rustle of turning pages was the loudest sound you'd hear. Behind the counter stood Everett Grimes, the shopkeeper. I'd seen him almost every day on my way up to the office, but our interactions had never progressed much beyond polite nods and the occasional "good morning." Now, as I approached with purpose, I took the time to really look at him. Everett was a man in his late 60s, with a wild mane of white hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and thick-rimmed glasses that sat askew on his nose. He wore a tweed jacket with elbow patches, despite the warmth of the store, and a bow tie that looked like it had seen better days. His fingers, I noticed, were stained with ink, testament to his love of the written word. "Well, well," Everett said, peering at us over the top of his glasses. "If it isn't the famous detective duo. To what do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Butterfield? Finally decided to broaden your literary horizons beyond those dusty old mystery novels?" I chuckled, approaching the counter. Good morning, Mr. Grimes. I'm afraid this isn't a social call. We're here about a missing person case. Everett's eyebrows shot up.
Missing persons, you say? How intriguing. And here I thought the most exciting thing to happen in this town lately was Mrs. Abernathy's cat going missing. Again.
If only it were that simple, I sighed. We're looking for a teenage girl named Lily Robinson. She's been missing since yesterday afternoon. We found a receipt from your store in her journal, and we're hoping you might remember her. Everett's eyes lit up with recognition.
Ah, yes. The curious young lady with the peculiar questions. Came in just 2 days ago, she did. Quite the inquisitive mind, that one.
Peculiar questions? I prompted, leaning in. Everett nodded enthusiastically, his wild hair bobbing with the movement.
Oh, yes, most peculiar indeed. She was asking about local legends, you see. Not your run-of-the-mill ghost stories or tales of tragic love. No. This girl was interested in the deep lore, the hidden histories of Oceanview Cove.
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, who had hopped up onto the counter and was listening intently. What kind of hidden histories are we talking about, Mr. Grimes? Everett's eyes darted around the shop, as if checking for eavesdroppers. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
Have you ever heard, Mr. Butterfield, of the legend of Captain Blackheart's lost treasure?
I blinked, taken aback. I can't say that I have. Everett's face split into a wide grin.
Oh, it's a tale as old as the town itself. Captain Nathaniel Blackheart Morgan was a notorious pirate who terrorized these waters in the early 18th century. Legend has it that he amassed a fortune in gold and jewels, but was mortally wounded in his last battle. With his dying breath, he ordered his crew to hide the treasure somewhere along this very coastline.
And let me guess,
Ginger meowed sarcastically, though to Everett it would have sounded like a normal cat noise.
No one's ever found it?
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at Ginger's commentary and focused on Everett. And you're saying Lily was interested in this legend? Everett nodded vigorously.
Interested? My dear man, she was obsessed. Kept asking about old maps, local geographical anomalies, anything that might point to where the treasure could be hidden. I tell you, that girl had the spark of a true adventurer in her eyes.
I frowned, trying to reconcile this image with what Aaron had told us about his daughter. I pulled out the receipt we'd found in Lily's journal. She purchased a map from you, correct? Can you tell me more about it?
Ah, yes,
Everett exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He ducked behind the counter, rummaging around for a moment before emerging with a large rolled-up piece of paper.
One of my special maps, hand-drawn, you know. Shows all the potential hiding spots for Blackheart's treasure based on local legends and my own extensive research.
I unrolled the map, my eyebrows rising as I took in the intricate drawings and notations. It was beautifully crafted, I had to admit, even though I doubted its accuracy. The coastline of Oceanview Cove was painstakingly detailed, with various X's and cryptic symbols scattered across it. Mr. Grimes, I said carefully, you do realize that this treasure, it's just a legend, right? There's no actual evidence that it exists. Everett's eyes widened in mock offense.
No evidence? My dear Mr. Butterfield, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because we haven't found it yet doesn't mean it isn't out there, waiting to be discovered by someone with the courage to look.
And the gullibility to believe in fairy tales,
Ginger muttered under his breath. I shot Ginger a warning glance before turning back to Everett. Mr. Grimes, I appreciate the information, but we're trying to find a missing girl. Do you remember anything else about Lily? Anything that might help us locate her? Everett's excitement dimmed slightly, replaced by a look of concern.
I'm sorry, I got carried away. Let me think.
He tapped his chin thoughtfully.
She did mention something about wanting to explore some old historical sites around town. Said they matched up with some markings on an old coin she'd found on the beach.
This caught my attention. Old historical sites? Can you be more specific?
Oh, they're all marked on that map she bought, Everett said, his eyes twinkling. Local legends, you see. Most folks around here don't pay them much mind, but they're all there on the map. Lighthouse, old caves, mysterious rock formations, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. This could be very helpful. I paused, then added, Actually, I think I'll buy a copy of that map as well. It might help us retrace Lily's steps. Everett's face lit up.
Excellent choice. Who knows, you might even stumble upon old Blackheart's treasure yourself, he chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
As he rang up the purchase, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. Where would this map lead us? I carefully rolled up the map, tucking it under my arm. As I was about to thank Mr. Grimes and leave, I remembered Lily's journal. Oh, Mr. Grimes, there's one more thing. I pulled out the journal and flipped it open to one of the pages filled with drawings. Do these sketches look familiar to you? Everett peered at the journal, adjusting his glasses. His eyes widened in recognition, and he let out a low whistle.
Well, I'll be. These are quite something. Yes, indeed, they do look familiar.
He pointed to several symbols.
These here, they're remarkably similar to some of the markers on the map. See this spiral? It represents a whirlpool in the legend. And these wavy lines could be a representation of the tides, or maybe some natural formations around town.
His finger traced a series of interconnected circles.
Now this is interesting. It looks like she's trying to map out a network of some kind. Could be her interpretation of the local legends. Clever girl, making her own notes and connections.
Everett looked up at me, his expression a mix of admiration and concern.
I must say, Mr. Butterfield, your young friend has quite an eye for detail. She's pieced together parts of the legend that even I hadn't considered. I do hope she hasn't gone looking for these places, though. Some of them can be quite dangerous if you're not careful.
I nodded, tucking the journal away. Thank you again, Mr. Grimes. You've been incredibly helpful. If you remember anything else, please don't hesitate to contact me. Everett beamed, clearly pleased.
Of course, of course. Always happy to assist a fellow adventurer, or detective in your case.
As we left the bookstore, the little bell tinkling behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we just stumbled onto something big. Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully as we made our way up the narrow staircase to our office.
Well,
he said once we were inside,
that was certainly interesting.
I sank into my chair, spreading out the map on the desk. That's one word for it. What do you make of all this, Ginger? Do you think Lily could really be treasure hunting? Ginger hopped onto the desk, his paws delicately avoiding the map as he settled into his usual spot.
It's possible. Grief makes people do strange things, and the idea of a grand adventure might have been appealing to a girl who's lost her mother.
But the Robinsons seemed quite well off, I mused, thinking back to Aaron's generous offer and the rented-out B&B. Why would someone from a wealthy family go searching for buried treasure? Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully.
Maybe it's not about the money. Some treasures are more valuable than gold, Jim. Like answers, or a sense of purpose.
I nodded, tracing the coastline on the map with my finger. As I contemplated Ginger's words, there was a knock at the door. We exchanged a glance, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. "Come in," I called out. The door swung open to reveal Emma, a resident astrologer, in all her colorful glory. Today, she was wearing a flowing purple caftan adorned with silver stars, and enough jangling bracelets to rival a wind chime in a hurricane. Her silver hair was braided intricately, woven through with ribbons of various shades of blue.
Jim! Ginger!
she exclaimed, sweeping into the room.
"The stars told me you'd be in need of my services today."
I raised an eyebrow, exchanging an amused glance with Ginger. Did they now? And what services might those be, Emma? She beamed, reaching into one of the many pockets of her caftan.
"Mystical protection, of course. I brought you a lucky charm. You'll need it for this case, I'm sure of it."
With a flourish, she produced a small cloth bag, tied with a silver ribbon.
"This contains a very special crystal, charged under the full moon and blessed with ancient incantations. It will guide you to the truth and protect you from harm."
I accepted the bag, feeling a bit foolish, but touched by her concern nonetheless. "Thank you, Emma. That's very thoughtful of you."
"Think nothing of it, dear,"
she said, waving a hand airily. The movement sent her bracelets into a frenzy of tinkling.
"Now, tell me about this case of yours. The whole town's abuzz with rumors."
I sighed, not surprised that news had traveled so fast in our small community. "We're looking for a missing teenager, Lily Robinson. She disappeared yesterday afternoon." Emma's eyes widened.
"Oh, how dreadful! The poor girl's father must be beside himself with worry."
I nodded grimly. "He is. Emma, you haven't by any chance, seen anything in the stars about where Lily might be, have you?" She looked at me sharply, her usually dreamy expression replaced by one of keen interest.
"Jim Butterfield, are you asking me for a celestial consultation?"
I felt my face heat up. We're exploring all possibilities, you understand." Emma's face broke into a wide smile.
"Oh, Jim, I knew you'd come around to the cosmic wisdom eventually. Let me see."
She closed her eyes, her hands moving in elaborate patterns through the air.
I'm sensing water. Yes, definitely water. And darkness. Hidden things coming to light."
I leaned forward despite myself. "Hidden things? Like what?" Emma's eyes snapped open.
"I'm not sure yet. The celestial energies are in flux, but don't worry, a clue will come soon. The stars are aligning in your favor."
Just then, my phone rang, startling us both. I fumbled for it, my heart rate picking up when I saw it was Aaron calling. "Aaron, what is it? Have you heard from Lily?" I asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of my voice.
No news about Lily,"
Aaron's voice came through, tinged with a mix of disappointment and confusion.
"But something strange has happened. A package just arrived at the B&B addressed to Lily."
I sat up straighter, my mind racing. "A package? What kind of package?"
"I'm not sure," Aaron replied. "It's about the size of a shoebox, wrapped in brown paper. The address is handwritten, but there's no return address."
"Have you opened it?" I asked, already reaching for my coat.
"No, I wasn't sure if I should. What if it's a clue? Or what if it's something dangerous?"
"You did the right thing, Aaron," I assured him. "Sit tight. We're on our way. Don't touch the package until we get there, okay?"
"Okay,"
Aaron agreed, his voice shaky.
"Please, hurry, Jim. I have a strange feeling about this."
I ended the call and turned to Emma and Ginger, briefly explaining about the package. Emma's eyes widened.
"Oh, Jim, you must let me come with you. You'll need celestial protection to open that package safely."
I sighed, but nodded in agreement. "All right, Emma, you can come along." Ginger's green eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and skepticism.
"This case just keeps getting more interesting, doesn't it?"
As we headed out the door, my thoughts raced with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A package for a missing girl, a treasure map, and now celestial predictions. What had we gotten ourselves into? Chapter 7. Emma's collection of jangling bracelets announced our arrival at the B&B before we even reached the porch. I noticed Aaron peering out from behind the lace curtains, his expression a mixture of relief and bewilderment as he caught sight of our eclectic trio: a retired librarian, a cat, and a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a New Age festival. The front door swung open before we could knock, revealing Aaron in the same rumpled clothes he'd been wearing the day before. The lines on his face seemed deeper, etched by worry, and his eyes were bloodshot, a mix of exhaustion and desperate hope evident in his gaze. Bags had formed under his eyes, a testament to a sleepless night.
"Jim, thank goodness you're here,"
he said, his voice hoarse. His gaze shifted to Emma, curiosity momentarily overriding his anxiety.
"And who might this be?"
I cleared my throat. Aaron, this is Emma Estrella. She's sort of a partner in our investigation. Emma beamed, her silver star earrings swinging wildly as she extended her hand.
"Pleasure to meet you, dear. I'm Oceanview Cove's resident astrologer and purveyor of cosmic wisdom."
Aaron's eyebrows shot up as he shook her hand, clearly unsure how to respond. His gaze flicked between Emma, Ginger, and me, a question forming on his lips. I could almost hear the gears turning in his head. First, he discovers I have a cat for a partner, and now an eccentric astrologer has joined the team. I suppressed a chuckle, imagining the conclusions he might be drawing about the unusual investigative methods of Oceanview Cove. "Don't worry," I said, patting Aaron's shoulder as we stepped inside. "Emma's talents might surprise you." The interior of the B&B was just as I remembered it from yesterday, but somehow it felt different. The warm, inviting atmosphere that had struck me before now seemed muted, overshadowed by the weight of Lily's absence. The antique furniture and floral wallpaper remained, but they appeared subdued, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for its missing occupant to return. Aaron led us to the living room, where a brown paper package sat on the coffee table. It was about the size of a shoebox, wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with twine. The address was written in a neat, precise hand, but as Aaron had mentioned, there was no return address.
"It arrived about half an hour ago,"
Aaron explained, wringing his hands.
"I haven't touched it since I called you."
Emma approached the package, her caftan rustling as she moved. She circled the table slowly, her eyes closed and her hands hovering over the mysterious parcel. The scent of her perfume mingled with the B&B's usual potpourri aroma.
"I sense a great energy surrounding this package,"
Emma declared, her voice taking on a mystical quality.
"We must proceed with caution. The celestial forces are in flux."
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, who had taken up a position on the arm of the sofa. His green eyes sparkled with barely contained amusement.
"Oh, yes,"
he meowed sarcastically.
"I'm sure the cosmic forces are very concerned with a cardboard box. Perhaps we should consult the spirits of the packing peanuts while we're at it."
I bit back a laugh, covering it with a cough. Sometimes I wondered if Ginger's commentary was a blessing or a curse. Emma began to sway gently, her eyes still closed.
"We must create a circle of protection before we open this package. The stars demand it."
Aaron looked at me, his expression a mix of confusion and desperation. I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring nod. "It's all part of the process," I said, though I wasn't entirely sure what that process was myself. For the next few minutes, we watched as Emma performed what she called a ritual of celestial protection. She sprinkled what looked like glitter around the package, muttered incantations in a language I couldn't identify, and waved her arms in elaborate patterns that sent her bracelets into a frenzy of jingling. Ginger observed the proceedings with an air of feline disdain.
If this is what passes for detective work these days, I think I'll stick to napping and chasing mice, he muttered.
Finally, Emma opened her eyes, a serene smile on her face.
The package is now protected by the cosmic forces, she announced. We may open it safely.
With a flourish, she untied the twine and carefully unwrapped the brown paper. We all leaned in, breaths held, as she lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of crumpled newspaper, was a sleek, modern metal detector. Beside it lay a folded piece of paper. Aaron reached for the note with trembling hands. He unfolded it, his eyes scanning the contents quickly.
It says, "Find the treasure before it's too late,"
he read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. The room fell silent as we absorbed this new development. The ticking of the antique clock in the corner seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet.
Well,
Ginger meowed, breaking the silence.
I guess we can rule out Lily running away to join the circus. Unless it's a very technologically advanced circus with a sideline and treasure hunting.
I shot him a look, grateful that Aaron couldn't understand Ginger's commentary. Despite the tension in the room, I felt a small smile tugging at my lips. Ginger's quips, even in serious situations, had a way of lightening the mood.
"What does this mean?"
Aaron asked, looking between Emma and me.
Is she really looking for treasure?"
I picked up the metal detector, turning it over in my hands. It was a high-end model, far more sophisticated than the kind you'd find in a hobby shop. "It seems that way," I said slowly. "I spoke with Mr. Grimes at the bookstore earlier. He mentioned that Lily had been asking about local legends, specifically about a pirate's treasure. She even bought a map from him." Emma's eyes lit up.
"The stars whispered of hidden things coming to light," she said excitedly. "This must be what they meant."
I nodded, my mind racing. "Aaron, despite what Mr. Grimes told me, I have to ask. Did Lily ever mention anything to you about treasure hunting, or show any interest in these local legends?" Aaron's brow furrowed in confusion.
"Treasure hunting? No, nothing like that. She was interested in the town's history, but she never said anything about treasure."
He paused, looking troubled.
"I don't understand. I've always given Lily everything she wanted. She has a generous allowance. Why would she suddenly be interested in finding treasure?"
"That's what we need to find out," I said, hefting the metal detector. "It seems there's more to Lily's disappearance than we initially thought. The map, this metal detector, the note about finding the treasure before it's too late. It all points to something bigger going on." "Well," I continued, "I think it's time we did some treasure hunting of our own. We need to retrace Lily's steps and see where this leads us." And so, armed with the metal detector and Everett's map, our motley crew set out for the beach. The mid-morning sun peeked out through scattered clouds as we made our way across the sand, cool and damp beneath our feet. A brisk breeze carried the scent of salt and decaying seaweed. The rhythmic crash of waves provided a soothing backdrop to our tense mission, the water a steely gray under the autumn sky. Emma led the way, her caftan billowing in the sea breeze, making her look like a purple sail gliding across the sand.
"I know every inch of this beach," she declared proudly. "I stroll here almost every night, gazing at the stars. They speak more clearly by the water, you know."
Aaron trudged along beside me, his eyes constantly scanning the beach as if hoping to spot Lily at any moment. The metal detector was slung over his shoulder, bouncing against his back with each step. Ginger trotted ahead, his paws leaving delicate imprints in the sand.
"I hope you realize," he meowed, glancing back at me, "that if we actually find a treasure chest full of gold doubloons, I expect a significant cut. I have expensive tastes in tuna, you know."
I smiled despite myself. Leave it to Ginger to think about his stomach at a time like this. We started our search near the dunes, where the beach met the grassy hillside. Emma insisted this was a powerful spot, where the energy of the land met the energy of the sea. Whether that was true or not, it seemed as good a place to start as any. Aaron switched on the metal detector, and its electronic hum joined the symphony of beach sounds. Waves crashing, seagulls crying, and the distant barking of dogs being walked by their bundled-up owners enjoying the crisp autumn morning. Ginger's tail twitched in annoyance.
"Great, just what we need. The beach chorus of yappy dogs. Because nothing says peaceful morning like furry alarm clocks on legs," he meowed sarcastically.
For nearly an hour, we combed the area, our hopes rising and falling with each beep of the metal detector. Most turned out to be false alarms. Bits of aluminum can, old coins, or bottle caps buried in the sand. The sun climbed higher in the sky, but the air remained cool and brisk. A gust of wind sent a shiver down my spine, and I pulled my coat tighter around me. The sand, which had been damp when we arrived, now crunched softly under our feet, scattered with autumn leaves that had blown in from the nearby trees. Aaron's movements became more frantic as time wore on, his sweeps with the metal detector growing wider and less controlled. The hope that had briefly flickered in his eyes when we discovered the package was fading fast. "This is useless," he muttered, pausing to wipe sweat from his brow. "We're never going to find anything. We're wasting time." I was about to suggest we take a break when the metal detector suddenly emitted a high-pitched squeal. Aaron froze, his knuckles white as he gripped the device. "I've got something!" he shouted, his voice crackling with excitement. We all rushed over, forming a circle around the spot where the metal detector was screaming its electronic song. Aaron dropped to his knees, his hands scrabbling in the sand. "Hold on," I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Let's do this carefully. We don't want to damage anything." Ginger, who had been lounging in a patch of weak sunlight, trying to soak up what little warmth he could, sauntered over.
"Finally, some action," he meowed. "I was beginning to think we'd be out here until my fur turned as white as the winter snow."
I knelt down beside Aaron, gently brushing away the sand. The metal detector's cry grew louder as we dug deeper. My fingers brushed against something hard and cool. Excitement surged through me as I carefully extracted the object from its sandy tomb. It was a key. Old and rusted, its intricate design barely visible beneath years of corrosion. It was larger than a modern key, its bow ornately decorated with what looked like intertwining serpents. "Odd design for a key," I said, holding it up to the light. It looked old and hand-forged, and not like any I had seen before. Is that it?" Aaron asked, his voice a mixture of disappointment and curiosity. "Just an old key?" Emma leaned in, her eyes wide with excitement. "Not just any key," she breathed. "A key touched by destiny. The stars have guided us to this very moment." Ginger snorted.
"Yes, I'm sure the cosmic forces are very interested in old locksmithing. Perhaps it's the key to Poseidon's liquor cabinet."
I turned the key over in my hands. It wasn't treasure in the traditional sense, but it was certainly intriguing. Why would an old key like this be buried in the sand? And more importantly, did it have anything to do with Lily's disappearance? "We should keep this," I said, pocketing the key. "It might be important." Aaron nodded, though he looked unconvinced. "But what about Lily? We're no closer to finding her." I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the tension in his muscles. This key might be a clue, Aaron. We need to follow every lead, no matter how small it seems. Emma nodded sagely.
The universe works in mysterious ways. This key could unlock more than just a door. It could unlock the mystery of Lily's disappearance.
I saw Ginger roll his eyes at Emma's pronouncement, but for once, he kept his sarcastic comments to himself. "What now?" Aaron asked, his gaze drifting out to sea, as if hoping to spot Lily walking along the water's edge. I pulled out Everett's map, spreading it out on a relatively flat piece of sand. The sea breeze tried to snatch it away, but I weighed down the corners with shells. "We follow the map," I said, tracing the coastline with my finger. "This key could open something marked on here." Aaron peered at the map, his brow furrowed. "There are so many locations marked. It could take a full day to check them all." "Then we'd better get started," I said, folding the map and tucking it away. But then turned to Aaron, realizing we hadn't discussed one crucial step. "Aaron, have you been to the police station yet to file a report?" Aaron's face fell. I completely forgot about going to the police," he admitted, shame coloring his voice. "With everything that's happened." "It's understandable," I assured him. "You've been under a lot of stress. But the more people we have looking for Lily, the better our chances of finding her quickly. The police might be able to track Lily's phone, which could be a huge help." Emma perked up at this.
"Oh, I'll go with Aaron," she offered. "I know just how to talk to Sheriff Miller. We had quite the conversation after your interrogation, Jim."
Aaron's eyebrows shot up. "Interrogation? What interrogation?" I felt heat rise to my cheeks. It's a long story," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. Emma patted Aaron's arm.
"Don't you worry, dear. I'll fill you in on all the juicy details on our way to the station. It's quite the tale."
I could see curiosity warring with concern on Aaron's face. He clearly wanted to know more about this interrogation business, but his worry for Lily was still at the forefront of his mind. "All right," he said finally. "We'll go to the police. But you'll keep looking, won't you, Jim?" I nodded solemnly. "Of course. Ginger and I will follow up on these map locations. We'll contact you immediately if we find anything." As we prepared to go our separate ways, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. We were venturing into unknown territory, armed with nothing but an old key, a fanciful map, and the determination to find a missing girl. Emma and Aaron headed off towards town, Emma's voice carrying on the breeze as she began regaling Aaron with the story of my brief stint as a murder suspect. I watched them go, hoping that the police would be able to provide some concrete help in our search. "Well, partner," I said to Ginger, who was busy grooming sand out of his paws, "looks like it's just you and me again." Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming with determination.
"Just like old times," he meowed. "No, I have to say, I never thought I'd be longing for the days when our biggest challenge was deciphering Emma's star charts."
I chuckled, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. "Me too, Ginger, me too. But Lily needs our help, and we can't let her down." I paused, looking out over the vast expanse of beach before us. Something tells me this case is about to get a lot more complicated. Chapter 8. The mid-morning sun struggled to break through a blanket of thick gray clouds as Ginger and I set out to follow Everett's treasure map. I unfolded the map, its edges already starting to fray from frequent handling. The parchment-like paper crinkled softly as I spread it out on the hood of my seldom-used Buick LeSabre. a vehicle that had spent more time gathering dust in my driveway than on the road since I'd moved to this quaint coastal town. "Well, old friend," I murmured, patting the car's faded blue paint, "looks like we're going on an adventure today." Ginger, who had been fastidiously grooming himself on the front step, padded over to investigate. He hopped up onto the hood with feline grace, his paws leaving delicate imprints on the map.
"I hope you don't expect me to navigate,"
he meowed, eyeing the complex network of lines and symbols skeptically.
"My expertise lies more in napping and looking disdainfully at humans, not cartography."
I chuckled, gently shooing him off the map. "No worries, partner. I think I can handle the navigation. Though I have to admit, this is quite different from deciphering the twists and turns of a mystery novel plot." Ginger's whiskers twitched in a smirk.
"Well, as long as you don't lead us off a cliff, I suppose I'll trust your rusty skills. Just remember, if we end up lost at sea, I'm commandeering this vessel and leaving you to the sharks."
I folded the map and tucked it into my coat pocket, then opened the car door. The hinges creaked in protest, reminding me of how long it had been since I'd last driven. "Hop in, Captain," I said to Ginger. "Your ship awaits." Ginger leapt gracefully onto the passenger seat, turning in a circle before settling down.
"Ah, the luxury,"
he purred, kneading the worn upholstery with his paws.
"I could get used to this mode of transportation, much better than trudging through sand and dodging the occasional crab."
As I slid into the driver's seat, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. "You know," I said, running my hand over the steering wheel, "I probably should use this car more often. But Oceanview Cove is so small, and everything's within walking distance. Plus, the doctor back home did say I should get more exercise."
"Now spare me the health lecture,"
Ginger interrupted, his tail swishing impatiently.
"Aren't those torturous morning runs for the past 2 months enough? We've got a missing girl to find, remember? You can contemplate your cardiovascular fitness later. And don't worry, we'll get back to our runs once we find her."
He had a point. With a nod, I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, coughing and wheezing like an old man waking from a long nap. "Come on, old girl," I muttered, giving the dashboard an encouraging pat. "Don't fail me now." After a few more sputters and a concerning rattle, the engine settled into a steady purr. I backed out of the driveway, the unfamiliar sensation of driving making me grip the wheel a bit tighter than necessary. Our first stop, according to Everett's map, was a small cove just outside of town. The narrow road wound through dense woods, the trees arching overhead to form a yellow-orange tunnel. The car bumped and jolted over potholes, each one eliciting a disgruntled meow from Ginger.
"I'm beginning to think walking wasn't such a bad idea after all," he grumbled,
digging his claws into the seat cushion.
"At least the ground doesn't try to launch me into the air every few seconds."
I chuckled, slowing down to navigate a particularly sharp curve. "Sorry about that. I forgot how rough these back roads can be. We're almost there, though." The trees suddenly gave way to a breathtaking view of the ocean. The cove spread out before us, a small crescent of sand hugged by towering cliffs. Waves crashed against the rocks, sending up plumes of white spray. It was beautiful, but also isolated and a bit eerie. I parked the car in a small gravel lot, and we made our way down to the beach. The sand here was coarser than at the main beach, mixed with pebbles and bits of driftwood. "Well," I said, pulling out the map, "according to this, there should be some kind of marker around here. Something about the eagle's beak?" Ginger sniffed the air, his whiskers twitching.
"Eagle's beak, you say? How poetic. I don't suppose our map-making friend bothered to mention that eagles aren't exactly common in these parts.
I scanned the cliffs, searching for anything that might resemble an eagle's beak. The rocks were weathered and jagged, carved by centuries of wind and waves into fantastic shapes. After several minutes of searching, I spotted a formation that, with a generous amount of imagination, could be seen as a bird's beak. "There!" I pointed. "Do you see it?" Ginger followed my gaze, his tail swishing skeptically.
If by it you mean a vaguely beak-shaped rock, then yes, I see it. Though I think calling it an eagle's beak is a bit of a stretch. More like a seagull with a severe underbite.
Despite Ginger's sarcasm, I felt a surge of excitement. We were on the right track. I hurried towards the rock formation, my shoes slipping on the wet sand. As we got closer, I could see that there was a small cave at the base of the beak. "This has to be it," I said, peering into the darkness of the cave. "Lily must have come here." Ginger padded up beside me, his fur standing on end.
"I don't like this, Jim. That cave looks like the perfect home for something with far too many legs and a taste for curious cats."
I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing a small, damp cavern. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming small pools on the rocky floor. But there was no sign of Lily, or of anything that might be considered treasure.
"Well, that was a waste of time,"
Ginger grumbled as we made our way back to the car.
"Unless Lily's turned into a particularly elusive hermit crab, I don't think she's been here."
I sighed, brushing sand off my pants. "You're right, but we can't give up. There are still more locations on the map." Our next stop was an old lighthouse on the outskirts of town. It stood tall and proud on a rocky outcropping, its white paint peeling to reveal weathered gray stone underneath. A spiral staircase wound around the exterior, leading up to the lantern room at the top. "Now this is more like it," I said, excitement creeping back into my voice. "This lighthouse has been here since the town was founded. If there's any place that might hide a secret, it's this." Ginger eyed the structure warily.
"Wonderful. Nothing says safe and sensible quite like climbing a rusty staircase on the side of a glorified candle holder."
Despite Ginger's reservations, we made our way up the stairs. Each step creaked ominously under my weight, the wind whistling through the railings. By the time we reached the top, I was out of breath and my legs were shaking. "Remind me," I panted, leaning against the railing, "to add climbing lighthouse stairs to my exercise routine." Ginger, who had bounded up the steps with feline ease, looked supremely unimpressed.
"Oh, yes, because nothing says physical fitness quite like having a heart attack 100 feet in the air."
The view from the top was spectacular. The entire town of Oceanview Cove spread out below us, a patchwork of colorful roofs and winding streets. The town square looked like a miniature garden from this height. Beyond the town limits, dense forests stretched inland, their autumn foliage a riot of reds, golds, and oranges. The ocean stretched to the horizon, a vast expanse of deep blue dotted with white-capped waves. Fishing boats bobbed in the harbor, looking like toys from our vantage point. But once again, there was no sign of Lily. The lantern room was empty, save for the massive Fresnel lens, outdated equipment, and logbooks filled with faded handwriting. We searched every nook and cranny, our footsteps echoing in the confined space, but came up empty-handed. Even Ginger's keen nose couldn't detect any trace of Lily's presence. As the day wore on, we visited several more locations marked on the map. An old abandoned quarry on the edge of town, where the only treasure we found was a family of disgruntled raccoons. Ginger muttered something about trash pandas being distant cousins of his. but I decided not to pursue that particular genealogical discussion. A secluded beach accessible only by a treacherous path down a cliff face, which nearly resulted in me taking an unplanned swim. Ginger, perched safely on a rock, helpfully pointed out that I moved with all the grace of a drunken elephant seal. I made a mental note to cut back on his premium cat food. An overgrown garden behind the town's oldest house, where we disturbed nothing more exciting than a colony of fat bumblebees. Ginger got into a staring contest with a particularly plump bee, which he insisted was giving him the evil eye. I had to remind him that insects don't generally have facial expressions. We even checked out an old well behind the town hall, which Ginger referred to as the wishing well of broken dreams. The only wish it granted us was a face full of cobwebs and a startled frog that nearly gave me a heart attack when it leaped out at us. By late afternoon, we were both tired, frustrated, and no closer to finding Lily. The sun was starting to dip towards the horizon, transforming the sky into a canvas of soft purples and deep blues, with streaks of golden light breaking through the clouds. "One more stop," I said, consulting the map. "The town's historical museum. It's not marked on here, but given Lily's interest in local history, it's worth checking out." Ginger, who had been dozing in the passenger seat, cracked open one eye. "Oh, joy," he drawled, "because nothing says exciting climax to our day quite like dusty artifacts and faded photographs." I chose to ignore his sarcasm as I navigated through the quiet streets of Oceanview Cove. The museum was housed in one of the oldest buildings in town, a stately Victorian mansion that had been converted for public use decades ago. Its white paint was immaculate, the brass fixtures on the door gleaming in the late afternoon sun. As we approached the entrance, I noticed a sign indicating that the museum would be closing in half an hour. "Just in time," I murmured, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The interior of the museum was cool and dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of old books and polish. Display cases lined the walls, filled with an eclectic array of artifacts, everything from ancient Native American tools to Victorian-era clothing. An elderly woman sat behind a desk near the entrance, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. She looked up as we entered, her eyes lighting up with recognition.
"Well, if it isn't our famous detective duo," she exclaimed, her voice warm and slightly gravelly. "Welcome to the Oceanview Cove Historical Museum. I'm Dorothy, the curator."
Her gaze fell on Ginger, and she added with a wink,
"Normally, we don't allow pets in the museum, but I think we can make an exception for Oceanview Cove's most distinguished feline investigator."
I approached the desk, Ginger following close behind. "Thank you, Dorothy. That's very kind of you," I said. "Actually, we're here on a case. We're looking for information about a girl who might have visited recently. Her name is Lily Robinson." Dorothy's face lit up with recognition.
"Oh, yes, the curious young lady. She was here just a few days ago. Spent almost an hour poring over our maritime history section. Asked all sorts of questions about shipwrecks and pirate legends."
I nodded, feeling a sense of confirmation. This aligned perfectly with what Everett had told us at the bookstore. "That's her. Did she mention anything about where she might be going, or what she was looking for specifically?" Dorothy shook her head.
"I'm afraid not. She was very interested in our exhibits, but didn't say much about her personal plans. She did seem particularly fascinated by one of our paintings, though. Would you like to see it?"
I nodded eagerly, and Dorothy led us through the museum to a large oil painting hanging on the far wall. It depicted a violent storm at sea, with a ship being tossed about on monstrous waves. In the background, barely visible through the spray and mist, loomed a rocky coastline.
"This is The wreck of the Merry Maiden, Dorothy explained. It was painted in 1837 by a local artist named Jeremiah Campbell. The Merry Maiden was a merchant ship that went down off our coast during a terrible storm. Legend has it that she was carrying a fortune in gold and jewels.
I studied the painting closely. The artist had captured the fury of the storm with remarkable skill. You could almost feel the wind and taste the salt spray. In one corner of the painting, I noticed a small detail that made my breath catch. A tiny figure on the ship's deck, hands raised to the sky in desperation. "Is that supposed to be Captain Blackheart?" I asked, remembering the legend Everett had told us about. Dorothy's eyebrows rose in surprise.
My, you do know the local history. Yes, that figure is believed to represent Captain Nathaniel Blackheart Morgan, though I should point out that much of what we know about Captain Blackheart is more legend than fact.
She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
You see, while it's true that there was a Captain Morgan who sailed these waters in the early 18th century, much of the legend about his buried treasure was likely invented by local storytellers in the 19th century. It became quite the popular tale, especially after this painting was unveiled.
I nodded, absorbing this new information. So the treasure might not be real at all? Dorothy shrugged.
Who can say for certain? The sea keeps many secrets. What we do know is that there have been numerous shipwrecks along our coast over the centuries. It's entirely possible that there is treasure out there somewhere, though perhaps not the vast pirate horde of legend.
As Dorothy spoke, Ginger had been staring intently at the painting. Suddenly, he let out a soft meow, his tail twitching excitedly.
"Jim," he murmured, "look at the lighthouse in the background. There's something odd about it."
I stepped closer to the painting, following Ginger's gaze. Sure enough, in the distant background, barely visible through the painted storm, was a lighthouse. At first glance, it looked like a normal part of the scene, but upon closer inspection, I noticed something peculiar. The lighthouse's beams seemed to be pointing in an unusual direction, not out to sea as one would expect, but towards a specific point on the rocky coastline depicted in the painting. "Dorothy," I said, turning to the curator, "I've just noticed something interesting about this painting. Have you ever seen anything unusual about the lighthouse in the background?" Dorothy stepped closer, peering at the area I indicated.
The lighthouse? I can't say I've ever paid much attention to it. It's such a small detail in the overall composition.
I pointed out the strange angle of the lighthouse beam. See how the light isn't pointing out to sea? It seems to be illuminating a specific spot on the coast. Does that strike you as odd? Dorothy's eyes widened as she noticed the detail.
Well, I'll be, she murmured. In all my years here, I've never noticed that before. How very strange indeed.
I studied the painting more closely, my mind racing. Could this be a clue left behind by the artist? Or perhaps something Lily had noticed during her visit? The possibilities were intriguing. As we stood there, contemplating the painting, the last rays of sunlight streaming through the windows began to fade. Dorothy glanced at her watch, then at the darkening sky outside.
"Oh my," she said, a note of apology in her voice. "I'm afraid I've lost track of time. We really do need to close up now. I have to prepare the museum for tomorrow's visitors."
She paused, looking at us curiously.
"Is there anything else I can help you with before you go?"
I smiled to Dorothy, making a mental note to find an image of the painting online later. "No, thank you. You've been incredibly helpful." As we made our way back to the entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were onto something. The painting, the legend of Captain Blackheart, the lighthouse's beam, all these elements seemed to be pieces of a big puzzle. "What do you think, Ginger?" I asked as we stepped out into the cool evening air. After everything we've learned today at the bookstore and in the museum, it seems pretty clear that Lily is indeed on a treasure hunt, doesn't it? Ginger stretched lazily, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
I'd say so. The map, the historical research, the metal detector, that odd detail in the painting. It all points to a genuine quest for Captain Blackheart's legendary treasure. But we're still missing something crucial.
I nodded, my brow furrowed in concentration. You're right. We know what she's after, but we don't know where she's gone. There's got to be some vital clue we're overlooking, some piece of information that would tell us where Lily might have headed.
Exactly,
Ginger meowed.
We've got the what, but we're missing the where. And in a treasure hunt, location is everything.
Chapter 9. Ginger and I had barely made it down the museum's stone steps when a familiar figure caught my eye. Aaron Robinson was hurrying toward us, clutching a stack of papers in one hand. "Jim, thank goodness I found you!" Aaron called out, his voice a mix of relief and frustration. "I've been trying to reach you for half an hour. Why aren't you answering your phone?" I patted my pocket, feeling a twinge of guilt as I remembered. "I'm sorry, Aaron. I put it on silent when we entered the museum. But what are you doing here? I thought you were going to go to the police station with Emma." Aaron nodded, his eyes darting between me and Ginger. "We did. Emma was quite something. I think Sheriff Miller was a bit overwhelmed by her unique approach." I could only imagine. Emma's celestial consultations could be a lot to handle, even for those of us who knew her well. For the gruff Sheriff Miller, it must have been quite the experience. "How did it go?" I asked, genuinely curious about the outcome. Aaron ran a hand through his hair, a gesture I was beginning to recognize as a sign of his frustration. "Sheriff Miller was, well, let's just say he wasn't exactly warm and fuzzy, but he did promise to start an investigation." I nodded, relieved that the police were finally involved. Even if Sheriff Miller wasn't the most personable of law enforcement officers, he was thorough in his work. "That's good news, Aaron. Every bit of help counts," I said, trying to inject some optimism into my voice. Aaron's gaze fell on the papers in his hand, and he seemed to remember why he'd been looking for me. "Oh, right. I've been doing some investigating of my own. I put up flyers all over town." He held up one of the papers, and I saw Lily's smiling face looking back at me. "I've been questioning locals, too, showing them Lily's picture. Thought maybe someone might have seen her." I felt a surge of admiration for Aaron's determination. Despite his obvious exhaustion, he was leaving no stone unturned in the search for his daughter. "That's great work, Aaron," I said sincerely. "Have you had any luck?" Aaron's face fell slightly. "Not really. A few people thought they might have seen her, but nothing concrete. It's like she just vanished." I exchanged a glance with Ginger, who was sitting patiently at my feet. His tail twitched slightly, a sign that he was paying close attention to our conversation. "Well, we've been following up on some leads of our own," I said, deciding to fill Aaron in on our day's activities. "We visited several locations marked on that map from the bookstore. The lighthouse, the old quarry, even a secluded beach. But we didn't find any solid clues." Aaron's brow furrowed. "No sign of her at all?" "We didn't find any direct signs of Lily," I explained, "but we did gather some interesting information at the museum. Remember what I told you about Everett's map and the legend of Captain Blackheart's treasure?" Aaron nodded, his brow furrowing. "Yes, you did mention it earlier. What about it?" "Well, it seems Lily was here a few days ago, asking a lot of questions about maritime history, especially shipwrecks and buried treasure. The curator, Dorothy, remembered her being particularly interested in the legend of Captain Blackheart. I paused, letting the information sink in. When we combine this with what we learned at the bookstore and the metal detector Lily received, well, it all points to one conclusion. Aaron's face paled as he connected the dots. You think she's actually out there searching for this treasure? I nodded grimly. That's exactly what I think, Aaron. Lily seems to have taken this treasure hunt very seriously. Aaron's swayed slightly on his feet. I reached out to steady him, concerned by his reaction. Aaron, are you all right? He nodded weakly. Yes, I can't believe it. Lily, treasure hunting? It seems so unlike her. She's always been such a sensible girl. I guided Aaron to a nearby bench, worried he might collapse if we kept standing. As we sat down, Ginger hopped up between us, his green eyes fixed on Aaron with what seemed like genuine concern. Grief can make people do unexpected things, I said gently. And teenagers, well, they can be unpredictable at the best of times. Aaron nodded, his gaze distant. I suppose you're right. It's just, I thought I knew her so well. But lately, it feels like she's slipping away from me. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the distant sound of waves and the occasional call of a seagull. Then, Aaron seemed to remember something, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. Wait, I found something else, he said, rummaging through his stack of papers. In the trash at the B&B. I know I shouldn't have been going through the garbage, but I was desperate for any clue. He pulled out a crumpled flyer, smoothing it out on his knee. It's for a town ghost tour. I think Lily might have gone on it the night before she disappeared. I leaned in to examine the flyer. It was garishly designed, with cartoon ghosts and dripping blood font advertising, Oceanview Cove's Spookiest Night Tour. The tour was scheduled to start at 10 p.m., which struck me as rather late. This is interesting, I mused. But Aaron, didn't you know if Lily went on this tour or not? And come to think of it, how did Lily manage to visit the museum and bookstore by herself? Aaron's face flushed slightly, and he looked down at his hands. I've been trying to give Lily some space since her mother passed. She's been through so much, and I didn't want to smother her. Plus, I'm not really into all this history stuff. I'm more of an outdoors person myself. He sighed heavily. After our traditional morning seashell hunt, I've been letting Lily explore Oceanview Cove on her own, as long as she promises to be back before sunset. The ghost tour, though, I think she must have snuck out for that. I wouldn't have allowed her to go out so late, not on her own. I nodded, understanding Aaron's dilemma. Parenting a teenager was challenging enough without the added complications of grief and a new environment. Still, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Lily had been given a lot of freedom in a town she barely knew. I see, I said, keeping my tone neutral. Well, this ghost tour could be a solid lead. We should definitely check it out. Aaron straightened up, a determined look on his face. I'll go with you. Maybe someone on the tour remembered seeing Lily. I looked at Aaron closely, noting the dark circles under his eyes and the slump of his shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot and puffy, his clothes rumpled. He looked utterly exhausted, like a man running on nothing but worry and caffeine. Aaron, I said gently, I appreciate your dedication, but I think you need to rest. You look like you're about to fall over. But I can't just sit around doing nothing, Aaron protested weakly. You're not doing nothing, I assured him. You've done a lot today, putting up flyers, talking to people, dealing with the police. The best thing you can do now is go back to the B&B and get some sleep. You need to be rested in case Lily comes home. Aaron seemed to deflate slightly, the fight going out of him. You're right, he admitted. I am pretty tired. Come on, I said, standing up. "I'll drive you back to the B&B in my car." We made our way to my Buick, Ginger trotting along beside us. The drive to the B&B was short and quiet, with Aaron staring out the window, lost in thought. When we arrived, I made sure Aaron made it inside safely before heading home with Ginger. As we pulled into my driveway, I glanced at my watch. It was just past 7 p.m., which meant we had a few hours before the ghost tour started at 10. "Well, partner," I said to Ginger as we entered the house, "we've got some time to kill. How about dinner and a quick nap before our next adventure?" Ginger's tail swished approvingly.
"Now you're speaking my language, old man. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten the importance of a good meal and a proper cat nap."
I chuckled as I headed to the kitchen. "How could I forget? You remind me often enough." As I prepared a simple dinner of canned soup and toast for myself and opened a can of premium cat food for Ginger, I couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. We'd covered a lot of ground, both literally and figuratively, but Lily was still missing. The ghost tour seemed like our best lead, but it felt like we were still missing something crucial. After we'd eaten, I picked up the phone to call the number on the ghost tour flyer. A cheerful woman's voice answered after a few rings.
Oceanview Cove Ghost Tours, where the past comes alive. How can I help you?
"Hello," I said. "I'd like to book a place on tonight's tour, please."
"Certainly," the woman chirped. "How many will be in your party?"
I glanced at Ginger, who was watching me with interest. One person and a cat." There was a pause on the other end of the line.
"I'm sorry. Did you say a cat?"
"That's right," I confirmed, feeling slightly foolish. Ginger's whiskers twitched in amusement.
"Oh, this should be good," he meowed. "Maybe you should ask if they offer a discount for feline investigators."
I stifled a laugh as the woman on the phone continued.
"Well, I suppose that's all right. We don't have any rules against pets. The only rule we have is that children under 14 must be accompanied by an adult."
"That's not a problem," I assured her. "We're both well over 14. As I hung up the phone, I turned to Ginger with a smirk. "So, partner, are you over 14? Ginger's whiskers twitched in amusement.
"Jim, you should know by now that cats don't have the same sense of time as humans. Though, considering our recent adventures, especially that boat chase, I'd say I'm at least on my third life. Does that count?"
I chuckled, shaking my head. "I suppose it does. You know, Lily is 15. She would have been able to go on this tour by herself." Ginger nodded sagely.
"Clever girl. Though I have to say, sneaking out for a ghost tour seems like a tame act of rebellion compared to going on a full-blown treasure hunt."
"Good point," I said, frowning slightly. "I wonder why she went on this tour. What was she hoping to learn?" As I settled into my armchair for a quick nap, I found myself wondering what we might discover on this ghost tour. Would it lead us closer to finding Lily, or would it be another dead end? The next thing I knew, Ginger was pawing at my face, his whiskers tickling my nose.
"Wake up, Sherlock. It's ghost hunting time."
I blinked groggily, fumbling for my watch. It was 9:40 p.m. I'd slept longer than I'd intended, but I felt refreshed and ready for our nocturnal adventure. We arrived at the town center just as the clock tower chimed 10 p.m. The square, usually bustling with activity during the day, had taken on an eerie quality at night. A small group had gathered near the central fountain, which was illuminated from below, creating strange, shifting patterns on the faces of those assembled. Our tour guide, a tall, thin man dressed in a Victorian-style suit, complete with a top hat, was addressing the group as we approached. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls," he intoned in a theatrically spooky voice. Welcome to the Oceanview Cove Ghost Tour. I am your guide, Professor Mortimer Shade, and I will be leading you through the dark and twisted history of our seemingly peaceful town. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the melodramatic introduction. Beside me, Ginger let out a soft snort.
Professor Shade? More like Professor Ham. I've seen less overacting in a high school production of Macbeth.
As we joined the group, I took stock of our fellow tour-goers. There were a handful of teenagers, giggling nervously and clutching their phones. A couple of families with younger children stood near the back, the parents looking slightly apprehensive. And then there was me, a retired librarian with a cat at his heels. I suddenly felt very out of place. "Shall we begin our journey into the unknown?" Professor Shade asked, his voice dropping to a stage whisper. With a flourish of his cape, he led us away from the town square and into the narrow, winding streets of old Oceanview Cove. Our first stop was outside an imposing Victorian mansion, its windows dark and shuttered. Professor Shade turned to face us, his face illuminated from below by the flashlight he held, creating grotesque shadows. "This, my brave explorers, is the old Richardson Manor," he began. "Built in 1856 by Oscar Richardson, one of Oceanview Cove's most prosperous and notorious citizens. Legend has it that Oscar Richardson made his fortune through less than legal means, and that the ghosts of those he wronged still haunt these very walls." As if on cue, a gust of wind rattled the shutters, causing several of the teenagers to jump and squeal. A nearby tree branch scraped against a window, creating an eerie, drawn-out screech. Professor Shade's eyes widened dramatically, and he raised his hands, fingers splayed like claws. "Listen! The spirits are restless tonight." I had to admit, the professor had a flair for timing and theatrics. Even Ginger seemed impressed, his tail puffed up slightly despite his usual skepticism. We moved on through the town, stopping at various locations, each with its own spooky tale. The old courthouse, where the ghost of a wrongly convicted man was said to still proclaim his innocence. The docks, where the spectral form of a drowned sailor was rumored to appear on foggy nights. With each stop, Professor Shade's stories grew more elaborate and his gestures more dramatic. Despite myself, I found the tour oddly entertaining. The history woven into the ghost stories was fascinating, and I could see why it might have appealed to someone like Lily, with her interest in the town's past. As we walked, I kept my eyes peeled for any signs that might relate to Lily's treasure hunt. I noticed that many of the locations on our tour corresponded to marks on Everett's map. Could Lily have been using the ghost tour as a cover for her own exploration? Ginger padded along beside me, his keen eyes taking in every detail. Occasionally, he'd offer a sarcastic comment that only I could understand.
"Now look,"
he deadpanned as we passed an old graveyard.
"More spooky graves. How original. I haven't seen this many cliches since I last watched a B-movie horror marathon."
Despite Ginger's running commentary, I could tell he was just as alert as I was, watching for any clues that might help us find Lily. As the tour progressed, I couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. Here I was, a man well past retirement age, on a ghost tour primarily populated by teenagers and families with young children. And my child was a sardonic cat with a penchant for solving mysteries. I made a mental note not to share this particular thought with Ginger. He'd never let me hear the end of it. Our final stop of the night was at the old lighthouse we'd visited earlier that day. In the darkness, illuminated only by the beam of its light sweeping across the water, it looked far more imposing than it had in the daylight. I found myself studying the path of the beam, remembering the painting we'd seen in the museum. Where exactly was that light pointing? Could it be indicating the location of the treasure as the artwork had suggested? Professor Shade's voice took on an even more ominous tone as he began his final tale. And now, dear friends, we come to our most chilling location. This lighthouse has stood sentinel over Oceanview Cove for over 2 centuries, guiding ships safely to harbor. But on stormy nights, some say they can still hear the anguished cries of Captain Nathaniel Blackheart Morgan, whose ship, the Merry Maiden, met its doom on these very rocks. I perked up at the mention of Captain Blackheart. This was the first time on the tour that the legendary pirate had been mentioned. Professor Shade continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow still carried to the whole group. Legend has it that Blackheart's treasure still lies hidden somewhere along this coast, guarded by the restless spirit of the captain himself. Some brave souls have tried to find it over the years, but all have failed. Perhaps the treasure is cursed, doomed to remain hidden for all eternity. As the professor concluded his tale with a final dramatic flourish, I exchanged a significant look with Ginger. Why had Lily been so captivated by this particular legend? Was there something about the Blackheart story that we were missing? Some clue that had led her to believe the treasure was real? The tour ended back at the town square, with Professor Shade taking an exaggerated bow as the group applauded. He then produced a vintage top hat from seemingly nowhere, holding it out to collect the tour fees. Thank you, brave souls, for joining me on this journey into Oceanview Cove's haunted past, he intoned. May the spirits be kind to you, until we meet again. As the tour-goers lined up to pay, fishing out bills from wallets and purses, I hung back, waiting for my chance to speak with the professor. Ginger sat patiently at my heels, his tail twitching slightly in anticipation. The ghost tour had been entertaining. Professor Shade certainly knew how to spin a yarn. But now it was time to get down to business. We needed answers, and I hoped the flamboyant tour guide might be able to provide them. As the last of the group dispersed, I stepped forward. It was time to ask some questions. Chapter 10. As the last of the ghost tour participants drifted away into the night, their excited chatter fading into the distance, I approached Professor Mortimer Shade. The self-proclaimed expert on Oceanview Cove's spectral residents stood near the old town fountain, carefully counting the night's earnings. His Victorian-style outfit looked even more outlandish up close, the velvet of his jacket slightly worn at the elbows, his cape a bit frayed at the edges, and his top hat adorned with a faded silk ribbon. I fished out the tour fee from my wallet, the crisp bills feeling almost reluctant to leave my fingers. As I dropped them into the vintage top hat, now repurposed as a cash receptacle, I cleared my throat. Quite the performance tonight, Professor. Shade looked up, his theatrical demeanor softening slightly as he took in my appearance. I must have stood out. A man of my age, sans the usual family entourage, with a cat in tow. His eyes, heavily lined with kohl to enhance his ghostly persona, widened slightly. I wondered if he had recognized us as the famous detective duo, or if he was too immersed in the past to follow modern-day news. Perhaps he only kept up with ghost news. Thank you, good sir, he replied, a hint of his normal voice sneaking through the affected spooky tone. I do try to provide an educational yet thrilling experience for all. I nodded, then dove right in. I was wondering if you might remember a particular guest from a recent tour, a teenage girl named Lily Robinson. She's gone missing, and we're trying to find her. The change in Shade's demeanor was immediate. The theatrical air dropped away entirely, replaced by genuine concern. Missing? Oh my, that's terrible. Yes, I do remember her. Bright young thing, full of questions. What kind of questions? I pressed, leaning in slightly. Shade furrowed his brow, the white grease paint on his forehead creasing. She was particularly interested in the legend of Captain Blackheart's treasure. Kept asking about where it might be hidden, specific locations, that sort of thing. I exchanged a quick glance with Ginger, who sat attentively at my feet. His tail twitched slightly, a sign I'd come to recognize as keen interest. What did you tell her? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Shade shrugged, his cape rustling with the movement. The usual spiel, really. That it could be anywhere along Oceanview Cove's coastline. I mentioned that people have been searching for centuries without any luck. He paused, then added, I did tell her about an old rumor from the 20th century. Some folks back then thought the treasure might be hidden in tunnels under the town. My ears perked up at this. It was the first time I'd heard mention of these tunnels. Tunnels under the town? Shade nodded, warming to his subject. Oh yes, it was quite the sensation back then. People went searching in droves. Problem was, many of them got lost. Never seen again, if you believe the stories. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. What happened to the tunnels? The government sealed them up, Shade replied. Or so the story goes. Nobody knows exactly where they were. Most folks these days think they're just a myth, like the treasure itself. I mulled this over, a concerning thought forming. Could Lily have somehow found these tunnels? The idea of her lost in a maze of underground passages was deeply unsettling. Thank you, Professor, I said, offering my hand. You've been very helpful. Shade shook it firmly, his expression serious. I do hope you find her, Mr. Butterfield, I supplied. Jim Butterfield. Recognition dawned in Shade's eyes, and I realized he had been so immersed in his ghostly persona that he hadn't recognized me earlier. The detective? Well, if anyone can find her, it's you. Good luck, Mr. Butterfield. As Ginger and I walked away from the town square, the gears in my mind were turning. The hidden tunnels seemed like our best lead so far, but where to start looking for something that most people believed was a myth? Well, Ginger meowed as we strolled down the quiet street. Looks like we've traded ghost hunting for tunnel hunting. I don't suppose your detective skills extend to spelunking. Not exactly, but I think I know where we might get some more information. The salty breeze was our next stop. Despite the late hour, a warm glow spilled from its windows, a beacon of comfort in the chill autumn night. The old building seemed to sag slightly under the weight of its years. Its weathered clapboard siding painted a faded blue that reminded me of a storm-tossed sea. As I pushed open the heavy wooden door, the familiar sense of beer, fried food, and old wood enveloped us. Unlike our last visit, the bar was subdued. The few patrons scattered about were slumped over their drinks, lost in their own thoughts or the bottom of their glasses. No one looked up or cheered at our entrance this time. Behind the bar, Sean was polishing glasses with the absent-minded dedication of a man who'd performed the task 1,000 times before. His silver hair caught the warm light of the hanging lamps, giving him an almost ethereal glow. As we approached, he looked up, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Jim, Ginger," he greeted us warmly. "Back so soon? What'll it be tonight?" I settled onto a bar stool, feeling the events of the day weighing heavily on my shoulders. "You know what, Sean? I think I won't say no to that librarian cocktail of yours. It's been quite a day." "Coming right up," Sean nodded, reaching for bottles.
And for your distinguished feline companion?
A saucer of cream as usual, I replied, glancing down at Ginger, who had made himself comfortable on the stool next to me.
Cream?
Ginger meowed indignantly.
After the day we've had? I was hoping for something a bit stronger. Maybe a catnip mojito?
I stifled a laugh as Sean set our drinks before us. The librarian cocktail looked as intriguing as always, its deep amber color reminding me of old book bindings.
So,
Sean said, leaning on the bar,
how goes the search? Any leads on young Lily?
I took a sip of my drink, savoring the complex flavors before answering. We've made some progress, but she's still out there somewhere. Did you manage to get any information from your patrons? Sean's face fell slightly.
I'm afraid not, Jim. I've been asking around, showing her picture, but no one seems to have seen her. It's like she just vanished into thin air.
I nodded, trying not to let my disappointment show. Well, we appreciate you trying. Actually, there's something else I wanted to ask you about. Have you ever heard anything about hidden tunnels under the town? Sean's eyebrow shot up, his hand pausing mid-wipe on a glass.
Hidden tunnels? Now that's a blast from the past. It's been years since I heard anyone mention those.
So you have heard of them? I leaned forward, interest piqued.
Oh, sure, Sean nodded. It's an old legend. Supposed to be a network of tunnels under Oceanview Cove, dating back to who knows when. Smugglers' route, some say. Others think they might have been used during Prohibition.
Do you think they really exist? I asked. Sean shrugged.
Hard to say. I've never seen them myself, but that doesn't mean they're not there. You know, if you're really interested, you might want to check out the old construction plans at the town hall. The clerks there would probably be happy to help our famous detective duo.
I felt a flush of embarrassment at the famous comment, but filed away the suggestion. The town hall records could indeed be a valuable resource. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of that earlier. As a former librarian, I should have known that old records and plans could hold the key to unraveling this mystery. It was a reminder that, despite my new career as a detective, I still had a lot to learn about investigating outside the realm of books. There's one more thing, I said, remembering the painting from the museum. We saw an old painting today of a shipwreck. There was a lighthouse in it, and its beams seemed to be pointing at something specific on the coast. I can't help but wonder if it might be indicating where these tunnels start. Sean's eyes lit up.
Now that's interesting. What was the painting called? Do you remember?
I nodded, recalling the placard beneath the artwork. It was called The Wreck of the Merry Maiden by Jeremiah Campbell, painted in 1837, if I remember correctly.
Ah, I know that one, Sean said, nodding. It's quite famous around here. You know, we could probably figure out where that beam is pointing. Here, let me show you something.
To my surprise, Sean pulled out a sleek smartphone from his pocket. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Here I was, supposedly a modern detective, and Sean, who was older than me, was more tech-savvy.
My granddaughter showed me how to use this thing, Sean explained, his fingers moving deftly over the screen. It's right handy sometimes. Let's see if we can find that painting online.
As Sean searched, I found myself newly amazed at how technology had changed things. In my old days as a librarian, this kind of instant information access would have seemed like science fiction.
Here we go,
Sean said triumphantly, turning the phone so I could see. On the screen was a high-resolution image of the painting we'd seen in the museum.
Now,
Sean continued, manipulating the image with his fingers,
if we follow the line of that lighthouse beam.
We both leaned in, studying the screen intently. The beam from the painted lighthouse extended out over the turbulent sea, eventually intersecting with a point on the rocky coastline.
Well, I'll be,
Sean muttered.
It looks like it's pointing to somewhere just beyond the harbor. You might be onto something, Jim. That could very well be where an entrance to these tunnels might be.
I felt a surge of excitement. This was the most concrete lead we'd had all day. Sean, you're a genius. Can you send me that image?
Sure thing,
Sean nodded.
I can send it to you through WhatsApp or maybe AirDrop if you've got an iPhone.
I hesitated, suddenly remembering the ancient flip phone in my pocket. Actually, Sean, I'm not sure if my phone can do either of those things. It's not exactly the latest model. Sean looked at me curiously, then chuckled.
No worries, Jim. How about I email it to you instead? You can check it when you get back to your office.
Relieved, I nodded and gave Sean my email address. As I did so, I couldn't help but feel a bit like a relic. Here I was, a detective in the 21st century, unable to receive a simple picture message. Ginger, who had been quietly lapping at his cream, looked up at me with what I swore was amusement in his eyes.
"Welcome to the digital age, Sherlock," he meowed. "Next thing you know, you'll be solving crimes via video chat. Just make sure you figure out how to turn the camera on first."
I chose to ignore Ginger's jab, instead focusing on the task at hand. "Thank you, Sean. This could be incredibly helpful." Sean waved off my thanks.
Happy to help, Jim. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right? If these tunnels do exist, they could be dangerous.
I nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, we'll take all necessary precautions." As Ginger and I stepped out of the salty breeze, the cool embrace of the night enveloped us. The cozy warmth of the bar gave way to the crisp autumn air. Oceanview Cove had settled into its nighttime quiet, the streets now empty save for the occasional rustling of wind through the trees. We walked in companionable silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. The enormity of what we were dealing with was starting to sink in. A missing girl, a centuries-old legend, and now the possibility of hidden tunnels beneath the town. It was like something out of one of the mystery novels I love to read, except this was all too real. As we approached my house, I couldn't help but voice the concern that had been gnawing at me all evening. "It's been 2 nights now, Ginger. 2 nights since Lily disappeared. Do you think she's still alive?" Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming in the moonlight.
"Don't go down that road, Jim. We have to believe she's out there waiting to be found. Besides, if she's half as stubborn as you are, I'm sure she's fine."
I smiled weakly at Ginger's attempt at reassurance. "I hope you're right." As I unlocked the front door, the familiar creak of the hinges welcomed us home. The house felt a bit too quiet after the bustle of our day, but the comfort of familiar surroundings was reassuring. I moved through the rooms, switching on the warm golden glow of table lamps, filling the space with a gentle light that chased away the evening shadows. In the kitchen, I mechanically went through the motions of making a cup of tea, the routine offering a small comfort. Ginger hopped up onto the counter, watching me with those knowing eyes of his.
"You should get some sleep," he meowed softly. "Tomorrow's gonna be a big day."
I nodded, cradling the warm mug in my hands. "You're right. We've got a lot to do. The town hall records, that spot on the coast. We're close to something. I can feel it."
"We'll find her, Jim,"
Ginger said, his usual sarcasm absent for once.
"We have to."
As I settled into bed that night, my thoughts were a jumble of clues and questions. The image of the lighthouse beam pointing to that mysterious spot on the coast kept floating to the forefront of my mind. What secrets might we uncover there? Could it really be an entrance to the fabled tunnels? And if we did find them, would they lead us to Lily? Sleep was elusive, my thoughts too chaotic to settle. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lily's face, her expression a mix of fear and determination. Was she lost in those tunnels right now, searching for a treasure that might not even exist? At some point in the early hours of the morning, I must have drifted off. My dreams were a confused jumble of images, lighthouses and tunnels, pirate ships and hidden treasures. Through it all, Lily's face kept appearing, always just out of reach. Chapter 11. The soft glow of the laptop screen illuminated our faces as Ginger and I huddled over the device in our cramped office early the next morning. The image Sean had emailed me of the wreck of the Merry Maiden filled the screen, its details now crisp and clear in the digital format. Outside, the town was just beginning to stir, the first rays of dawn peeking over the horizon. Inside, the painting's turbulent sea and foreboding sky seemed to come alive in the dim light of our office, making me feel as if I could reach out and touch the choppy waves. The scent of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, a necessary fuel for our early start on the investigation. I leaned in closer, my nose almost touching the screen, as I tried to discern any new details that might have escaped us at the museum or during our quick glance at the bar. We were hoping to spot something, anything, that could give us a more precise location before heading to the town hall. The beam from the lighthouse stretched across the canvas, a thin line of white cutting through the storm-tossed waters. My eyes followed its path, tracing to where it intersected with the rocky coastline, searching for any hidden clues in the artist's brushstrokes.
"See anything new?"
Ginger asked, his tail swishing impatiently behind him. I sighed, leaning back in my creaky office chair. Not really. It's just as Sean said. The beam is pointing to somewhere just beyond the harbor. At least we have a direction now, but it's still frustratingly vague. Ginger's whiskers twitched in a frown.
"Well, it's more than we had a day ago, though I have to say, I'm not looking forward to combing every inch of coastline beyond the harbor. My paws are still recovering from our last beach expedition."
I chuckled, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. Don't worry, partner. We won't be combing the coastline blindly. First, we need to check those old town plans at the hall. They should give us a better idea of where exactly these tunnels might be. Once we have that information, our search will be much more focused. As I powered down the laptop, I pulled out my phone, checking for any missed calls or messages. But there was no word from Aaron. I sighed, remembering the drawn curtains at the B&B when we left home earlier. Still no call from Aaron, I murmured, pocketing the device. Those curtains were shut tight when we passed by. Poor guy must be exhausted after a sleepless night. Ginger's ears twitched sympathetically.
"Can't blame him for catching up on sleep. Let's hope it helps clear his head. We'll need him sharp if we're going to find Lily."
With a nod, I grabbed my coat and we headed out. The walk to the town hall was short, the cool morning breeze ruffling my thinning hair as we made our way through Oceanview Cove's quiet streets. The town hall stood before us, a sturdy building made of red brick and white stone that spoke of the town's rich history. Its clock tower chimed the hour as we approached. As we climbed the worn stone steps, their edges softened by countless footsteps over the years, I felt a sense of anticipation. If there were answers about the tunnels, they'd be here, tucked away in some forgotten corner of this old building. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of old paper and furniture polish. Our footsteps echoed on the polished marble floor as we made our way to the clerk's desk. Behind it sat a man who looked as if he'd been part of the building since its construction. His wispy white hair formed a halo around his balding pate, and round glasses perched on the end of his nose. He looked up as we approached, his eyes narrowing slightly.
"Can I help you?"
he asked, his voice creaky with age. I cleared my throat. Yes, I'm Jim Butterfield. I was hoping to look at some old construction plans of the town, particularly anything related to underground structures or tunnels. The clerk's eyebrows shot up.
Ah, Mr. Butterfield, I know who you are.
He paused, considering.
Construction plans? I'm afraid those are not available to the public. They're sensitive documents.
I leaned in, lowering my voice. Please, it's important. A young girl's life may depend on it. The clerk's expression softened slightly, but he still looked hesitant.
I'm not sure I can. It's highly irregular, you understand? These documents are, well, they're not meant for public eyes.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ginger meowed. Just show us the blueprints before we all turn to dust.
I put on my most earnest expression and leaned closer. I understand your hesitation, but this really is a matter of life and death. I'm working on a missing person case, and I believe these plans might hold crucial information. The clerk studied me for a long moment, his gaze flicking between me and Ginger. Finally, he sighed, still looking uncertain.
Well, I suppose, but I'm afraid your cat can't come into the archives.
Ginger is my partner, I explained quickly. I assure you, he's well behaved. I'll keep a close eye on him, and he won't touch anything. You have my word. Ginger let out a soft meow.
As if I'd be interested in your musty old papers anyway, though they might make a nice bed.
The clerk hesitated for a few more seconds before finally relenting.
All right, Mr. Butterfield, but I'll have to supervise your search closely. Follow me.
He led us through a maze of corridors, each lined with filing cabinets and shelves overflowing with documents. The further we went, the mustier the air became. The smell of old paper and ink filled my nostrils, reminding me of my days as a librarian. Our footsteps echoed softly on the worn linoleum floors, the sound muffled by the sheer volume of paper surrounding us. We finally arrived at a small, windowless room tucked away in the building's bowels. The clerk flicked on a light, illuminating rows upon rows of shelves, filled with rolled-up blueprints and stacks of yellowing papers. Dust motes danced in the harsh fluorescent light, and I could see cobwebs in the corners of the room. It was clear this place didn't see visitors often. The clerk coughed slightly, waving away some of the dust we disturbed.
The older plans are over there, he said, pointing to a particularly dusty corner. I'll be right here if you need any assistance.
I nodded my thanks and dove into the search. Ginger perched on a nearby stool, his keen eyes scanning the shelves as I pulled out plan after plan. Hours seemed to pass as I pored over countless documents. My eyes began to blur, the lines and notations on the plans running together. Just as I was about to suggest we take a break, something caught my eye.
Ginger,
I whispered excitedly,
I think I found something.
The document in my hands was brittle with age, its edges crumbling slightly as I carefully unrolled it. It was a map of the town dated 1925, during the height of Prohibition, and there, marked in faded red ink, was a dotted line labeled Smuggling Route. The line started beneath the town hall itself and wound its way through what appeared to be a network of tunnels, eventually leading to a point near the cliffs just beyond the harbor, exactly where the beam in the painting had been pointing. Well, I'll be, I muttered, tracing the route with my finger. The clerk, who had been dozing in his chair, perked up at my exclamation.
Found something interesting?
I nodded, carefully showing him the map. Do you know anything about these tunnels? The clerk squinted at the map, adjusting his glasses.
Ah, yes, the old smuggling routes. They've been part of local lore for quite some time, but I'm afraid you won't find much down there now. Everything under the town hall was bricked up decades ago, that much I know.
My heart sank at his words, but then he studied the map more intently, his eyebrows rising in surprise.
Well, this is interesting. According to this map, there seems to be another entrance beyond the harbor, where the cliffs meet the shoreline. I've never heard about that before. It's not in any of our official records.
The clerk leaned in for a closer look.
What an interesting map indeed,
he murmured, studying the faded lines and markings. He looked up at me, a mixture of curiosity and confusion on his face.
I can't tell you if it's been sealed or not. Since we didn't know about it, no one's ever officially checked on it. If you're determined to explore, you might have better luck there. It could still be open.
Hope flared in my chest. Thank you, I said, carefully rolling up the map. This could be exactly what we needed. As Ginger and I walked towards the exit, a thought occurred to me. Ginger, do you think Lily found this map too? Or did she somehow pinpoint the tunnel entrance just from that painting in the museum? Ginger's whiskers twitched thoughtfully.
We'll know soon enough, Jim. One mystery at a time.
As we left the town hall, I was surprised to see the sun still high in the sky. It felt like we'd spent hours poring over those dusty documents, and I'd half expected it to be evening already. Ginger trotted beside me, his tail held high with excitement. We made our way home quickly, eager to get to my Buick and continue our investigation. Well, partner, I said as we approached my trusty Buick, ready for another adventure? Ginger leapt gracefully into the passenger seat.
As long as it doesn't involve more dusty archives, I'm in. My allergies can't take another century's worth of mold and mildew.
I chuckled as I started the car, the engine sputtering to life with a wheezing cough. No promises about dust, but at least we'll be out in the fresh air. The journey passed quietly, the scenery shifting from the quaint buildings of downtown to the rugged beauty of the coastline. The sea stretched out to our right, blue-gray and choppy. To our left, the cliffs rose up, their rough surfaces pockmarked and weather-beaten. I parked the Buick in a small turnout, the gravel crunching under the tires as we came to a stop. The wind whipped around us as we got out, carrying the tang of salt and the distant cries of seagulls. Well, I said, surveying the landscape before us, shall we start our search? Ginger sniffed the air, his whiskers twitching.
I suppose so. Though I have to say, Jim, your idea of detective work is certainly unique. Most investigators I know prefer comfy offices and computer databases to scrambling over rocks and battling sea spray.
I grinned, setting off towards the cliffs. Where's your sense of adventure, Ginger? Besides, I think we're a bit beyond normal at this point, don't you? We picked our way carefully along the rocky shore, the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs a constant backdrop to our search. The going was tough, the uneven terrain challenging my balance more than once. Ginger, of course, navigated the rocky path with feline grace, occasionally pausing to look back at me with what I swore was amusement in his eyes.
You know,
he meowed as I stumbled for the third time,
I'm beginning to think your morning runs aren't quite as effective as you'd hoped. Perhaps we should add rock climbing for beginners to your routine.
I was about to retort when something caught my eye. There, nestled between two towering cliffs, was a dark opening. My heart began to race as we approached. Could this be the entrance we were looking for? As we drew closer, the opening revealed itself to be a small cave, cleverly hidden by the natural formation of the cliffs. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd easily miss it. The entrance was partially obscured by a tangle of coastal plants, their twisted forms providing an extra layer of camouflage. My pulse quickened as I realized how easily this spot could have remained hidden for decades, perhaps even centuries.
This has to be it,
I breathed, excitement bubbling up inside me. Ginger padded into the cave ahead of me, his eyes gleaming in the dim light.
Well, it's certainly cave-like, though I have to say, as secret entrances go, it's a bit underwhelming. I was expecting something more dramatic. Maybe a hidden door that opens when you play the right notes on the mystical flute.
I chuckled as I followed him in, ducking to avoid the low ceiling. Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. I'm afraid real life isn't quite as theatrical as your TV shows. The cave was surprisingly deep, stretching back into the cliff face. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could make out rough-hewn walls and a floor worn smooth by years of foot traffic. The air was cool and damp, with a faint musty odor that spoke of age and disuse. We made our way deeper into the cave, our excitement growing with each step. But as we rounded a bend, my heart sank. There, blocking our path, was a solid wall of bricks. The entrance to the tunnels had been completely sealed off. "No," I muttered, running my hands over the cold, unyielding surface. "This can't be it. There has to be a way through." Ginger sat back on his haunches, his tail twitching thoughtfully.
"Well, unless Lily has suddenly developed the ability to phase through solid matter, I'd say this is a dead end, literally."
I stared at the brick wall, frustration and disappointment warring within me. But something didn't feel right. We'd come so far, followed so many clues. Could it really end like this? "No," I said, more to myself than to Ginger. "There has to be more to it. Lily found something here, I'm sure of it. We just need to look harder." I ran my hands along the rough bricks, searching for any sign of a hidden mechanism or a loose stone. Nothing. I stepped back, my eyes scanning every inch of the cave. There had to be something we were missing. As I turned to examine the cave walls, something caught my eye. I moved closer, squinting in the dim light. There, carved into the rock face, was what looked like a map. "Ginger, look at this," I called, tracing the lines with my finger. The carving depicted what appeared to be a coastline. Various marks and symbols were scattered across the map, some resembling X's, while others looked like tiny buildings or trees. The familiar curve of Oceanview Cove's harbor was clearly visible, along with the distinctive shape of the lighthouse point. And there, at a moderate distance from the coast, was a small island. It was roughly circular, with what looked like a mountain or hill at its center. Strange symbols surrounded the island, possibly indicating dangerous waters or hidden reefs. The entire carving was faded, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. "What do you make of this?" I asked, stepping back to get a better view. Ginger studied the carving intently.
"Well, it's either a very ambitious game of tic-tac-toe or someone's idea of a treasure map. That coastline looks awfully familiar, doesn't it?"
I nodded, excitement building once again. "It does. I think it's Oceanview Cove, and that island. I don't remember seeing an island with a mountain on the maps we've looked at."
"Perhaps it's not on any official maps," Ginger mused. "A secret island for a secret treasure? It would certainly fit with the whole pirate theme we've got going."
I ran my hand through my hair, my mind racing. "This could be it, Ginger. This could be the clue Lily found. If only I had a way to record this." I patted my pockets fruitlessly, cussing my lack of a smartphone for what felt like the 100th time. "I really need to upgrade my technology," I muttered. Ginger's whiskers twitched in amusement.
"You think? Welcome to the 21st century, Jim, where even cats have their own Instagram accounts."
I was about to reply when a gruff voice behind us made me freeze. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 12. My heart leapt into my throat as I slowly turned around. There, silhouetted against the cave entrance, stood a figure I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. The cave's dampness seemed to intensify, clinging to my skin as I squinted, trying to discern our unexpected visitor. As my eyes adjusted, the figure came into focus. It was a man, or at least I thought it was a man beneath the wild tangle of gray beard that covered most of his face. His clothes were a patchwork of worn fabrics, layers upon layers that spoke of a life lived outdoors. A battered hat sat atop his head, its brim frayed and misshapen. In the gloom of the cave, his eyes glinted with a mix of suspicion and curiosity.
"I said, what are you doing here?" the man repeated,
his voice as rough as the cave walls surrounding us. He took a step forward, and I caught a whiff of wood smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. A wild, earthy scent that reminded me of the forest after a rainstorm. I raised my hands in a placating gesture, acutely aware of how out of place Ginger and I must look in this rugged setting. "We're sorry for intruding," I began, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. "We're here as part of an investigation. I'm Jim Butterfield, a private investigator from Oceanview Cove, and this is my partner, Ginger." The man's bushy eyebrows rose at my introduction, disappearing beneath the brim of his hat. His gaze flicked between me and Ginger, who sat unnaturally still at my feet, his green eyes fixed on the newcomer.
"Private investigator, eh?" the man grunted, scratching his beard thoughtfully. "And I suppose the cat's your trusty sidekick? What's next, a talking dog solving crimes?"
Ginger's tail twitched indignantly.
"I'd like to see a dog navigate these rocks without face planting," he muttered, though to the man it would have sounded like a disgruntled meow. "It's a long story," I said, "but we're looking for someone. A teenage girl who's gone missing. We have reason to believe she might have been here recently." The man's demeanor shifted slightly at my words, his stance relaxing a fraction.
"Aye, that might be the girl I saw. Haven't seen anyone near this cave in a long time, but just a few days back, there she was."
My pulse quickened at his words. "You've seen her recently?" He nodded, his beard bobbing with the movement.
"Just a few days back. A girl, looked to be about 16 or so. Brown hair up in a bun, dark red jacket, carrying a backpack. Jumped like a startled rabbit when she saw me. Could be the one you're looking for."
"That sounds like Lily," I said, excitement bubbling up inside me. "Can you tell us more? What was she doing here?" The man, who I was beginning to suspect might be some kind of local hermit, chuckled, a raspy sound that echoed off the cave walls.
"Well, after she got over her fright, she started asking all sorts of questions. How to get into the tunnel, where the treasure was hidden, that sort of thing."
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, whose ears were perked forward in interest. "And what did you tell her?" The hermit gestured toward the brick wall behind us.
"Told her the truth, didn't I? That tunnel's been sealed up tighter than a clam for decades. No treasure to be found here, leastways none that I know of."
I nodded, feeling a mix of relief that Lily hadn't found a way into the sealed tunnel, and disappointment that we seemed to have hit another dead end. To think that just a few days ago, Lily had been standing right here, perhaps even in the exact spot where I now stood. We were following in her footsteps, tracing the path of her mysterious journey.
But then, the oddest thing happened. She noticed that map there on the wall, just like you were looking at when I came in. Started studying it real close-like, asking about some island."
My ears perked up at this. "An island? What did she want to know?" The hermit shrugged, his layers of clothing rustling with the movement.
"Wanted to know if I knew of an island with a mountain, just like the one on that map. Said she needed to find it."
I glanced back at the carved map, my eyes immediately drawn to the island I had noticed earlier. "And do you know of such an island, I mean?" The hermit snorted, a sound halfway between amusement and derision.
"There's plenty of islands out there in the big blue, but none that I know of matching that description. Told her as much, but she didn't seem to want to listen."
I frowned, considering the hermit's words. Lily's determination to find this island, despite being told it might not exist, spoke volumes. She must be desperate to find this treasure, I thought. What could be driving her to take such risks? Was it just the allure of adventure, or was there something more personal at stake? What did she do then? I pressed, hanging on his every word.
Started asking about boats, he replied,
scratching his beard thoughtfully.
Wanted to know where she could get one. I told her about the old boathouse down the way, but warned her those boats ain't been seaworthy in years.
My mind was racing, piecing together this new information. Lily had been here, standing in this very cave just days ago. She'd seen the same mysterious map we were now studying, her fingers perhaps tracing the same lines I had. The image of her, alone and determined, scrutinizing this ancient carving, filled me with a mix of admiration and concern. Did you see where she went after that? I asked, trying to keep the urgency out of my voice. The hermit nodded.
I took her down to the boathouse myself. Figured I'd best keep an eye on her, young thing like that wandering around these parts alone. But when she saw the state of those boats, half sunk they are, she just muttered something under her breath and wandered off. Didn't see which way she went after that.
I glanced at Ginger, seeing my own worry reflected in his green eyes. We were on Lily's trail, but how far behind were we? And what dangers might she be facing even now, as we stood here piecing together her path? I felt a mix of gratitude towards this gruff stranger for looking out for Lily, and frustration at having missed her by such a narrow margin. "Thank you," I said sincerely. "You've been incredibly helpful. Is there any chance you could show us this boathouse? We might be able to find some clues there." The hermit studied me for a long moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as if gauging my trustworthiness. Finally, he nodded.
"Suppose I could. Not like I've got any pressing engagements elsewhere," he added with a wry chuckle.
As we made our way out of the cave and along the rocky shoreline, I took the opportunity to study our unlikely guide more closely. Despite his unkempt appearance, there was a sense of quiet strength about him. He navigated the treacherous terrain with the ease of long familiarity, barely seeming to notice the uneven ground beneath his feet. "I didn't catch your name," I said as we walked. "What should I call you?" The hermit glanced back at me, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
"Folks around here just call me the Hermit. Suppose that's as good a name as any."
I nodded. "Well, thank you again for your help, Hermit. I really appreciate it." He grunted in response, a sound that could have meant anything from "You're welcome" to "Don't mention it" to "I wish you'd stop talking." Ginger, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, chose that moment to pipe up.
"I hope this boathouse isn't too far," he meowed. "My paws weren't made for this kind of terrain. I'm a detective, not a mountain goat."
I stifled a laugh, earning a curious look from the hermit. "Oh, don't mind me," I said, trying to cover my amusement. "Just thinking out loud. It's a habit I picked up in my line of work." The hermit's bushy eyebrows rose even higher.
"Right,"
he muttered, shaking his head slightly.
"City folks,"
he added under his breath, just loud enough for me to hear. After about 15 minutes of walking, which felt much longer given the challenging terrain, we rounded a bend and the boathouse came into view. It was a sight straight out of a Gothic novel, a dilapidated structure that seemed to cling to the rocky shore through sheer force of will. The wooden walls, once probably a cheery blue, had been weathered to a mournful gray by years of salt spray and stormy winds. The paint peeled in long strips. The roof sagged ominously in the middle, creating a silhouette that reminded me of a tired old horse, its back bowed under the weight of too many years. Several planks were missing from the walls, giving the building a gap-toothed appearance that was more sad than menacing.
"Well,"
Ginger meowed, his tone dripping with sarcasm,
"I can see why Lily was so excited about the boats here. Nothing says seaworthy like a building that looks like it might collapse if you sneeze near it."
I had to agree with Ginger's assessment. The boathouse looked like it had seen better days, probably sometime in the previous century. As we approached, I could see why the hermit had described the boats as half-sunk. Through the gaps in the walls, I could make out the shapes of several small vessels, all in various states of disrepair. Some were little more than rotting hulls, while others looked as if they might slip beneath the water's surface at any moment, held afloat only by some maritime miracle. The hermit led us to a door that hung crookedly on its hinges. With a grunt of effort, he pushed it open. The smell that wafted out was a potent mix of damp wood, stagnant water, and what I could only describe as eau d'abandoned boathouse.
"Here we are,"
the hermit announced, gesturing into the gloom.
"Mind your step. Floorboards ain't what they used to be."
Ginger and I exchanged a glance before following him inside. The interior of the boathouse was dim, light filtering in through the gaps in the walls and roof. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight, giving the place an almost ethereal quality. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so decrepit. I moved carefully across the creaking floorboards, my eyes scanning for anything that might give us a clue about Lily's whereabouts. The boats, as we'd seen from outside, were in no condition for sailing. Most were partially submerged in the murky water that filled the lower part of the boathouse. "I don't suppose Lily tried to take one of these?" I asked the hermit, already knowing the answer. He shook his head.
"Nah, smart enough to see they weren't going anywhere. She looked mighty disappointed, though."
I nodded, continuing my search. The boathouse was a treasure trove of nautical remnants, each item telling a silent story of seafaring days long past. Coils of frayed rope hung from rusty hooks. Tarnished brass fittings and corroded tools littered the workbenches. In one corner, a stack of splintered wood caught my eye. Perhaps the remains of oars or fishing rods, now reduced to little more than kindling. Ginger had wandered off to explore on his own, his natural feline curiosity overcoming his earlier reluctance. I heard him sneeze, followed by a disgruntled meow.
"If I develop some sort of mold-based superpower after this, I'm blaming you, Jim," he grumbled.
After a thorough search of the boathouse, it became clear that there were no clues to be found. I turned to the hermit, trying to hide my disappointment. "Any idea where Lily might have gone after this?" The hermit scratched his beard thoughtfully.
"Can't say for sure, but if she was still set on finding a boat, she might have headed back to town. The docks there would be the place to ask. Lots of boats coming and going all the time."
I nodded, suddenly remembering something. "Of course, the docks. I know someone there who might be able to help us." I was thinking of Robert, our fellow fisherman with years of experience on the sea. If anyone knew about the comings and goings of boats in Oceanview Cove, it would be him. Just as I was about to suggest we head back to town, my phone rang. The sound was startlingly loud in the quiet of the boathouse, causing both the hermit and Ginger to jump. I fumbled in my pocket, nearly dropping the device in my haste to answer it. "Hello?" I said, pressing the phone to my ear. "Jim?" Aaron's voice came through, tight with a mix of emotions I couldn't quite decipher. "The police have found it." My heart skipped a beat. "Found what?" I asked, hardly daring to hope. There was a pause, the silence heavy with anticipation. Then Aaron's voice, barely above a whisper, "Lily's phone." Chapter 13. The words hit me like a physical blow. Lily's phone. It could be a crucial piece of evidence, a key to unraveling this mystery. But it also meant that wherever Lily was, she was without her primary means of communication. "Where?" I managed to ask. "In a pawn shop in town," Aaron replied, his voice a mix of relief and concern. "The police are there now, and I'm heading over. They're going to check the phone's contents and recent activity." I nodded, forgetting for a moment that Aaron couldn't see me. "Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. This is good, Aaron. It's a solid lead. I'm following up on something right now that might tell us more about where Lily's gone. I'll meet you at the pawn shop as soon as I can. After exchanging a few more words with Aaron, I hung up and turned to face Ginger and the hermit. Both were watching me intently, clearly aware that something significant had happened. They've found Lily's phone, I explained, my voice echoing slightly in the cavernous boathouse. It was in a pawn shop in town. Ginger's tail twitched thoughtfully.
Well, he meowed, I suppose that rules out her updating her Instagram from this secret island, doesn't it?
I chose to ignore Ginger's attempt at humor, instead focusing on the hermit. Thank you for all your help. We should get going, though. We've got some leads to follow up on in town. The hermit nodded, his expression unreadable beneath his wild beard.
Hope you find her, he said gruffly. Be careful out there. The ocean ain't no place for the unprepared.
As we made our way back to where we'd left my car, I felt like we were on the verge of a breakthrough. Lily's phone, the mysterious island, the possibility of her finding a boat. It all seemed to be coming together. But with each piece of the puzzle we uncovered, the stakes seemed to get higher. Lily was out there somewhere, possibly alone in the open ocean, searching for an island that might not even exist. The hermit walked us back to my car, seeming to materialize out of the landscape like a particularly shaggy chameleon. As we reached the vehicle, he paused, his face creased with what might have been concern.
You be careful out there, he repeated. And that girl, well, she seemed determined. Might have gotten herself into more trouble than she bargained for.
I nodded, touched by his concern. We'll be careful, I assured him. And thank you again for all your help. As Ginger and I got into the car, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. We had a new lead to follow, but the clock was ticking. Somewhere out there, Lily was on a dangerous adventure, and it was up to us to find her before it was too late. The engine sputtered to life, and as we pulled away, I saw the hermit in the rearview mirror, a solitary figure against the wild backdrop of cliffs and sea. He raised a hand in farewell, then turned and melted back into the landscape, as mysterious in his departure as he had been in his arrival.
Well,
Ginger meowed as we headed back towards town.
I have to say, when I signed up for this detective gig, I didn't expect it to involve quite so much hiking, or hermits for that matter.
I chuckled, the tension of the past few hours easing slightly. Life's full of surprises, Ginger, especially in Oceanview Cove, it seems. The drive back into town was a blur of winding coastal roads and the rhythmic swish of windshield wipers battling a light drizzle that had started to fall. The weather seemed to mirror my mood, a mix of gloom and anticipation. As we navigated the familiar streets of Oceanview Cove, I couldn't help but notice how different everything looked in the soft gray light of the overcast day. We pulled up to the local pawn shop, its neon open sign flickering weakly in the gloomy afternoon light. The shop's window display was a hodgepodge of mismatched items, tarnished jewelry, outdated electronics, and what appeared to be a stuffed raccoon wearing a top hat. It was the kind of place that seemed to collect the cast-offs and forgotten treasures of 100 different lives. Aaron was already at the pawn shop when we arrived, his anxious face peering out at us from inside. As we got out of the car, Ginger shook himself, sending a spray of water droplets flying.
Lovely weather for a treasure hunt,
he grumbled, his fur slightly puffed up against the damp.
Nothing says adventure quite like wet paws and the smell of mothballs.
We made our way to the shop's entrance. A small bell tinkled overhead as we pushed open the door, announcing our arrival to the cramped interior. The smell hit me immediately. A peculiar blend of old leather, musty books, and something metallic that I couldn't quite place. It was the scent of other people's memories, packaged and priced for sale. Aaron rushed over to us, his face a canvas of mixed emotions. I was struck by how much better he looked. The dark circles under his eyes had faded, and there was a newfound energy in his movements. It seemed the good night's sleep had done wonders for him. "Jim, thank goodness you're here," he said, relief evident in his voice. "They've just started examining Lily's phone." I nodded, my eyes scanning the shop. Sheriff Miller stood near the counter, his broad frame seeming out of place among the cluttered shelves and display cases. He was talking in low tones with a wiry man I assumed to be the shop owner, whose pencil-thin mustache twitched nervously as he spoke. As we approached, I could feel the weight of the sheriff's gaze settling on us. His expression was a mix of resignation and irritation, as if our arrival was both expected and unwelcome.
"Butterfield,"
he grunted by way of greeting.
"I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you here."
I straightened my spine, feeling a surge of indignation on Aaron's behalf. "Sheriff," I began, my voice level but firm, "I think we need to have a word about your department's handling of this case." Miller's eyebrows rose slightly, a challenge in his eyes.
"Oh? And what might that be?"
I took a deep breath, acutely aware of Aaron and Ginger's presence beside me. "Your officers refused to look for Lily when Aaron first reported her missing. Sending him away to file a report the next morning was not just unhelpful, it was potentially dangerous. Every hour counts in a missing person case, especially when it involves a minor." The sheriff's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek.
"Now see here, Butterfield, we have procedures in place for a reason. Missing persons cases—"
"Procedures?" I interrupted, my voice rising slightly. "Procedures that prioritize paperwork over a child's safety? I think you'll find that most modern police forces have updated their approach to missing teenagers, Sheriff." Miller's face flushed red, but before he could retort, Aaron stepped forward. "Please," he said, his voice strained, "can we focus on finding Lily? What have you found out from her phone?" The sheriff seemed to deflate slightly, the fight going out of him in the face of Aaron's plea. He crossed his arms, his stance rigid, but his expression softening somewhat.
"Look,"
he said, his tone gruff but no longer combative.
"I understand your frustration, but you have to understand we're working with limited resources here. Mayor Thompson's already questioning whether this town even needs a police force. What with you two," he gestured at me and Ginger, "cracking cases left and right." I felt a twinge of guilt at that. It hadn't occurred to me that our success might be causing problems for the local police. Still, that was no excuse for not taking a missing child seriously. "I get it, Sheriff," I said, trying to keep my tone conciliatory. "But surely you can see that the more people looking for Lily, the better her chances of being found quickly and safely." Miller nodded reluctantly. "Fair point. As for the phone, what I can tell you is that it was sold here 2 days ago. The shop owner remembers Lily coming in. Said she seemed nervous, kept looking over her shoulder like she was afraid of being followed."
Aaron leaned forward anxiously. "Have you found anything inside the phone that could tell us where Lily is?" The sheriff shook his head.
"We haven't been able to unlock it yet. Do you know the password, Mr. Robinson?"
Aaron sighed, his shoulders slumping. "No, I'm afraid not. Lily was always very private about her phone." I placed a reassuring hand on Aaron's shoulder as I processed this new information. "She sold her phone for money," I mused aloud. "But for what?" The sheriff shrugged.
"Could be anything. Teenagers, you know how they are."
I shook my head. "No, this is different. I think I know what she needed the money for." I quickly filled Miller in on what we'd learned from the hermit. The cave, the map, the mysterious island, and Lily's interest in finding a boat. As I spoke, I could see the disbelief growing on Miller's face. When I finished, he let out a short, humorless laugh. "Huh! You expect me to send my men out chasing after some fairy tale island based on the ramblings of a hermit and a carving in a cave? Butterfield, I thought you were supposed to be the sensible one in this town." I felt my frustration rising again. "Sheriff, this is our best lead. Lily believes in this treasure, and she's gone to extraordinary lengths to pursue it. We need to take this seriously." Miller shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't justify allocating our limited resources based on such flimsy evidence. We'll check the docks and boat rentals after we wrap things up here at the pawn shop. That's as far as I can go right now." I felt a surge of frustration. If Lily had indeed found a boat and set out for this mysterious island, waiting could be dangerous. Time was of the essence. "Sheriff," I said, trying to keep my voice level, "I understand you have procedures to follow, but every minute counts in a case like this. Lily could be in real danger." Aaron nodded vigorously beside me. "Please, Sheriff, couldn't you send someone to check now?" Miller's jaw tightened, but he shook his head. "I'm sorry, but we need to follow protocol. We'll get to the docks as soon as we can." I exchanged a glance with Aaron, seeing my own concern mirrored in his eyes. "All right," I said, turning to him. "I think it's time we did some investigating of our own. Shall we head down to the docks?" Aaron nodded eagerly, clearly relieved to be taking action. As we made our way out of the pawn shop, Ginger at our heels, the drizzle had intensified into a steady rain, and the wind had picked up, whipping the sea into frothy whitecaps visible even from the town center. "I hope you brought your sea legs, old man," Ginger meowed as we hurried to my car. "Something tells me this case is about to get a lot wetter." As we piled into my Buick, the rain drumming a steady rhythm on the roof, I couldn't help but silently agree with Ginger's assessment. This case was indeed taking us into uncharted waters, both literally and figuratively. The drive to the docks was tense, the silence in the car broken only by the squelch of windshield wipers and the occasional rumble of thunder in the distance. Aaron sat in the passenger seat, his fingers drumming anxiously on his knee. In the rear-view mirror, I could see Ginger perched on the back seat, his green eyes fixed on the road ahead, his tail twitching with barely contained energy. As we navigated the winding coastal road, I decided to make a quick call to Robert. Fishing my ancient flip phone out of my pocket, I handed it to Aaron. "Could you dial Robert for me? He's in the contacts. I want to see if he noticed anything unusual at the docks recently." Aaron nodded, fumbling slightly with the unfamiliar device. I could almost hear Ginger's eyes rolling in the back seat. "You know," the cat meowed, "I'm pretty sure there are museums that would pay good money for that prehistoric communication device. Maybe we could fund our next case with the proceeds." I chose to ignore Ginger's jab at my technological inadequacies as Aaron finally managed to place the call. Robert's gruff voice came through the speaker, barely audible over the sound of the rain and the car's engine. "Robert," I said, raising my voice slightly to be heard, "it's Jim. I need to ask you something about the docks. Did you notice any boats leaving that shouldn't have been, say, in the last couple of days? Maybe someone inexperienced, or a boat that's not usually taken out." There was a pause on the other end of the line, filled with the crackle of static. When Robert spoke again, his voice was thoughtful. "Can't say I did, Jim. There's a lot of comings and goings at the docks, you know. Hard to keep track of every boat." I felt a twinge of disappointment. "I see. We're heading to the docks now to ask around. Any suggestions on who we should talk to?" Another pause, longer this time. "Well," Robert said slowly, "there's a young fella who works the boat rentals. Bit of a hotshot.
Thinks he knows everything there is to know about boats. If anyone rented something out of the ordinary, he'd be the one to ask." I perked up at this. "That's great, Robert. Thanks for the tip. By the way, have you heard anything from this young man about a girl asking about boats recently?" Robert's response was tinged with a hint of disdain. "Can't say I have. Don't talk much to that young whippersnapper. He had the nerve to try and lowball me on my boat a while back. Offered me a pittance for her, like she was some run-down dinghy. The cheek of it!" I could sense Robert was about to launch into a full-blown rant about the younger generation's lack of respect for quality craftsmanship, so I quickly steered the conversation back on track. "Right, well, thanks for the information, Robert. We'll be sure to have a chat with him." As I ended the call, I could feel Aaron's questioning gaze on me. "Do you think this young man might have helped Lily?" he asked, hope coloring his voice. I shrugged, keeping my eyes on the rain-slicked road. "It's possible. At the very least, he might have seen something. It's our best lead at the moment." As we approached the docks, I could see the choppy waters of the harbor gray under the stormy sky. The usually bustling waterfront was nearly deserted, save for a few hardy fishermen securing their boats against the worsening weather. I pulled into a parking spot near the old fishing pier, the Buick's tires crunching on the gravel. "Well," I said, turning to Aaron and Ginger, "time to get some answers." Chapter 14. The salty air hit us like a wall as we stepped out of the car, bringing with it the pungent aroma of seaweed and diesel fuel. The docks stretched before us, a jumble of weathered wood and salt-stained ropes. Fishing boats bobbed gently in the harbor, their colorful hulls at odds with the steely gray water. The rain had slowed to a light drizzle, leaving everything with a slick, glistening sheen. I pulled up the collar of my coat against the chill as we made our way down the creaking wooden planks. Ginger trotted alongside us, his paws leaving tiny wet prints that quickly faded in the damp wood. As we approached the boat rental shack, I couldn't help but notice how out of place Aaron looked in this rough-and-tumble setting. His designer windbreaker and polished loafers were a far cry from the worn boots and weathered jackets of the local fishermen. He stood out like a sore thumb, his anxiety palpable as he wrung his hands, eyes darting from boat to boat as if expecting to see Lily appear at any moment. The rental shack was an old wooden structure, its faded blue paint peeling to reveal the salt-worn planks beneath. A hand-painted sign swung creakily in the breeze, proclaiming, "Liam's Boat Rentals," in chipped white letters. The building looked as if it might topple into the harbor with the next strong gust of wind. As we approached, a young man emerged from the shack, a bright smile plastered on his face. He couldn't have been more than 25, with sun-bleached hair and the deep tan of someone who spent most of his time on the water. His green sweater was stretched tight across his broad shoulders, and he moved with the easy grace of a natural sailor. "Ahoy there!" he called out, his voice carrying over the sound of lapping waves and creaking boats. "Looking to rent a vessel? You've come to the right place. We've got everything from kayaks to cabin cruisers." I stepped forward, offering a polite smile. "Actually, we're here to ask a few questions if you don't mind." The change in the young man's demeanor was immediate and striking. His smile faltered, replaced by a guarded expression that made him look older than his years. He crossed his arms over his chest, his stance becoming defensive. "Questions?" he echoed, wariness creeping into his tone. "What kind of questions?" I glanced at Aaron, who nodded encouragingly before turning back to the young sailor. "We're looking for information about a girl who might have rented a boat here recently. Teenager, brown hair, probably seemed a bit nervous or excited." The young man's eyes narrowed, darting between Aaron and me. "I don't know nothing about any girl," he said, a bit too quickly to be convincing.
Ginger, who had been sniffing around the base of the shack, looked up at this.
Oh, he's about as subtle as a foghorn, he meowed sarcastically. I've seen better poker faces on a goldfish.
Look, I said, keeping my voice gentle but firm, we're not here to cause trouble. We're just trying to find a missing girl. Any information you could give us would be a great help. The sailor shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting towards the harbor as if contemplating making a run for it. Finally, he sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. All right. Yeah, I remember her. Came by 2 days ago, wanted to rent a boat. Aaron stepped forward eagerly, hope lighting up his face. That's her! That's Lily! Did she say where she was going? When she'd be back? The young man shook his head. She didn't say much, just that she wanted to explore the coastline. Seemed real eager to get out on the water. I frowned, a detail nagging at me. Didn't it strike you as odd, renting a boat to a teenager? The sailor shrugged, a hint of defensiveness creeping back into his posture. Look, she seemed like she knew what she was doing. Talked about boats like she'd been around them her whole life. Plus, he added, a bit sheepishly, she offered me double the usual rate, cash up front. In my line of work, you don't ask too many questions when someone's willing to pay like that. Ginger, who had been circling the young man's feet, looked up at me with a sardonic expression.
Well, isn't that convenient? He meowed. I'm sure his boss will be thrilled to hear about his entrepreneurial spirit. Nothing says responsible business practices quite like renting a boat to a miner for extra cash.
I nodded slowly, processing this information. And she never returned the boat? The young man shook his head. Nope, should have been back this morning. I figured maybe she just lost track of time, you know? It happens sometimes with tourists. They get caught up in the beauty of the coast. Aaron's face had gone pale, his earlier hope replaced by fresh worry. 2 days, he murmured, more to himself than to us. She's been out there for 2 days. I placed a comforting hand on Aaron's shoulder, feeling the tension thrumming through him. We'll find her, I assured him, trying to inject more confidence into my voice than I felt. Turning back to the young sailor, I asked, Can you tell us anything about the boat she took? Make, model, any distinguishing features? He nodded, seeming relieved to be on more familiar ground. Yeah, it was one of our newer models. 20-foot center console, white with a blue stripe along the side. Name's Sea Spirit on the stern. It's got a GPS tracker, but, he added, looking uncomfortable again, it stopped transmitting a couple of hours after she sailed out. Figured it was just on the fritz. I frowned, concern growing. Didn't that worry you? A boat with a malfunctioning GPS out in the ocean? The young man shifted his weight, looking even more uncomfortable. Well, here's the thing. She paid for 2 days' rent up front, and she paid double. So technically, she paid for 4 days. I figured I'd give it some time before raising any alarms, you know? I exchanged a significant look with Aaron. This was both good news and bad. We had a description of the boat, but the lack of GPS signal was worrying. Thank you, I said to the young man. You've been very helpful. If you think of anything else, anything at all, please let us know. I handed him one of my business cards, which he took with a nod. As we turned to leave, Ginger at our heels, the sailor called out, his voice tinged with a mix of guilt and concern. Look, I'm sorry if I messed up here. If only I'd known she would go missing, I never would have rented her the boat. His words hung in the air, adding weight to the already oppressive atmosphere. We made our way back down the dock in silence, each lost in our own thoughts.
Well,
Ginger meowed as we reached the car,
that was about as helpful as a chocolate teapot. At least we know what boat to look for, assuming it hasn't become a new coral reef by now.
I shot Ginger a reproachful look, acutely aware of Aaron's worried expression. Let's grab a bite to eat, I suggested, spotting a small cafe. We can regroup and figure out our next move. The cafe was cozy, all wood and nautical decor. The walls were adorned with faded photographs of fishing boats and grinning anglers holding up their prized catches. A chalkboard behind the counter proclaimed the day's specials in looping script, promising the freshest catch in Oceanview Cove. We settled into a booth by the window, the vinyl seats squeaking slightly as we sat. The view overlooked the harbor, where the earlier storm clouds were beginning to break up, allowing weak shafts of sunlight to pierce through. A waitress approached, her blonde hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. Her name tag read Rose, and she had the efficient air of someone who'd been serving sailors for decades.
"What'll it be, gentlemen?"
she asked, her pen poised over her notepad. "I'll have the seafood chowder," I said, then turned to Aaron. "And you'll have the same." Aaron looked surprised. "Oh, I was just going to get water." "Nonsense," I interrupted gently. "We need to keep our strength up. 2 seafood chowders, please," I told Rose. Ginger, curled up under the table, let out a soft meow.
"And a saucer of milk for your furry friend,"
Rose added with a wink, before bustling off to fill our order. "I like her," Ginger meowed approvingly as Rose walked away. As we waited for our food, I filled Aaron in on the details of our investigation so far, starting with the ghost tour from the previous night. I described the eerie atmosphere of the tour, the way Professor Shade had woven local history into his spooky tales, and how the legend of Captain Blackheart's treasure had featured prominently. After the tour, Professor Shade told me about the mysterious hidden tunnels under the town, I explained, watching Aaron's expression carefully. "That's what led us to the town hall this morning." I went on to describe our search through the dusty archives, the discovery of the old map showing the smuggling routes, and our subsequent exploration of the cave. Aaron listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. "And that's where we met the hermit," I continued, as Rose returned with our chowders. "He told us about Lily's visit to the cave, how she'd been fascinated by the carved map on the wall." I paused to take a spoonful of my chowder, savoring the rich, creamy taste. "The map showed an island, Aaron. An island with a mountain at its center, at a moderate distance from the coast. The hermit said Lily was determined to find it." Aaron's hand tightened around his spoon, momentarily forgotten halfway to his bowl. "An island? But why? What could possibly be there?" I leaned forward, lowering my voice slightly. "We think she believes that's where Captain Blackheart's treasure is hidden. All the clues seem to point to it. The legend from the ghost tour, the old smuggling routes, the carved map in the cave. Lily must have pieced it all together." Aaron shook his head, disbelief etched across his features. "But that's crazy! Chasing after some fairy tale treasure? That's not like Lily at all." I nodded sympathetically. As we discussed earlier, this treasure hunt might be Lily's way of coping with her loss. It could be her attempt to find something concrete, something she can control, in a world that's suddenly become unpredictable for her. A heavy silence fell over the table, broken only by the gentle clink of cutlery and the murmur of conversation from nearby tables. Aaron stared out the window, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Finally, he turned back to me, a question forming on his lips. "But Jim, if I gave Lily plenty of spending money for our trip, why would she need to sell her phone? That doesn't make sense." I considered this for a moment, absently stroking my chin. "Well, let's think about it. In just a few days, Lily went on that ghost tour, bought a map from the bookstore, purchased a metal detector, and now we know she's rented a boat, paying double the usual rate, no less. That's a lot of expenses in a short time." Aaron nodded slowly, realization dawning on his face. "And she probably had to take a taxi to get to that cave you mentioned. It's a bit far from town, isn't it?
Exactly, I agreed. It's possible she simply ran out of money and needed more for her expedition. Ginger, who had been lapping at the saucer of milk Rose had discreetly placed under the table, looked up at me.
Or maybe she just wanted to upgrade to the latest iPhone, he meowed sarcastically. Nothing says treasure hunt like having the best selfie camera for when you find that pot of gold.
I can't believe she managed to do all of this right under my nose, Aaron said, his voice thick with emotion. How did I not notice? I should have been paying more attention, spending more time with her. This is all my fault.
I reached across the table, placing a reassuring hand on Aaron's arm. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. You were trying to give Lily some space, some independence. That's not a bad thing. Aaron shook his head, unconvinced.
But I should have known something was wrong. I should have seen the signs.
Hindsight is always 20/20, I said gently. What matters now is that we're doing everything we can to find her and bring her home safely. Aaron nodded, taking a deep breath to compose himself.
You're right. So what do we do next? Where do we go from here?
I turned to look out the window, noticing that the rain had finally stopped. The clouds were breaking up, allowing rays of late afternoon sunlight to pierce through, casting a golden glow over the harbor. An idea began to form in my mind, crazy and risky, but potentially our best shot at finding Lily. I turned back to Aaron, a determined glint in my eye. I've got an idea, I said slowly, but I'm afraid my fellow gruff fishermen won't like it. Chapter 15. As I dialed Robert's number, a twinge of anticipation coursed through me. The plan forming in my mind was risky, perhaps even foolhardy, but it felt like our best shot at finding Lily. Robert's gruff voice crackled through the speaker after a few rings.
Jim, did you find out anything from that young fella at the boat rentals?
I leaned back in the vinyl booth, my free hand drumming a nervous rhythm on the tabletop. I did, Robert, and there's a lot we need to discuss. Can you come down to the cafe near the docks? It's important. A heavy sigh came through the line.
Can it wait? It's my day off, and I was planning to catch up on some much-needed rest.
I'm afraid it can't, I replied, trying to keep the urgency out of my voice. What we learned, it's not something I want to get into over the phone. We need to talk face to face. There was a pause, filled only by the background noise of the cafe. The clink of cutlery, the low murmur of conversation, the hiss of the espresso machine. Finally, Robert spoke again, resignation clear in his tone.
All right. Give me 20 minutes. This better be good, Jim.
As I hung up, I caught Aaron's questioning gaze from across the table. His half-eaten chowder sat forgotten.
Well,
he asked, leaning forward.
Is he coming?
I nodded, pocketing my phone. He'll be here soon. Now, about that idea I mentioned. I laid out my plan to Aaron, watching as its expression shifted from confusion to disbelief and finally to a spark of hope. As I finished, he sat back, running a hand through his hair.
It's risky, he said slowly. But if there's even a chance we could find Lily...
He trailed off, his eyes distant for a moment before refocusing on me with newfound determination.
I'm in, whatever it takes.
Ginger, who had been lounging under the table, let out a soft meow.
Well, at least someone's on board with your harebrained scheme. Let's hope Robert has more sense than to agree to this madness.
Brushing aside Ginger's remarks, I focused on finishing my chowder. The rich, creamy soup was a comfort, warming me from the inside out. As I sopped up the last bit with a chunk of crusty bread, I found myself studying the cafe more closely. The walls were adorned with an eclectic mix of nautical memorabilia.
old life preservers, frayed ropes coiled into artistic knots, and faded photographs of fishermen from decades past. A ship's wheel hung above the counter, its wood smoothed and darkened with age. The whole place exuded a sense of history, as if the very walls could tell tales of storms weathered and catches hauled in. The bell above the door jingled, pulling me from my musings. Robert's bulky frame filled the doorway, his face set in its usual scowl. He stomped over to our table, leaving wet footprints on the worn linoleum floor. "This better be important, Jim," he grumbled, sliding into the booth next to me. His jacket smelled of sea salt and pipe tobacco, a scent I'd come to associate with my fellow fishermen. "Robert, this is Aaron Robinson," I said, gesturing to Aaron. "Aaron, meet Robert Reeves, one of the best fishermen in Oceanview Cove." The two men shook hands, sizing each other up. Robert's calloused palm dwarfed Aaron's manicured one, a reminder of their different worlds. "Now," Robert said, turning to me, "what's this all about?" I took a deep breath and launched into our tale. "Robert, there's a lot more going on here than we initially thought. Lily's disappearance isn't just a case of a runaway teenager. She's on a treasure hunt, following the legend of Captain Blackheart." Robert's eyebrows rose, but he remained silent as I continued. I walked him through our investigation, from the ghost tour to our findings in the town archives, and finally to the cave with its mysterious carved map. When I mentioned the island depicted on the cave map, I saw a flicker of recognition in Robert's eyes. His hands clenched into fists on the table. "But here's where it gets really concerning," I said, leaning in closer. "We spoke to that young fellow at the boat rentals. He confirmed that Lily rented a boat from him 2 days ago, paid double the usual rate, in cash. Said she wanted to explore the coastline." Robert's expression grew increasingly grave as I spoke. His bushy eyebrows knitted together, forming a single line of concern across his forehead. "That's not all," I pressed on. "The boat had a GPS tracker, but it stopped transmitting just a couple of hours after Lily set sail." "And that's where you come in, Robert," I said, leaning forward. "We need your help to sail to that island. We believe that's where Lily is gone, and she could be in real danger." The words hung in the air for a moment, heavy with implication. Then Robert exploded. "Absolutely not!" he roared, causing heads to turn at nearby tables. "Jim, with all due respect, are you out of your mind? I will not risk losing my boat and my life sailing to that godforsaken place." I held up my hands in a placating gesture. "Now, Robert, calm down. It seems like you know more about this island than you're letting on." Robert snorted, his mustache bristling. "Of course I know about it. Every fisherman worth his salt in these parts knows about that cursed place." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low growl. "It's not some mysterious fairy tale island, Jim. It's real enough and real dangerous. I've seen it from afar, but I wouldn't dare get close. There are treacherous reefs all around it, just like on that map you found. No one's visited that island in decades, not since the stories started circulating about folks going there and never coming back." A chill ran down my spine at Robert's words. Aaron's face had gone pale, his fingers gripping the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Robert wasn't finished. "Just 10 years back, a couple of tourists thought they'd have themselves an adventure, rented a boat, sailed out there." He shook his head grimly. "Never seen again." A heavy silence fell over our table. Even the ambient noise of the cafe seemed muted, as if the very air was holding its breath. "Why didn't we come to you earlier?" I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Ginger, still hidden under the table, let out a soft meow. "Maybe because we didn't know about the island until a few hours ago, genius. Your detective skills are really shining today." "Robert," I said, my voice low and urgent, "we're certain Lily went there. She's out there alone, possibly hurt or in danger. We have to try." Aaron leaned forward, his eyes pleading. "I'll cover all of the costs if your boat gets damaged. Hell, I'll buy you a new one when we get back. Please, Robert, she's my daughter." Robert's expression softened slightly, but he shook his head. "It's not about the money. The girl's been out there for 2 days with no GPS signal. I hate to say it, but the chances of finding her alive—" "Don't!" Aaron cut him off, his voice cracking. "Please, don't say it." Robert had the grace to look ashamed. "I'm sorry. That was callous of me." "You've got nothing to apologize for," Aaron said, his shoulders slumping. "This is all my fault. If I'd been paying more attention—" I placed a hand on Aaron's arm, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Hey, we've been over this. Blame isn't going to help Lily now. What matters is what we do next." I turned back to Robert, meeting his gaze steadily. My voice dropped low, heavy with the weight of my words. "Robert, I want you to really think about this. What if it was your son out there? Imagine him, alone on some remote island, possibly hurt or in danger. The sun is setting night after night, with no sign of rescue. Would you refuse to even try to reach him? Could you live with yourself if you didn't at least make the attempt?" As I spoke, I could see the impact of my words etched across Robert's weathered face. His eyes, usually sharp and alert, clouded over with a storm of emotions: fear, empathy, and a flicker of something that looked like painful remembrance. The deep lines around his mouth deepened as he pressed his lips together, his fingers tightening around his coffee mug. I pressed on, sensing a crack in his resolve. "We need an experienced sailor, Robert. Someone who knows these waters, who can navigate us safely to that island and back. Without you, we'll just rent a boat and try it ourselves." Robert's head snapped up at that, alarm clear in his eyes. "You can't be serious. You don't know the first thing about sailing these waters. It'd be suicide." I shrugged, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. "Maybe, but we're going, with or without you." Robert stared at me for a long moment, his internal struggle playing out across his features. Finally, he let out a long, heavy sigh. "You're all insane, you know that? But I suppose if you're determined to go, it'd be on my conscience if I let you sail off to your doom." He jabbed a finger at me, his eyes narrowing. "But mark my words, Jim Butterfield. If we all die out there, I'll kill you myself." I couldn't help but grin, relief washing over me. "Noted, and thank you, Robert, really." Robert waved off my thanks with a gruff gesture. "Don't thank me yet. We've got a hell of a job ahead of us. I'll need an hour to get my boat ready. Meet me at the docks then." As Robert stood to leave, I caught a glimpse of Ginger's green eyes peering up at me from under the table. "Well," he meowed, "I hope you're happy. We're officially on a one-way ticket to Davy Jones' locker. I don't suppose there's any chance of me sitting this one out." I chuckled softly, reaching down to scratch behind Ginger's ears, and then whispered, "Not a chance, partner. We're in this together." After Robert left, Aaron and I settled our bill with Rose, who seemed to sense the gravity of our situation and refrained from her usual cheerful banter. As we stepped out of the cafe, the fresh ocean air hit us, carrying with it the promise of adventure and the weight of responsibility. The weather had cleared, the late afternoon sun painting the water in shades of gold and orange. The docks were a hive of activity now, fishermen preparing for the afternoon catch. "We should head back to pack," I said to Aaron. "Supplies, warm clothes, that sort of thing. We don't know how long we'll be out there." Aaron nodded, his face set with determination. "Right! I'll bring the metal detector too, just in case." As we climbed into my Buick, the gravity of what we were about to do settled over me like a heavy cloak. This wasn't like our previous investigations, where the worst danger we faced was a murderous baker or an irate neighbor. We were about to sail into unknown waters, chasing a legend that had already claimed lives. I drove Aaron to the B&B, the short trip passing in tense silence. As he got out, I called after him, "Let's meet back here in 40 minutes. That should give us enough time to get what we need and drive back to the docks." Aaron gave a firm nod. "I'll be ready." After dropping Aaron off, I parked near my house. Ginger and I made our way to the front door, the weight of our impending journey heavy on both our shoulders. My hand trembled slightly as I fumbled with my keys, finally managing to unlock the front door of my house. As it swung open with a familiar creak, Ginger trotted in ahead of me, his tail swishing.
"You know,"
he meowed, pausing to look back at me,
"when I signed up for this detective gig, ocean voyages to cursed islands weren't exactly in the job description."
I glanced down at him, a wry smile tugging at my lips. "Having second thoughts, partner?" Ginger snorted, a very uncat-like sound.
"Please, someone has to keep you from doing anything too stupid out there. I'm just not looking forward to all that water."
I quickly packed a duffel bag with essentials, warm clothes, a first aid kit, flashlights, and some non-perishable food. I also grabbed the old key we had found on the beach, turning it over in my hand thoughtfully. It might just open something important on the island, and I wasn't about to leave any potential clues behind. As I zipped up the bag, my eyes fell on the framed photo of Martha on my bedside table. Her smiling face looked back at me, frozen in a moment of happiness from years ago. I picked up the frame, running my thumb over the smooth glass. "I hope you're watching over us, love," I murmured. "We could use all the help we can get." Ginger, who had been watching me from his perch on the windowsill, let out a soft meow.
"She'd probably tell you you're being a foolhardy old man," he said, his tone gentler than usual. "But she'd be proud of you for trying to help that girl."
I smiled, carefully placing the photo back on the nightstand. "Thanks, Ginger. That means a lot." Ginger hopped down from the windowsill and padded over to me.
"Well, Jim,"
he meowed,
"are you ready for our voyage into the unknown? It's not every day a couple of landlubbers like us set sail for a mysterious island."
I took a deep breath, squaring my shoulders as I looked down at my feline partner. "Ready as I'll ever be, Ginger," I replied, with a determined nod. "We've got a girl to find and a mystery to solve. Let's show this island what the Oceanview Cove investigators can do." Chapter 16. Robert's boat, an old cabin cruiser, looked far more seaworthy than the rickety rentals we'd seen earlier. Its hull, weathered but well-maintained, spoke of years of faithful service on the sea. The name Sea Witch was painted in faded blue script on the stern. As we approached the vessel, memories of the last time I'd stepped aboard came flooding back. It seemed like a lifetime ago that I had accused Robert of murder, a relationship then fraught with suspicion and mistrust. Now, here we were, about to embark on a dangerous mission together. How things had changed in such a short time. Robert was on board, moving about with the ease of a man who knew every inch of his vessel. He looked up as we approached, his expression a mix of resignation and determination. "Well," Robert called out, "you still determined to go through with this madness?" I nodded, hefting my duffel bag onto my shoulder. "We don't have much choice, Robert. There's a girl out there who needs our help." As we climbed onto the deck, Aaron paused, his eyes tracing the faded lettering on the boat's stern. "Sea Witch," he mused aloud. "That's an interesting name for a boat. Is there a story behind it?" Robert's expression softened slightly, a distant look coming into his eyes. "It was my wife's idea," he said, his voice gruff but tinged with fondness. "She always said the sea was like a bewitching woman, beautiful, unpredictable, and demanding respect. The name stuck." The deck of the Sea Witch was spotless, every surface polished to a shine. Ropes were coiled neatly, fishing gear stowed in orderly compartments. It was clear that Robert took great pride in his vessel. "Right," Robert said, his tone all business now. "Let's go over a few ground rules. When we're out there, what I say goes. No arguments, no heroics. You want to get to that island and back in one piece, you follow my lead. Clear?" We all nodded solemnly. Even Ginger, perched on a nearby crate, seemed to be paying attention. "Good," Robert continued. "Now, I've stocked up on extra supplies. Food, water, first aid kit. There's a small cabin below deck where you can stow your gear. It'll be a bit cramped, but it'll have to do." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each of us in turn. "Last chance to back out. Once we cast off, there's no turning back until we either find the girl or—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. We all knew the stakes. Aaron stepped forward, his jaw set with determination. "I'm not backing out. That's my daughter out there." I nodded in agreement. "We're with you, Robert, all the way." Robert sighed, shaking his head. "All right then. Let's get this show on the road. Jim, Aaron, start untying those mooring lines. I'll get the engines warmed up." As we set about our tasks, I felt a sense of unreality. Here we were, about to embark on a journey that seemed more suited to the pages of an adventure novel than our quiet coastal town. But Lily was out there, alone and possibly in danger. We had to try. The engine rumbled to life, a deep, reassuring sound that vibrated through the deck. Robert's voice called out from the wheelhouse. "Ready to cast off!" I shared a look with Aaron as we stood at the railing. His face was pale, but determined, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the mysterious island waited. Ginger wound around my ankles, his fur standing slightly on end. Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming in the fading light. "I hope we're not chasing any white whales out there." I chuckled, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. "No whales, just a missing girl and possibly a long-lost pirate treasure." "Oh, is that all?" Ginger meowed sarcastically. "Well then, full steam ahead, or whatever the nautical equivalent is." As the Sea Witch pulled away from the dock, the familiar sights of Oceanview Cove began to recede. The lighthouse on the point blinked its steady rhythm, a beacon of home that we were leaving behind. The weight of our mission settled over me like a heavy cloak, but with it came a sense of purpose. Somewhere out there, beyond the safety of the harbor, an island waited. And on that island, we hoped, was Lily. I stood at the stern, watching as our town grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming nothing more than a smudge on the coastline. The weight of our mission settled heavily on my shoulders, and I wondered if we were truly prepared for what lay ahead. Robert's gruff voice pulled me out of my thoughts as he called out from the wheelhouse. "Jim, get up here and make yourself useful. I need an extra pair of eyes on these charts." As I made my way to join Robert, I couldn't help but notice the change in Aaron. Gone was the polished businessman I'd first met. In his place stood a man transformed by worry and determination, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon as if he might spot Lily at any moment. The wheelhouse was a compact space filled with an array of instruments and charts that might as well have been written in hieroglyphics for all I could understand them. Robert stood at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel with practiced ease. "Take a look at this chart," he said, nodding towards a map spread out on a small table. "We're here," he pointed to a spot not far from the coastline. "And the island is in this area." His finger traced a rough circle about an inch from our current position. I leaned in, studying the chart. The area Robert indicated was largely blank, save for a few depth markings and notations about currents. "There's not much detail," I observed.
Robert grunted in agreement. Aye, that's part of what makes it so dangerous. The waters around that island are poorly charted. We'll have to rely on our eyes and instincts once we get closer. As if on cue, a loud bang echoed through the boat, followed by a sputtering sound from the engine. The Sea Witch lurched, nearly throwing me off balance. "What was that?" I asked, alarm evident in my voice. Robert's brow furrowed as he quickly scanned the instruments. "Probably just some debris in the water. Knocked against the propeller. Hold the wheel steady, will you? I need to check the engine." As Robert disappeared below deck, I found myself alone at the helm, my hands gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. The vast expanse of the ocean suddenly seemed much more intimidating.
"Well, this is a fantastic start to our voyage," Ginger commented dryly, having followed me into the wheelhouse. "Perhaps we should have packed some life jackets for the inevitable swim back to shore."
"Not helping, Ginger," I muttered through gritted teeth. The minutes ticked by agonizingly slow as I struggled to keep the boat on course. Just when I thought I couldn't take the tension any longer, Robert reappeared, his face smudged with grease, but wearing a look of relief. "Just a bit of seaweed caught in the propeller," he announced. "We're good to go, though we might want to keep an eye out for any more floating debris." As Robert took back the helm, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But our troubles were far from over. The sun continued its descent, the sky shifting from golden hues to deeper oranges and purples. As darkness began to creep in from the east, an unsettling fog started to roll in, obscuring our view of the horizon. "I don't like this," Robert muttered, his eyes narrowed as he peered into the gathering gloom. "This fog isn't natural. It's too localized." I felt a chill run down my spine at his words. "What do you mean?" "Look," he said, pointing. "It's only in front of us. Behind us, the sky's still clear." He was right. Looking back, I could still see the last rays of sunlight painting the sky in vibrant colors. But ahead of us, an impenetrable wall of fog loomed, as if trying to bar our passage.
"Maybe it's the island's way of saying, 'Keep out,'" Ginger suggested, his tail twitching nervously. "I vote we listen to it and turn back." Despite the cat's sarcastic comment, I could sense a hint of genuine unease in his voice. And if I was honest with myself, I felt it too. "We can't turn back now," Aaron's voice came from behind us. He had joined us in the wheelhouse, his face set with grim determination. "Lily's out there. We have to keep going." Robert nodded, his jaw clenched. "Aye, we've come too far to turn back now. But everyone keep your eyes peeled. There's no telling what might be hiding in this fog." As we pressed on into the mist, the world seemed to shrink around us. The fog muffled sounds, creating an eerie silence broken only by the steady thrum of the engine and the lapping of waves against the hull. Visibility dropped to mere feet, and I found myself straining my eyes, trying to pierce the veil of gray that surrounded us. Suddenly, a dark shape loomed out of the fog, directly in our path. Robert let out a curse, spinning the wheel hard to the left. The Sea Witch heeled over, sending loose items clattering across the deck.
"What was that?"
Aaron gasped. "Rock," Robert grunted, his eyes scanning the waters ahead. "Must be getting close to the reefs. We'll have to proceed with caution from here on out." The tension in the wheelhouse was palpable as we inched forward. Robert's hands never left the wheel, his entire being focused on navigating the treacherous waters. Every few minutes, another dark shape would materialize out of the fog, each one a potential disaster if we strayed too close.
"I feel like I'm in a maritime version of a video game," Ginger commented, his eyes darting from one obstacle to the next. "Except instead of extra lives, we just have extra chances to become fish food."
I was about to respond when a sound cut through the fog.
a long, mournful wail that sent shivers down my spine. "What was that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Robert's face had gone pale. "Old sailors call it the siren song," he said, his voice gruff. "It's said to lure ships onto the rocks."
"Oh, great," Ginger meowed sarcastically. "Because navigating through a fog-shrouded reef wasn't challenging enough. Now we have to contend with mythological creatures, too."
The wail came again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from all around us, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. I found myself gripping the edge of the chart table, my heart pounding in my chest. "It's got to be some kind of natural phenomenon," I said, trying to inject some rationality into the situation. "Maybe wind whistling through the rocks or something." Robert nodded, though he didn't look entirely convinced. "Aye, could be, but natural or not, it's disorienting. Makes it hard to focus on steering." As if to prove his point, another rock suddenly appeared out of the fog, this one larger than the others. Robert spun the wheel, but the Sea Witch responded sluggishly, its momentum carrying us dangerously close to the jagged outcropping. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure we were going to crash. I could see the barnacles clinging to the wet rock, hear the waves slapping against its base. Then, at the last possible second, the boat's bow swung away, the hull scraping against the rock with a sound that set my teeth on edge. "That was too close," Aaron said, his face pale. Robert didn't respond. He was fully focused on guiding us through the dangerous waters. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his knuckles white on the wheel. I had never seen him look so intense, so utterly in his element. As we continued to weave our way through the maze of rocks and reefs, the fog began to thin ever so slightly. And then, as if a curtain was being drawn back, it parted to reveal our destination. The island loomed before us, a dark mass rising from the ocean. Even in the fading light, I could make out the silhouette of a mountain at its center, its peak shrouded in mist. The coastline was rugged, all sheer cliffs and rocky outcroppings. It looked forbidding, unwelcoming, a place that didn't want to be found. "There it is," Robert said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The island from your map." As we drew closer, I could see a small cove, a break in the rocky shoreline that might serve as a safe harbor. Robert guided the Sea Witch towards it with expert precision, navigating through one last gauntlet of submerged rocks.
"I hate to state the obvious," Ginger meowed, his eyes fixed on the landscape before us. "But that island doesn't exactly look like a tropical paradise. More like a setting for a horror movie."
I had to agree. The island had an oppressive air about it, as if the very rocks and trees were watching us, resenting our intrusion. With a final surge of the engine, Robert guided the Sea Witch into the cove. The water here was calmer, sheltered from the open ocean. As the anchor splashed into the water, a sense of finality settled over us. We had made it to the island. Robert cut the engine, and suddenly the only sounds were the gentle slosh of water against the boat's sides and the distant cry of seabirds. The silence felt heavy, expectant. "Well," Robert said, breaking the spell, "we're here. God help us." Chapter 17. "It'll be dark soon," Robert said, squinting at the sky. "We should set up camp and wait until the morning to search for the girl. No sense in stumbling around in the dark on unfamiliar terrain." I turned to gauge Aaron's reaction, and wasn't surprised to see a look of fierce determination on his face. The worry lines etched around his eyes had deepened since we'd first met. "No!" Aaron said, his voice tight with barely contained emotion. "We can't wait. Lily's been out here for days already. Who knows what condition she's in?" He ran a hand through his hair, leaving it standing up in unruly spikes. "We have to start looking now!" I nodded, feeling torn between caution and the urgent need to find Lily. "Aaron's right," I said, turning to Robert. "We've come too far to stop now. Besides, we've got flashlights if it gets dark. We can at least do a preliminary search of the immediate area." Robert's bushy eyebrows drew together in a scowl, but before he could argue, a movement caught my eye. Ginger had leaped off the boat and was now intently sniffing the ground near the water's edge. His orange fur stood out vividly against the dark, pebbly beach. "Wait," I said, holding up a hand to silence the brewing argument. "I think Ginger's onto something." We watched as Ginger's nose worked furiously. Suddenly, his head snapped up, green eyes gleaming with excitement.
"Jim," he meowed, "I've got Lily's scent. And look, there are footprints here."
I moved closer, squinting at the ground. Sure enough, there were faint indentations in the damp sand, small sneaker-shaped prints that could only belong to a teenager. "Good work, Ginger," I murmured. Turning to the others, I pointed at the barely visible trail. "Ginger must have picked up Lily's scent, and look here, footprints. They're faint, but they're definitely fresh." Aaron's face lit up with hope, the first genuinely positive expression I'd seen on him in days. "That's my girl," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Always leaving a trail of footprints wherever she goes. Used to drive her mother crazy, tracking mud into the house." Robert leaned in, examining the prints with a critical eye. "Aye, they're fresh all right. Can't be more than a day old given the tides." He straightened up, adjusting his cap. "Well, I suppose if we're going to do this, we'd best get moving. Those prints won't last long in this sea air." Without waiting for a response, Ginger darted forward, following the trail. His tail stood straight up like an orange flag, guiding our way. "Come on," I said to the others. "We'd better keep up with him." We set off, following Ginger's lead. The beach soon gave way to rougher terrain, a jumble of rocks and scrubby vegetation that made the going tough. The island's central mountain loomed before us, its peak shrouded in mist that seemed to creep down its slopes like ghostly fingers. As we climbed, the exertion soon had me puffing. I wiped a bead of sweat from my brow, silently cursing my lack of fitness. "I really need to step up my exercise routine," I grumbled, more to myself than anyone else. Ginger, who was effortlessly navigating the rocky path ahead, looked back at me with a smirk.
"Oh, yes," he meowed sarcastically, "because clearly your morning jogs haven't prepared you for impromptu mountain climbing expeditions. Perhaps we should add trekking through uncharted island wilderness to your daily workout."
Sometimes I wondered if having a talking cat for a partner was more of a blessing or a curse. As we continued our ascent, Robert pulled out his smartphone, frowning at the screen. "Great," he muttered. "No signal out here. Was hoping to pull up a GPS map of the island." His words sent a jolt of realization through me. In all the rush and excitement of our impromptu voyage, I'd completely forgotten to call Sarah. My daughter had no idea where I was or what I was doing. If something were to happen to me out here... I quickly pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. There would be time for regrets and explanations later. The terrain grew increasingly difficult as we climbed higher. The vegetation became denser, with twisted trees and thorny bushes that seemed determined to impede our progress. The air grew cooler, carrying a damp chill that seemed to seep into my bones. Robert, who had been studying the sky with a worried expression, spoke up. "We need to pick up the pace," he said, his voice gruff with concern. "There are signs of a storm brewing. See those clouds gathering to the west? And the way the wind's picking up? We don't want to be caught out here when it hits." As if to emphasize his point, a gust of wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it the faint rumble of distant thunder. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter around me. We pressed on, our senses on high alert. Every snapping twig or rustle in the underbrush made us jump. At one point, a bird burst out of a nearby bush, its wings flapping loudly in the stillness. Aaron let out a startled yelp, then laughed nervously. "This place is getting to me," he admitted, running a shaky hand through his hair. "I keep thinking I see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye." I nodded in agreement. There was something about this island that set my nerves on edge. The very air seemed charged with an unseen energy, as if the place itself was alive and watching our every move. Ginger, padding silently beside me, suddenly tensed. His ears swiveled and he let out a low growl. "Jim," he meowed urgently, "I heard something over there in those bushes." I held up a hand, signaling the others to stop. We all stood perfectly still, straining our ears. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the wind in the trees and our own rapid breathing. Then I heard it too. A faint rustling, followed by what sounded like a muffled thud. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to the others. Robert nodded, his hand moving to the knife at his belt. Aaron's eyes were wide, darting around nervously. Slowly, carefully, we moved towards the source of the sound. The bushes rustled again, and I felt my heart hammering in my chest. What if it was Lily? Or worse, what if it was something else entirely? As we drew closer, the bushes suddenly parted, and out waddled a large, disgruntled-looking bird. It fixed us with a beady eye, let out an indignant squawk, and then proceeded to waddle off into the underbrush. The tension broke, and we all let out nervous laughs. "Well," I said, feeling slightly foolish, "I guess our imaginations were getting the better of us." Ginger sniffed disdainfully. "Speak for yourself," he meowed. "I knew it was just a bird. I was merely testing your observational skills." We continued on, the brief moment of levity doing little to dispel the overall sense of unease. The trail Ginger was following began to slope upward more steeply, and I found myself having to use my hands to scramble over larger rocks. Just as I was beginning to wonder how much further we could go, Ginger suddenly stopped. His tail went rigid, and he let out a triumphant meow. "Jim! Look there!" I followed his gaze, and my heart leaped. There, partially hidden behind a large boulder, was a wooden chest. It was old and weather-beaten, its metal fittings green with verdigris. Scattered around it were empty cans and wrappers, clear signs of recent human presence. "Over here!" I called to the others, scrambling towards the chest. As we gathered around it, I could see that the ground behind it was disturbed, as if something heavy had been dragged. "Looks like someone found this and tried to move it," Robert observed, kneeling to examine the drag marks. Aaron's eyes were wide with hope. "It must have been Lily. She found it, but couldn't lift it." His voice trailed off as he looked around frantically, as if expecting his daughter to appear at any moment. Robert grasped the chest, attempting to lift it. His face turned red with exertion, but the box barely budged. "Blimey," he grunted, letting it drop. "It's heavier than it looks." "No wonder Lily couldn't lift it," Ginger meowed, his tail swishing. "Even a bodybuilder would have trouble with that thing. Your daughter must be quite determined, Aaron." I relayed Ginger's observation to Aaron, minus the talking cat part, of course. A proud smile flickered across Aaron's face, tinged with worry. As Robert and Aaron discussed the best way to open the chest, something caught my eye in the fading light. A keyhole, larger than usual and ornately designed, was set into the front of the chest. With a jolt of excitement, I remembered the oversized key we'd found on the beach back in Oceanview Cove, the one I'd had the foresight to bring along on this voyage. "Wait," I said, fishing the key out of my pocket. "Let me try something." I inserted the key into the lock, holding my breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a rusty groan, the key turned. The lock clicked open. "It worked!" Aaron exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Together, we lifted the heavy lid. The hinges creaked ominously, and I half expected to see a golden glow emanating from within, like in the movies. Instead, what greeted us was sand. The chest was filled to the brim with ordinary beach sand, dotted here and there with seashells. "What?" Aaron's voice was filled with disbelief. "But the treasure!" Robert let out a long, low whistle. "Well, I'll be. Looks like the legend of Captain Blackheart's treasure was just that, a legend." I felt a pang of disappointment, quickly followed by concern for Lily. All this way, all this danger, for nothing but a chest full of sand and shells. "Poor Lily," I murmured. "She'll be so disappointed when she finds out." Ginger padded over to the chest, sniffing at its contents. "Well," he meowed, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "I suppose if she was looking to start a sandbox, this would be quite the jackpot. Though I have to say, as treasure hunts go, this one's a bit of a letdown. No gold coins, no precious gems, not even a measly pearl. Just a whole lot of future cat litter." As we stood there, trying to process this anticlimactic discovery, a movement caught my eye. Aaron had wandered a few steps away and was staring intently out to the ocean, his hand shielding his eyes from the glare of the setting sun. "Hey!" he called, his voice tight with sudden urgency. "There's something out there! A boat, I think!" We all rushed to join him, straining our eyes to see what he'd spotted. Sure enough, there was a small shape bobbing on the waves, not too far from the island's shore. It was drifting aimlessly at the mercy of the currents. My heart began to race. "It must be Lily's boat," I said, the words coming out in a rush. "The one she rented. What was it called? Sea Spirit?" Robert pulled a pair of binoculars from his pack and raised them to his eyes. For a few agonizing moments, he was silent, adjusting the focus. Then, he let out a sharp intake of breath. "You're right," he confirmed. "It's the Sea Spirit. I can just make out the name on the hull." Aaron grabbed Robert's arm, his fingers digging in with desperate strength. "Lily?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Can you see Lily?" Robert was quiet for a moment, still peering through the binoculars. The silence stretched on, becoming almost unbearable. Finally, he lowered the binoculars, his face grave. "There's someone on board," he said slowly. "A figure lying on the deck, not moving." Aaron's face tightened with worry. Without a word, he snatched the binoculars from Robert's hands, raising them to his own eyes with trembling hands. For a moment, he was silent, adjusting the focus. Then, his face drained of all color. "It's Lily," he whispered. "We need to get to that boat," I said, my voice firm with resolve. "Now!" Chapter 18. The storm Robert had predicted was drawing closer. The sky had transformed into a roiling mass of angry gray. Lightning flickered within the clouds, briefly illuminating their ominous depths. The wind was picking up, whipping the trees around us into a frenzy and sending loose leaves skittering across the rocky ground. Lily was out there, possibly hurt or worse, and a storm was coming. We had to act fast. "Listen up," Robert said, gesturing towards the horizon, his voice gruff and authoritative. "We're facing a monster of a storm out there. If we set out now, we're sailing straight into hell. My boat's sturdy, but even she has her limits. We could capsize, and then we'd be no help to anyone. I'm not saying we won't go, but you need to understand the risks. This isn't going to be a pleasure cruise." Aaron suddenly burst out, his face contorted with a mixture of fear and determination. "I don't care about the risks. That's my daughter out there. Every second we waste could be her last. We have to go now." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of parental desperation. I watched as Aaron's hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, his knuckles white with tension. His eyes were wild with a panic that seemed barely contained. I stepped forward, meeting Robert's stern gaze. "Robert," I said, my voice firm and resolute, "we understand the dangers, but Lily's life is at stake. We have to try." Robert nodded, his bushy eyebrows furrowed in concentration. "All right," he said, his voice carrying the weight of years at sea. "But if we're doing this, we do it my way. Everyone listens to me out there, no exceptions. No heroics, no foolish risks. We get in, get the girl, and get out. Understood?" We all nodded solemnly, the gravity of the situation settling over us like a heavy cloak. Even Ginger, usually quick with a sarcastic comment, seemed to sense the seriousness of the moment. However, as we turned to head back down the hill, I heard him mutter under his breath,
"Well, isn't this poetic? The sea witch sailing to the rescue of the sea spirit. If we make it back alive, I'm pitching this as a movie script."
The descent down the hill was considerably easier and faster than our climb up. Loose rocks skittered under our feet as we half ran, half slid down the slope. The wind was at our backs now, almost pushing us forward in our haste. I stumbled once, my foot catching on a hidden root, but Robert's quick reflexes saved me from a nasty fall. As we neared the shore where Robert had anchored the Sea Witch, the full force of the approaching storm became apparent. The once calm waters of the cove were now churning, white-capped waves crashing against the rocky shoreline. The Sea Witch bobbed and swayed at her mooring, her hull creaking as she strained against her anchor. Robert took charge the moment we reached the boat. His transformation was remarkable. Gone was the hesitant, worried man from moments ago. In his place stood a seasoned captain, barking orders with the confidence of someone who had faced down countless storms. "Aaron! Jim! Cast off those mooring lines!" he shouted over the howling wind. His eyes fell on Ginger, who was looking decidedly unhappy about the whole situation. "And somebody get that cat below deck before he becomes a furry flying fish!" I glanced at Ginger, expecting to have to wrangle him to safety, but he was already moving. With a look that somehow managed to convey both disdain and relief, he made a beeline for the cabin door. Just before disappearing inside, he turned and meowed loudly, "As if I'd be foolish enough to stay up here in this chaos. I may have 9 lives, but I'm not eager to use them all at once." Aaron and I scrambled to obey Robert's commands, our fingers fumbling with the wet ropes. The wind whipped spray into our faces, the salty water stinging our eyes and making the task even more challenging. Finally, with a last heave, we freed the Sea Witch from her moorings. Robert was at the helm, his strong hands gripping the wheel with practiced ease. The boat's engine roared to life, its steady thrumming a counterpoint to the wind's howl. As we pulled away from the relative shelter of the cove, the full force of the storm hit us. The Sea Witch pitched and rolled as we entered the open water. Waves crashed over the bow, sending sheets of cold water across the deck. I gripped the railing tightly, my knuckles white with the effort of keeping my footing on the slippery deck. Through the spray and the gloom, I could just make out the small shape of Lily's boat. It was being tossed about like a toy in a bathtub, completely at the mercy of the wind and waves. Robert's skill at the helm was nothing short of miraculous. He navigated the treacherous waters with an almost supernatural awareness, dodging hidden reefs and riding the massive swells with uncanny precision. With each expert maneuver, we drew closer to our goal, the gap between us and Lily's boat slowly but surely closing. Robert's voice cut through the chaos, steady and commanding. "Jim, take the wheel. Keep her pointed into the waves. Aaron, grab that life preserver and stand ready." I made my way to the helm, fighting against the motion of the boat with every step. As I took the wheel from Robert, the full weight of our situation hit me. Lives depended on my ability to keep this boat on course through the storm. My hands were slick with rain and sweat as I gripped the wheel, willing strength into my arms. Robert moved with surprising agility for a man his age, making his way to the bow of the boat. He secured a safety line around his waist, the other end fastened firmly to the boat. Aaron stood nearby, clutching the life preserver with intensity, his eyes never leaving Lily's boat. As we almost approached the Sea Spirit, the full extent of our challenge became clear. The small boat was being thrown about violently by the waves, making any attempt to come alongside extremely dangerous. One wrong move and the boats could collide, potentially capsizing both in the process. Robert's voice carried over the storm, tense but controlled.
"Jim, bring us in slowly. We'll only get one shot at this."
I focused all my concentration on the task at hand, my world narrowing to the feel of the wheel beneath my hands and the sound of Robert's commands. Inch by agonizing inch, we drew closer to Lily's boat. Suddenly, a massive wave rose up before us, threatening to swamp both boats.
"Turn left now!"
Robert bellowed. I spun the wheel, my muscles straining with the effort. The Sea Witch responded sluggishly, but just in time. We rode up the face of the wave, teetering for a heart-stopping moment at its crest before plunging down the other side. As we steadied, I realized with a jolt that the maneuver had brought us alongside the Sea Spirit. Robert wasted no time. He leapt from our boat to Lily's, the safety line trailing behind him. Time seemed to slow as we watched Robert make his way across the pitching deck of the smaller boat. He reached Lily's prone form, quickly assessing her condition. Relief flooded through me as I saw him give a thumbs up before gathering her into his arms. She was alive. Getting Lily back to the Sea Witch was a harrowing process. The two boats knocked against each other, the sound of wood striking wood barely audible over the roar of the storm. Aaron stood at the railing, his arms outstretched, ready to receive his daughter. With a final heave, Robert passed Lily to Aaron. As soon as she was safely aboard, Robert attempted to start the Sea Spirit's engine. The motor coughed and sputtered, but refused to catch. After a few futile attempts, Robert abandoned the effort and made a decision to leave the vessel behind. With impressive agility, he leapt back onto our boat. As soon as Robert was back aboard, I relinquished the wheel to him, grateful to have his expertise back at the helm. Aaron had taken Lily below deck, out of the worst of the storm. I followed them, my mind racing with concern for Lily's condition and relief at her rescue. The relative quiet of the cabin was at odds with the chaos outside. Aaron had laid Lily on a narrow bunk, wrapping her in every blanket he could find. Her face was pale, her lips tinged with blue, but her chest rose and fell with steady breaths. She was alive, but clearly exhausted and chilled to the bone. Ginger emerged from his hiding place under a bench, padding over to sniff at Lily curiously.
"Well,"
he meowed, his tone a mixture of relief and sarcasm.
"She's looking a bit worse for the wear, but at least she's in one piece. Unlike my dignity after that undignified scramble for cover."
I couldn't help but smile at Ginger's comment, the release of tension making me almost giddy with relief. However, our ordeal was far from over. The boat pitched and rolled alarmingly, reminding us that we were still in the midst of a raging storm. Robert's voice came down from the wheelhouse, tense with concentration.
"Hang on, everyone. We're heading back to the island. It's closer than the mainland, and we need to get out of this storm now."
The journey back to the island was a blur of noise and motion. Every creak of the boat's timbers sent a jolt of fear through me. More than once, I was certain we were about to capsize, but Robert's skill at the helm was nothing short of miraculous. Somehow, against all odds, he guided us back to the sheltered cove where we had first anchored. As the Sea Witch entered the relative calm of the cove, a collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the boat. The storm still raged beyond the protective arms of land that formed the cove, but here at least we were safe. Robert skillfully maneuvered the boat to a sheltered spot near the shore. As soon as we were securely anchored, he joined us in the cabin, his clothes dripping and his face etched with exhaustion.
"We need to get the girl somewhere warm and dry,"
he said, his voice hoarse from shouting over the storm.
"I saw a cave not far from here. It'll provide better shelter than the boat if this storm gets any worse."
Together, we carefully lifted Lily from the bunk. She stirred slightly, but didn't wake, her body limp in our arms. The rain had lessened to a steady drizzle, but the wind still howled around us as we made our way up the beach and towards the cave Robert had mentioned. The cave turned out to be more of a shallow overhang in a cliff face, but it was dry and offered protection from the wind. We laid Lily down on a relatively flat area, using the blankets to cushion her from the hard stone. Aaron knelt beside his daughter, gently brushing wet strands of hair from her face. The look of worry and love on his face was almost painful to witness, a reminder of the depth of a parent's devotion. Robert and I set about gathering what dry kindling we could find. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. As Robert worked on starting a fire, I returned to the boat to retrieve our supplies and any additional blankets we could spare. By the time I returned, Robert had managed to coax a small fire to life. The warm glow of the flames pushed back the gloom of the cave, casting flickering shadows on the rough stone walls. We wrapped Lily in the driest blankets we had, positioning her as close to the fire as was safe. As we huddled around the fire, the adrenaline of our rescue mission began to wear off. Exhaustion crept over us like a thick fog, settling deep into our bones. Ginger curled up near the fire, his fur still damp but beginning to fluff out as it dried.
"Well,"
he meowed, his eyes half closed with contentment,
"I suppose as far as life-threatening adventures go, this one wasn't too bad. Though next time, I vote we stick to solving mysteries that don't involve hurricane-force winds and near-death experiences at sea."
I chuckled softly, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. "I'll keep that in mind, partner," I murmured. Aaron hadn't moved from Lily's side, his eyes never leaving her face. The flickering firelight accentuated the worry lines on his face, creating a landscape of concern and relief. But beneath it all, a fierce love seemed to radiate from him, warming Lily more than any fire could. Robert sat with his back against the cave wall, his eyes closed, but his posture still alert. Even in rest, he seemed ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I made a mental note to thank him properly when all this was over. Without his skill and courage, we would never have made it through the storm. As for me, I found myself staring into the flames, my mind racing with questions. What had driven Lily to such desperate measures? Why had this treasure hunt meant so much to her? And what would she say when she woke up and realized the truth about the treasure? The storm continued to rage outside our shelter, but here, in this small cave, we had found a moment of peace. Lily was safe, if not yet awake, and we were all alive. For now, that would have to be enough. I settled back against the cave wall, my body aching, but my heart light with relief. As my eyes began to drift closed, I found myself looking forward to the moment when Lily would wake up. There were so many questions to ask, so many mysteries still to unravel. Chapter 19. The gentle touch of a calloused hand on my shoulder roused me from a fitful sleep. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the dim light of early dawn filtering into the cave. Robert's face came into focus, his expression a mixture of relief and exhaustion.
"Jim,"
he said, his voice low,
"the girl's awake."
I sat up, wincing as my stiff muscles protested the movement. As I got to my feet, I noticed the sky outside the cave entrance. It was that peculiar shade of grayish blue that precedes sunrise, the stars fading as the first hints of dawn crept across the horizon. The storm that had raged during our rescue had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean, the air crisp and laden with the scent of damp earth and sea salt. I made my way over to where Lily lay, wrapped in blankets near the remnants of our fire. Aaron sat beside her, his face a canvas of relief and worry. Lily was propped up slightly, her face pale but alert. Ginger padded over, his orange fur still mussed from sleep. He sat down next to me, his tail curling around his paws.
"Well," he meowed softly, "looks like Sleeping Beauty has finally decided to join the land of the living. Let's hope she has a good explanation for turning us all into impromptu pirates."
"How are you feeling?" I asked Lily, trying to keep my tone gentle and non-judgmental. Lily managed a weak smile.
"I'm okay," she
said, her voice slightly hoarse.
"Just tired and a bit sore."
Aaron nodded, squeezing his daughter's hand. "She's going to be fine," he assured us, though I could still hear the lingering fear in his voice. He turned to Lily, gesturing towards Robert. "Lily, this is Robert. He's the one who sailed us through that storm to rescue you." Robert shuffled his feet, looking uncomfortable with the attention.
"Just did what needed doing," he mumbled.
Aaron then pointed to me and Ginger. "And you remember Jim and his cat, right?" Lily's eyes lit up with recognition. She nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
"Yes, I remember."
Aaron briefly recounted how we had all come together to find and rescue her, his voice catching slightly as he described the moment they spotted her adrift in the storm. Lily listened with wide eyes, her gaze darting between all of us as if seeing us in a new light. As Aaron finished his tale, a heavy silence fell over the cave. It was time for some answers. I cleared my throat, drawing Lily's attention. "Lily," I began, choosing my words carefully, "we're all very glad you're safe, but we need to understand why you went to such lengths for this treasure hunt. What drove you to take such risks?" Lily's eyes dropped to her hands, which were twisting the edge of her blanket nervously. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper.
"It was because of Mom,"
she said. Aaron inhaled sharply, but remained silent, giving his daughter space to explain.
"Mom used to love all those old pirate legends,"
Lily continued, her voice growing stronger.
"She'd tell me stories about lost pirate treasures when I was little. It was our special thing, you know."
She looked up at her father, tears glistening in her eyes.
"After she died, I felt like I was losing that connection to her. When I found out about Captain Blackheart's treasure and realized it might be hidden near Oceanview Cove, I begged Dad to take a trip there. I thought if I could find it, it would be like having a piece of her back."
The raw emotion in Lily's voice struck a chord within me. I thought of Martha, of the little rituals and shared interests that had defined our relationship. How hollow and painful those things had felt in the immediate aftermath of her passing. I could understand, on some level, Lily's desperate attempt to hold on to that connection with her mother.
"And,"
Lily added, her voice smaller now,
"I wanted to impress you, Dad, to show you I could do something amazing, be someone you could be proud of. That's why I didn't tell you. I thought I'd find the treasure and surprise you with it."
Aaron's face crumpled. A mix of pain and love etched across his features. He pulled Lily into a tight hug, his voice thick with emotion. "Oh, honey, you don't need to find any treasure for me to be proud of you. I've always been proud of you, every single day." As father and daughter embraced, I exchanged a glance with Robert. The fisherman's eyes were suspiciously moist, though he quickly looked away, clearing his throat gruffly. Ginger, ever the pragmatist, broke the emotional moment with a pointed meow.
Yes, very touching." But perhaps we could get back to the part where she nearly got herself killed chasing a fairy tale?
I nodded, gently steering the conversation back on track. Lily, I understand your motivations, but you have to realize how dangerous this was. You could have been seriously hurt, or worse. Lily nodded, wiping her eyes.
I know. I didn't think it through. I thought I'd be back by afternoon with the treasure chest. I never imagined it would turn into all this.
What about the metal detector? I asked, remembering the package that had arrived for her. You ordered it, but then left without it. Why? Lily's cheeks flushed slightly.
I found this online treasure hunting group. Some of the members were talking about Captain Blackheart's treasure. I got scared that someone else might find it first, so I decided to go right away. I thought I could find the treasure chest without the detector and bring it back on the boat.
I nodded, piecing together the timeline in my head. But it didn't quite work out that way, did it? Lily shook her head.
No. I searched for almost 2 days before I finally found the chest, but it was too heavy to move, and I didn't have the key to open it. That's when I decided to go back to Oceanview Cove and tell Dad everything. I thought we could come back together with the metal detector to find the key.
Aaron, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Lily, how did you even manage to get out here? You sold your phone, so you had no way to call for help if something went wrong. Lily looked down, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment.
I have a second phone, a secret one. I never told you about it.
Aaron's eyebrows shot up in surprise. A secret phone? Lily, why would you? It doesn't matter now, I interjected, sensing the potential for an argument, and then turned back to the girl. I'm guessing that second phone wasn't much use out here. Lily nodded.
There was no signal on or near the island. It was useless.
There's something I don't understand, I said, leaning forward slightly. How did you find the entrance to the hidden tunnels? We needed a map from the town hall to figure it out. Lily's eyes lit up, a spark of the adventurous spirit that had driven her this far shining through.
It was the painting in the museum, she explained. The one of the shipwreck? I realized the lighthouse beam in the painting was pointing to a specific spot on the coast. I took a taxi out there to investigate.
I couldn't help but be impressed by Lily's deductive skills. She'd managed to piece together clues that had taken us much longer to unravel. If she could channel that intelligence and curiosity into less dangerous pursuits, she could go far. Aaron cleared his throat. Speaking of the investigation, Lily, Jim and Ginger found your beach towel in the public restroom on the beach. How did it end up there? Lily's brow furrowed in confusion.
My towel? I don't know. I must have forgotten it on the beach. I never went into that restroom.
I exchanged a significant look with Ginger. This was an interesting development. I made a mental note to look into it further once we were back in town. Robert, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, finally spoke up. There's one thing I still don't understand, he said. How did you manage to navigate through those reefs to get to the island? Even experienced sailors have trouble with those waters. Lily's face fell.
It was pure luck getting to the island, she admitted. The weather was clear and I could see everything, but I wasn't so lucky leaving. The fog started rolling in, and I couldn't see where I was going. The propeller hit one of the reefs, and the engine stopped. I couldn't get it started again. Her voice grew softer, tears welling up in her eyes. I was drifting aimlessly around the island for almost half a day. I thought I was going to be stuck out there forever. I was so tired, so scared. I guess I just passed out in the boat. The next thing I knew, I was waking up here. The cave fell silent as we all absorbed Lily's words.
The enormity of what she'd been through, the dangers she'd faced alone, hit us anew. Aaron pulled his daughter close, pressing a kiss to the top of her head.
"You're safe now," he murmured. "That's all that matters."
After a moment, I cleared my throat. "Lily, there's something you should know," I said gently. "We found the key and opened the chest." Lily's head snapped up, her eyes wide with anticipation.
"You did? What was inside? Was it gold? Jewels?"
I shook my head, hating to disappoint her, but knowing she needed to hear the truth. "I'm sorry, Lily. There was no treasure, just sand and seashells." Lily's face fell, a mix of disappointment and embarrassment washing over her features.
"Oh,"
she said softly.
I guess it was all for nothing then."
"Not for nothing," Aaron said firmly. "You learned some valuable lessons and," he added, his voice softening,
"it brought us closer together."
Lily nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth.
"I guess you're right, Aunt. I promise I'll never go treasure hunting alone again."
As Lily began to share more details about her adventure, I found myself reflecting on the nature of loss and how it affects people differently. Lily's desperate quest for a tangible connection to her mother, while misguided, was understandable. Grief can drive us to extreme lengths, make us take risks we'd never normally consider. I thought of my own journey after Martha's passing, how I'd thrown myself into this new life in Oceanview Cove, into solving mysteries with a talking cat of all things. Perhaps we all have our ways of coping with loss, of trying to fill the void left behind by those we love. Ginger, seeming to sense the direction of my thoughts, pressed against my leg.
"Don't go getting all maudlin on me now, old man," he meowed softly. "We've got a teenager to lecture and a boat to catch back to civilization. Save the existential crisis for when we're home and I can ignore you properly."
I smiled, grateful as always for Ginger's grounding presence. He was right, of course. There would be time for deeper reflections later. For now, we needed to focus on getting everyone home safely. Robert's voice cut through my musings. "Sun's up," he announced, nodding towards the cave entrance where golden light was now streaming in. "We should think about heading back." We quickly packed up our meager camp, making sure the fire was completely out before we left. The walk back to where we'd moored the Sea Witch was slow going, with Lily still weak from her ordeal. But the beautiful morning lifted our spirits. The storm had washed everything clean, leaving behind a world that seemed fresher, more vibrant. The sea sparkled in the early morning light, calm now after the previous night's tempest. As we approached the docks, I was surprised to see a small crowd gathered. At the center of the group stood Sheriff Miller, his broad frame unmistakable even from a distance. He appeared to be in the middle of an intense conversation with the young man from the boat rental place. Ginger let out a soft meow.
"Well, doesn't this feel familiar? Boat, docks, early morning, Sheriff Miller. If I didn't know better, I'd think we were having a flashback to our first case."
I nodded, the similarity striking me as well. As we drew closer, Sheriff Miller caught sight of us. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in what looked suspiciously like grudging admiration. "Butterfield," he called out, his voice gruff. "Don't tell me you've gone and solved this one, too." I couldn't help but smile as we approached. "No need to question the young man, Sheriff," I said, gesturing to the boat rental fellow. "We've found Lily. She's safe and sound." Sheriff Miller's eyebrows shot up, his gaze moving to Lily, who was still being supported by her father. "Well, I'll be," he muttered, then louder, "Good work, Butterfield. Seems you cracked another case faster than we could." I felt a twinge of annoyance at that. "With all due respect, Sheriff," I said, keeping my tone even, "if the police hadn't been so hesitant to start searching in the first place, We might have found Lily even sooner." Miller had the grace to look slightly abashed at that, but before he could respond, the young man from the boat rental spoke up. "Hey, wait a minute," he said, his eyes fixed on Lily. "Where's the boat you rented? You better not have lost it, or you'll be paying for it." Robert stepped forward, his expression thunderous. "That boat of yours is floating somewhere near the island with a dead engine," he growled. "Be grateful the girl made it back alive." The young man's face reddened. "That's destruction of property. I'll sue." Aaron, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. His voice was calm, but there was steel beneath the words. "Go ahead and try," he said. "And while you're at it, explain to the judge why you rented a boat to a minor without parental approval. We'll see who comes out worse off." Sheriff Miller cleared his throat. "Mr. Robinson has a point," he said slowly. Then, as if suddenly remembering his duty, he turned to the young man. "In fact, we're going to need to ask you some more questions about your rental practices." Ginger let out a soft snort. "Looks like our young entrepreneur is about to learn a valuable lesson about the perils of cutting corners in business," he meowed. "I almost feel sorry for him. Almost." The young man's face had gone from red to pale, the realization of his predicament clearly sinking in. Sheriff Miller turned back to us, his professional demeanor back in place. "Mr. Robinson, Lily, I'm going to need you to come down to the station for a brief interview, just to officially close the missing person case." Aaron nodded, then turned to Robert and me. "Thank you both," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "We can never repay you for what you've done." Lily nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you," she echoed softly, "for everything." As Aaron and Lily left with Sheriff Miller, I turned to Robert. The fisherman looked as tired as I felt, the adrenaline of our adventure finally wearing off. I smiled at Robert, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over me. Despite our rocky start back when I first moved to Oceanview Cove, he'd proven himself to be a true friend and an invaluable ally. "Robert," I said, extending my hand, "I can't thank you enough for your help. We couldn't have done this without you." Robert grasped my hand firmly, a rare smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Ah, well," he grumbled, though I could hear the warmth beneath his gruff exterior. "Couldn't very well let you lot sail off to your doom, could I?" I chuckled, releasing his hand. "Listen, how about we meet up at the Salty Breeze this evening? I think we've earned a few drinks after all this excitement." Robert considered for a moment, then nodded. "Aye, why not? Reckon I could use a stiff drink or two after all this." "It's settled then," I said, feeling a sense of contentment despite my exhaustion. "See you this evening." As Robert headed off towards his boat, I looked down at Ginger, who was watching the whole exchange with his usual air of feline superiority. "Well, partner," I said, "ready to head home?" Ginger stretched lazily, his claws extending before retracting. "Home. A long nap, and then perhaps some of that fancy tuna you've been saving," he meowed. "I think I've more than earned it after playing Puss in Boots." I laughed, feeling the tension of the past few days finally starting to ease. "All right, you rapscallion, let's go home." Chapter 20. A persistent knocking dragged me from the depths of sleep. I blinked groggily, my eyes struggling to focus on the antique clock on my bedside table. The ornate hands pointed accusingly at 6:30 p.m. I'd slept far longer than I'd intended. "Coming!" I called out, my voice still rough with sleep. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The events of the past few days had taken their toll, leaving me feeling like I'd aged a decade in a week. Ginger stirred from his spot at the windowsill, stretching languidly,
If that's another mystery knocking, tell it to come back next week, he meowed. I'm still recovering from our last maritime adventure.
I chuckled as I made my way to the door, hastily smoothing down my rumpled clothes. I'd fallen asleep without changing the outfit, too exhausted after our return from the island. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. I'm coming, I muttered, fumbling with the lock. The door swung open to reveal Aaron and Lily, both looking refreshed and markedly different from when I last saw them. Gone were the haunted expressions and disheveled appearances. In their place stood a father and daughter who seemed lighter somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Aaron wore a crisp blue button-down shirt tucked into pressed khakis, a far cry from the rumpled, salt-stained clothes he'd worn on a rescue mission. Lily stood beside him, her brown hair neatly braided and her face glowing with a health that had been absent during her ordeal. They both carried backpacks, and behind them I could see a sleek SUV idling at the curb, its trunk open and half filled with luggage. "Jim!" Aaron exclaimed, a warm smile spreading across his face. "We were afraid we'd missed you. After a brief interview at the police station, we took some time to rest and pack our belongings. We're about to head out, but we couldn't leave without saying goodbye properly." I blinked, surprise momentarily rendering me speechless. "Leaving? Already?" I finally managed. "I thought you might stay a while longer, maybe enjoy Oceanview Cove without the pressure of a treasure hunt." Lily's cheeks flushed slightly at the mention of her ill-fated adventure, but she offered a small smile.
"We thought about it,"
she said, her voice stronger than I remembered.
"But Dad and I decided we could use a change of scenery."
Aaron nodded, placing a supportive hand on his daughter's shoulder. "We've had some good talks," he said, his eyes meeting mine with a depth of gratitude that made me slightly uncomfortable. "We both realize we need to work on our communication, and," he added with a wry smile, "perhaps find some less dangerous hobbies to share." Ginger, who had followed me to the door, let out a soft meow.
Less dangerous hobbies? Where's the fun in that? Maybe they could take up extreme ironing or underwater basket weaving.
"Well, I'm glad you two have had a chance to talk things through," I said, "and I completely understand the need for a change of scenery, though I have to admit, I'll miss having you around." Aaron's expression softened. "We'll miss you too, Jim, and we can never thank you enough for everything you've done." He reached into his pocket, pulling out an envelope. "Which brings me to this." He handed me the envelope, and I opened it to find a check inside. My eyes widened as I saw the amount. It was exactly the sum Aaron had promised when he'd first hired me to find Lily. "Aaron, it's too much," I protested, even as I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The sum would indeed keep our detective agency afloat for the foreseeable future. Aaron held up a hand, stopping my objection. "It's exactly what we agreed on, Jim, and frankly, it's not nearly enough for what you've done. You brought my daughter back to me. You can't put a price on that." I nodded, swallowing past the lump in my throat. "Thank you," I said simply, tucking the check into my pocket. Aaron wasn't finished. He pulled out another, smaller envelope. "This is for Robert," he explained. "For repairs to his boat. I know he said it wasn't necessary, but I insist. Could you make sure he gets it?" "Of course," I agreed, taking the second envelope. "I'll see him later today at the Salty Breeze." Lily, who had been quiet during this exchange, suddenly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me in a tight hug.
"Thank you. I'll never forget what you did for us,"
she whispered, her voice muffled against my shirt. I patted her back awkwardly, still not entirely comfortable with such open displays of emotion. "You're welcome, Lily. Just maybe stick to less dangerous hobbies in the future, okay?" She stepped back, wiping her eyes but smiling.
"I promise. No more solo treasure hunts for me.
Aaron checked his watch, his expression turning apologetic.
We should get going if we want to beat the traffic, he said.
Jim, thank you again for everything.
We said our final goodbyes, and I watched from my porch as they climbed into their SUV. As they drove away, Lily waved from the passenger window until they turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Ginger rubbed up against my leg, his tail curling around my ankle.
Well, he meowed, there goes our adventure. Back to the mundane world of small-town mysteries and overly caffeinated amateur detectives.
I chuckled, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. Don't worry, partner. I'm sure Oceanview Cove has plenty more mysteries in store for us. The rest of the evening passed in a comfortable haze of mundane tasks. I did laundry, tidied up the house, and even managed to water the sad-looking plant on my windowsill that had been sorely neglected during our recent adventure. As night approached, I found myself looking forward to the promised drinks at the Salty Breeze. "Come on, Ginger," I called as I shrugged on my jacket. "Time to face our adoring public." Ginger stretched lazily from his spot on the couch, arching his back in a way that seemed to defy feline anatomy.
Adoring public? He meowed skeptically. More like a bunch of nosy neighbors eager for the latest gossip. But I suppose I could use a change of scenery. This couch has almost forgotten the shape of my perfectly sculpted body.
I rolled my eyes at his dramatics as we headed out the door. The night air was crisp, carrying the first hints of the approaching winter. As we walked, I pulled out my phone, deciding it was high time I called Sarah. During our conversation, I filled her in on the latest case, carefully omitting the more dangerous aspects of our adventure. I focused on the mystery solving and the happy reunion between Lily and her father, throwing in a few jokes about my newfound detective skills, or lack thereof. Sarah was impressed, laughing at my self-deprecating humor.
"Dad, you're like a real-life detective now, minus the deerstalker hat and pipe," she chuckled. "Mom would be so proud. You know how she always said you had a knack for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong."
We chatted about her family, the kids' latest achievements, Tom's work, and their holiday plans. Sarah regaled me with the story about little Emily's attempt to decorate the dog for Christmas, which ended in a glitter-covered living room and a very disgruntled pup. As we approached the Salty Breeze, I promised to call more regularly, assuring her that my next adventure would probably involve nothing more dangerous than untangling Christmas lights. The familiar warmth of the Salty Breeze enveloped us as we stepped inside. The bar was busier than usual, filled with the excited chatter of patrons eager to discuss the latest drama to hit Oceanview Cove. Heads turned as we entered, and a cheer went up from the regulars. "There they are!" someone called out. "Oceanview Cove's very own Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson." I felt my face heat up at the attention, but I managed a smile and a wave as I made my way to the bar. Sean was there, as always, polishing a glass with practiced ease. Emma sat perched on a bar stool, her colorful scarves and jangling jewelry making her stand out even in the crowded bar. And there was Robert, looking decidedly uncomfortable with all the attention, but nursing a beer nonetheless.
"Jim, my boy,"
Sean called out, his face splitting into a wide grin.
"The man of the hour. What'll it be, the usual?"
I nodded, settling onto a stool next to Robert. "The usual sounds perfect, Sean, and whatever Robert's having, it's on me tonight." Robert grunted, a sound that could have been either approval or indigestion.
"You don't have to do that, Jim. I was just doing what needed doing."
I pulled out the envelope Aaron had given me. "Actually, Robert, this is for you, from Aaron, for repairs to your boat." Robert's bushy eyebrows shot up as he took the envelope. He opened it, his eyes widening slightly at the amount on the check inside. For a moment, he looked like he might refuse it, but then he nodded, tucking the envelope into his pocket.
"Well," he said gruffly, "after our latest voyage, there's not much to repair, but I suppose the old girl could use a new coat of paint."
Emma leaned in, her eyes twinkling with mischief.
And what about us, Jim? Where are our checks? After all, I did accompany Aaron to the police station. I like to think my cosmic influence helped speed things along.
Sean chimed in, sliding my drink across the bar.
And let's not forget who gave you the idea to check the town hall records. I'd say that's worth at least a round or two, wouldn't you?
I laughed, feeling the last of the tension from the past few days finally melting away. All right. Next round's on me for everyone. How's that? A cheer went up from the nearby patrons who had been shamelessly eavesdropping. Sean beamed, already reaching for glasses.
Now that's what I call proper detective work.
As the evening wore on, the atmosphere at the Salty Breeze grew ever more convivial. Stories were swapped with increasing embellishment, each tale growing taller than the last. Theories about the real location of Captain Blackheart's treasure were debated with the fervor of ancient philosophers, ranging from the plausible to the downright absurd. One patron solemnly swore the treasure was hidden in old Mrs. Abernethy's garden gnome collection, while another insisted it was buried under the town's only traffic light. More than a few exaggerated retellings of our island adventure were shared. By the end of the night, according to the bar's collective imagination, I had single-handedly fought off a kraken, Robert tamed a hurricane with his bare hands, and Ginger taught a school of dolphins to sing sea shanties, all while solving the mystery and rescuing Lily. Ginger, who had made himself comfortable on a nearby stool, occasionally offered his own commentary, audible only to me, of course.
"Oh, yes. Robert's boat-handling skills were truly legendary,"
he meowed sarcastically as Robert recounted our harrowing journey through the storm.
"I especially enjoyed the part where we nearly capsized. Really added to the whole adventure atmosphere."
As the night wore on and the crowd began to thin, I found myself yawning more frequently. The exhaustion of the past few days was finally catching up with me. I bid farewell to Sean, Emma, and Robert, promising to catch up again soon, and headed out into the cool night air with Ginger at my heels. The streets of Oceanview Cove were quiet now, but there was a festive air about them that hadn't been there earlier. As we walked, I noticed strings of lights being hung in shop windows, and the occasional wreath adorning a front door. "Looks like the town's getting ready for Christmas," I observed, my breath fogging in the chilly air. Ginger sniffed at a low-hanging garland as we passed.
"Ah, yes. The human tradition of bringing dead trees indoors and covering them with shiny objects. Truly a pinnacle of your species' evolution."
I chuckled, shaking my head at his dry humor. "You know, we should probably think about decorating ourselves. Maybe get a tree, some lights. What do you think?" Ginger looked up at me, his green eyes gleaming in the street light.
"I think if you try to put a Santa hat on me, you'll regret it. But I suppose a tree wouldn't be terrible. After all, it'll give me something new to climb and a perfect place to shed my fur. Just don't expect me to help with the decorating. I draw the line at being your personal ornament hanger."
As we approached our house, a sense of contentment washed over me. Despite the dangers and stresses of the past few days, I found myself looking forward to whatever new challenges Oceanview Cove might throw our way. It was a far cry from the quiet retirement I'd initially envisioned, but I wouldn't have it any other way. My musings were interrupted as we reached the front porch. There, propped against the door, was an envelope. I frowned, picking it up. It was addressed simply to the Oceanview Cove Investigators in an elegant, flowing script.
"What's that?"
Ginger asked. I turned the envelope over in my hands. "I'm not sure. It wasn't here when we left." With a sense of anticipation, I opened the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of high-quality paper. The message was brief, written in the same flowing script as the address. Keep an eye on your belongings this Christmas. Not all that glitters is gold, and not all gifts come with good intentions. A concerned citizen. I read the message aloud to Ginger, my mind already spinning with possibilities. What could it mean? The cryptic warning set my detective instincts on high alert. Who was this concerned citizen? And what did they know that we didn't? Ginger's tail swished back and forth, a sure sign he was deep in thought.
Well,
he meowed,
so much for a quiet Christmas season. Looks like we got another mystery on our hands.
A smile spread across my face as I looked down at my feline partner. The weariness of our recent adventure seemed to melt away, replaced by a familiar thrill of anticipation. You're right, Ginger, I said, tucking the mysterious note into my pocket. Looks like this Christmas in Oceanview Cove is going to be anything but boring. The end of the second book in the series. This has been Lost Girl, written by Arthur